Can they do it? The major spot is up for grabs for NIP. They could very well do this in a 2-0. Will that be the case? We'll start off with our map, Bank.
All right, well, thank you very, very much. Here we go, Jesse. I mean, we are kind of doomsayers here, naysayers. Some would even say, as we say nay to the likelihood of Los making this. If I'm going to be completely honest for a second here, if Loud had been the team that got that 6th and final spot, and it was Loud versus Ninjas in Pyjamas, I would be a little bit more hopeful that we could see a deeper match here. But I recorded a show earlier this week, and actually something that came up on it was about how FaZe Clan actually thinks that NIP is the best team in Brazil right now. Now, I think that's a bit of a hot take, but they have been quite dominant. They have all the tools that are needed to be the best team. It's more so about realizing that. Will they realize it against Los? I mean, I think it's fair to say, Jesse, they have their weakest opponent out of all of the teams in the playoffs right now doing battle. So if NIP struggle here, that's a terrible sign.
Certainly, Parker, and I'm really glad you brought up Loud in a game like this, because before we get too deep into this matchup, I want to bring you back to the final game of group stage. At that point in time, Los were sitting in 6th place, but they were tied with Loud on points. They had a better round differential, but the final game of groups was Loud versus NIP. Los's fate was resting in the hands of NIP, and NIP crushed Loud in that game. Devastating 7-3 loss, which knocked Loud out of playoffs and secured the spot for Los. They didn't earn it themselves. They failed to get enough points in the regular season to get it, but thankfully NIP were there to help them out. Now, as we finally decide which team is going to make it to the Munich Major, I think it's so fitting that these two teams are going up against one another. Will NIP come to regret saving Los in the group stage? Probably not, given what we've seen from them, but you never know. It's been a couple weeks since we've seen these teams play, and you never know how well they've improved. Should be a great game regardless with Los and NIP. Starting here on Bank, I think the Des did a great job breaking this one down. It's a very good map for both teams, Parker, and it's kind of one of the few maps that Los enjoy playing on, so it's not a shock that they chose to come here. First attack on the basement has been very slow so far, and I think that's just the way NIP like it.
You and I casted NIP's most recent match, which was up against FaZe Clan last weekend, October 12th, if people are curious of the date. And it's been just about the closest series that we've had in quite some time. It only went 2 maps, but both of them required all 15 rounds. FaZe Clan will be playing in the upper bracket final tomorrow. However, they have had a bit of a rough go here. Out of a potential 60 rounds that have been played over the 4 maps, FaZe Clan have had to play 59 of those 60. Yes, they 2-0'd Team Liquid, Jesse, but it was an 8-7, 8-6 victory, and then NIP got 7 rounds on this map to FaZe Clan's 8. Now, if you just sub out FaZe Clan for Los, which is kind of messy and not usually how it works, does NIP have as much of a tough time against a team like Los on this map? I don't think so. So when you look at it, this being Los's map, the fact that NIP was able to go to round 15 against FaZe Clan should bode very well for them, and it'll set them up quite nicely for Lair, which of course is NIP's pick as map number 2.
100% Parker, I couldn't agree more. This push, again, hasn't really gotten a whole lot done so far. It looks like it's going to be a server finish, but up against this clash, I'm really not sure how it's going to go for them. Pino and Cons have been kind of isolated here in the stairway, and with these air jabs from Kurtz, they can't exactly escape. Their only option is to push up the staircase, but there's likely an air jab here as well. Bit of an awkward spot for these two defenders to be in. If Los can capitalize on this, that could be huge.
NIP obviously entering these playoffs first in the league, but had a bit of a rough run. Now down here in the lower bracket, Kurt starting things off. Pino holding court on blue stairs, and he's just tearing through all of them. Down goes Farius, down goes Kurtz. Arthur able to save the day on that fuse shield, an operator and a loadout that we've been quite critical of across all regions that we've casted. Now it's Dark to the rescue. Arthur taken out, Dark punished as well, and there goes Legacy. NIP only lost 1. Talk about a dominant start defending here in round 1 of Bank.
Yeah, tough push to come through. I really did think they had a chance with that push on the server stairs. You know, Cons went down as the opening death. That was a huge break for Los, but Pino just way too good with that shotgun at the bottom of the staircase. Nice flick around to get the trade and the second player at the bottom of the stairs. It left Arthur all alone, Parker, to try to go for that plant, and he had a fat C4, so no shot at him pulling off a plant in a circumstance like that. Your NIP, you expect to win your basement defenses on bank. This is kind of business as usual for them. And they've played a lot of bank so far this stage. They've played 27 rounds on this map with, honestly, not a great defensive win rate. I suppose it's been a bit rocky for them. Only 36% of their defenses actually were successful. But their best site definitely was the bottom floor, going 2-2 on the on that site down below. So if you're Los, there might be some good signs ahead. We rotate off the bottom floor, we go up to the top two, and you might have a bit of a better shot, but that opening round on bank is always so difficult as an attacking team.
I will be comparing the Nip and FaZe battle on this map last week a fair bit. Nip started on attack on that map, and it was a very attacker-sided map for what it's worth. Defenders were only able to win 2 rounds on each half, which then prompted overtime where the attackers won every single round. Nip's first defending victory came on that staff and open area, a middle floor bomb site that you see get played quite a lot. It happens to be the place that they are defending now. It was a fortress for Nip. They had a good start to their very first defensive locker CCTV against FaZe Clan. They got that first pick. There was garage control that FaZe was hoping to wrestle away from. Once Hates got pick number 1, I believe the rest of it was just a FaZe snowball. So already a better start defending on this map for Nip. Nip's number against FaZe Clan was 2. 2 just successful defender rounds. They're already half the way there, and they've played a single round. Now they go to the bomb site that they did win both times. It was the only bomb site that Nip won against FaZe Clan. That's a lot of work for Los to overcome those numbers.
Well, they'll be doing it with Arthur on his favorite operator, the Monty, coming out in round 2. And this has, of course, been Arthur's playbooks ever since he joins Tier 1 as a pro. He's consistently been that shield main for the team. Like a couple shots, but Fantasy eventually pops the Goyo, which does isolate Arthur away from any teammates that might have been following him up. Little do NIP know, he's kind of solo here, Parker. Dark is inside CEO, but that's across the map on the top floor. We've, of course, got players on the rappel as well, but despite there not being a heavy attacker presence, NIP have, for the most part, given up top, with Hates dropping down through the stock hatch. That will be every defender leaving the top floor.
Yeah, Arthur just waiting at that, what I imagine was the flames of the Goyo canister, taking some damage. Dark was the player that was hyped up quite a bit on the desk, and he is still very much in action. He was hoping to sweep through the backside of the site in the previous round. Now he finds himself in a powerful position on main stairs. Ideally, what you want to do as attackers is take control of square, take control of main stairs, and then squeeze into the 2 bomb sites. The 2 bomb sites function kind of as one big room at this point. The way that teams choose to defend them and open up the walls between the sites basically makes it challenging once you lose control to find some safe harbor, I suppose you could say. 30 seconds now, utility still going out from both teams. Nip getting a little bit antsy, and they might take the fight to Dark as he works his way in. The flank from Fantasy is there. He's a bit too slow. Down goes Cons. First kill for Los, traded back immediately. The Monty spotted by Fantasy, who thinks there might be some support from above. So that's where he will go. He is correct in that assumption. The Ram tucked into the corner. Legacy is there to shut him down. Arthur getting diffuser down with Nip now having 3 players still upright. Pino taking damage. He's finished off as Farius is still outside of the building. Los having great coverage now in the post plant. Nip got boxed into this bomb site, Jesse, and they're going to have to fight their way out of this spot with the Monty of Arthur still in the corner, still calling, taking some damage from Wizard. Hates was on a deep flank earlier, and now Legacy from above might be able to shut this one back down. There we go. He gets the perfect call. It's all up to Wizard as he downs Farius, and Legacy has a terrific round to give Los a tying round, 1 apiece through 2.
Honestly, Parker, it was a pretty beautiful push coming through from Los. They start things off, of course, it's a 5v5 execute, full top control. They start things off with Dark walking into the bomb site, finding that opening pick, taking down the captain of Cons, getting that opening for his team. Now, it gets traded out, still 4v4, but that's okay because he's made that space. He's had the impact that he wants to have. Now Arthur can drop through the stock hatch, start to work a plant down, and there was a really critical moment there where Fantasy went for a bit of a play. He pushed back in behind Dark, and he saw the Monty. But after he saw the Monty, he just ran up the main stairs, and it was very obvious at that point that Arthur calmed that to his teammates. He said there's only one place Fantasy could be going. He must be going up above, and Los' players top floor, they were positioned so well for that. Legacy ended up getting the lion's share of the kills, but he was working with Kurtz up on that top floor to make sure that they didn't get flanked, they didn't get pushed. Positioning was really strong on that top floor, so just great ability to nail things down, and I think a bit of a lesson for NIP. Back-to-back rounds now, they've played very slow, they've been very passive, they don't want to fight Los in the early game, confident that Los will waste their own time and won't be able to put together a strong execute. That might not be correct. Very good push to come out from Los in round 2, and NIP might need to be a bit more disruptive through the rest of this game.
Well, it's the complete opposite of what we saw last time, so maybe this is a different matchup. Maybe these are different teams, Jesse. Maybe we have finally discovered that Los and FaZe are not analogs. They are not the same. So I liked what Los was working with in round number 1, but they just didn't have enough time nor enough utility to wait out or bait out Pino playing on those blue stairs. It's a little bit harder for a team like NIP to roam successfully on that top floor. They lost their footing very quickly and were boxed into that site. As we said, their flanks were a little bit too late, and Legacy, who was on dedicated flank watch, played his role perfectly in the previous round. I don't know if he was aided by sound or potentially a drone that was positioned somewhere on the map, but Legacy greeted these roamers of NIP perfectly every single time, and it was the ram of Los upstairs that was the bait. And all of NIP that tried to take that top floor got suckered into falling for the bait.
Historically, Parker, Pino has a 100% pick rate on Echo on this bomb site. That, of course, has been banned out by Los, and he's had to flex over to the Maestro instead. He's bringing that slug shotgun, too, so definitely going to be able to do a little bit of that site setup work, is able to challenge some of those longer angles as well, but it's going to be a new feeling for Pino, something he might not be so experienced with. His teammates start off very nicely, though, and Nitro for 90 damage, and the bullets to finish off Arthur will take down the shield for Los.
Arthur's been not just a shield, Jesse, but kind of a meat shield here, as he's been absorbing all these bullets that were intended for other Los players. Los will get in on the fun, though. Down goes Wizard, down go Cons, and now Pino dies as well. Farius is on the ground, so it's a glorified 2v2. The Blackbeard of Kurtz tussling away as Fantasy gets baited in, and now it's Hates to clutch out, and look who it is, but Legacy having a terrific end of round yet again. You'd think that Los just won SI with the reactions on the player cams, but I mean, they know how important it is on their own map, on a side that is supposedly the weaker side, or at least NIP must think so, to be starting off this strong. I have to imagine that Los has come into this match assuming that everybody is against them. I mean, we were all united in the fact that we thought that Los were done for. The only match that they played here in the playoffs was a bit of a rough one against W7M. A 7-1 clubhouse. Los did well on bank. They pushed W7M to all 15 rounds, but ultimately still came up short. And there's a big gulf between Los and the other 5 teams that qualified for the playoffs. If you're wondering why the desk and us as casters were all united in the fact that we think Los will lose this matchup, it's that Los was only able to win 3 games throughout the entire group stage. They finished with 10 points. The next closest team to them in the playoffs was Team Liquid at 17 points. Ninjas and Pyjamas finished with 22, over double the tally that Los put on the board. So it's a big drop-off from that top 5 down to Los. Brazil's a competitive region. Anything can happen. We thought that Los was going to be down for the count, but it's been a surprising start for them through 3 rounds.
You got to give credit to Legacy. Back-to-back 3Ks now coming through, and he is the youngest player in the South America League playoffs, of course, debuting last season in the North American League to very little success on this Los team. This will be his first event if he does manage to beat NIP here today, and you got to be feeling good if you're the young player now on Los with the start that he has had, 6-1, feeling absolutely fantastic. Back-to-back pushes as well, where again, maybe it's not the cleanest, you're getting traded out, but in the scrappiness that you're having in late rounds, Los are finding success very consistently, and that's going to be a problem that NIP will need to solve. They go back to the bottom floor, and things haven't changed too much here. The operators are quite different, but I think the game plan will be much the same. Another very anchor-focused setup coming through from NIP. They do get the two-barrel banned out against them, but shockingly here on Bank, Kaid has gone unbanned, so Fantasy will pick that up for the first time, and frankly, Parker, I think that's an even more difficult operator to be going up against when you're going to get to these hatches than the two-barrel would have been.
Yeah, I mean, you've got so much stall potential on the side of NIP, right? You've got a Tachanka, you've got a Goyo, you've played this entire thing without an Echo and without a Smoke. That's immensely challenging for these defenders. Attacker bans are pretty standard. Arthur shows great flexibility. He brought the Fuse in round number 1, then he was playing the Blitz. There's a Blackbeard available for good measure should Los want to run that operator, which they're obviously not this time around. But these operator bans, in my eyes, do way more damage to NIP. If NIP is able to emerge from this first half with 3 rounds, if they can tie it against Los with these operator bans, I will be incredibly impressed. But everything right now on paper is setting up this Los team to take 4 rounds on attack.
The Habana, another common ban, will start to get some value inside a server. Opens things up for a plant. With all this utility, as you said, Parker, planting isn't going to be easy. 2 nitro cells, the Goyo canisters, which are being burned out, the Chonka fire, the Evil Eyes. Every single operator's got something to stop this plant. Might open the door for Los to go for a back push, and that is exactly what they're thinking. But this is the Kaid that I was talking about. Unless they have pings, yeah, they don't know where the Claw is. Since they don't have a Thatcher and they don't have an IQ, they have to just guess onto where the Claw is with the Impact EMP. They guessed wrong. The lobby hatch will be staying closed the entirety of this round. And Parker, I'm very worried that that will just shut out Los for the end of it.
Thatcher's popularity in pro play is about the same as a voluntary lobotomy, so you don't tend to see him all that often. Because of that, well, you now just need to attack this bomb site head on. Los did try this in the very first round, and it did not work very effectively. They changed things up, though. Instead of funneling through blue, they're going to funnel down through main stairs, but the result, Jesse, looks exactly the same. Only 1 kill so far for Los. A second will join as Kurtz is the last man standing on that glass with 10 seconds left. Back at the bomb site inside of elevator, but no diffuser, miles away from any real objective play. Whether he gets some impactless kills or not, NIP doesn't even need to move a muscle. Cons going in for the final pick, and that's a tie game now for NIP as this downstairs bomb site being won both times. Open area was the bomb site that NIP was able to win both attempts against FaZe Clan. It was the only site they won on defense. Now it looks like it's the bottom floor bomb site taking over that role. That is not great because they don't get to play it again.
Yeah, but again, I mean, I'm curious what the game plan was for Los just in general regarding the Kaid this map. It is the most banned defender on Bank. Generally, you always ban Kaid, and then you can kind of get creative with who you ban for your second operator. But Kaid is the mainstay ban. Los know that. They're not, they have the stats available to them, right? They deliberately chose to leave that Kaid up. But then when the Kaid gets brought, they don't seem to have any answers for it, right? I mean, I never like it to see teams just guessing with the impact EMPs. We see it a lot on Clubhouse sometimes. It's common on Bank as well if you're not expecting it. And so it really does harm teams because once that goes down, you're really left with a small amount of options, right? Barreling down the main stairs in that last round. It was the only thing they really could do because they just didn't have the hatches open. They needed to get open. Something to think about, and I think something that will be very difficult to go up against if they do see this bomb site again. As you said, that won't be till overtime, but I have to imagine if we get to OT, that is going to reemerge, and it's going to be a problem for Los. You are right that they don't have to play it again until then, and these next 2 bomb sites will be maybe a bit more of a focus for rounds 5 and 6, but even still, I think NIP, if they get a little bit more aggressive, they challenge Los in the early game. There's some great entry players on this squad. Fantasy and Hates in particular, so mechanically talented. They just get a little bit disrespectful, go for a little bit more swings. Don't let Los set up and go for that 5v5 execute. I still think they're in a very strong position on this map.
There's a tech pause right now. I mean, I don't speak Portuguese, so I don't know what the reasoning is, but these players will now sit and wait. A reminder that it is a rule book standard across all regions that you're not supposed to be able to talk during tech pauses. During tactical timeouts, no problem. But during tech pauses, none of these players should be talking to each other. They shouldn't be able to coordinate because There have been instances in the past where other teams have accused other teams of calling a tactical or a technical issue only to try and strategize. From the reflection in Kurt's glasses, it looks like they're in the operator pick phase. So if that's the case, we should hopefully be only a short time away from resuming this match. Here's the man on your screen, Legacy, who's been doing an excellent job for Los. He's playing Hibana, an operator that doesn't really get a lot of time in the sun these days. Pros argue over the loadout of Hibana. The Bearing 9 used to be a glorified primary many, many years ago, roughly half a decade ago, actually, if you've been in the scene that long. What the devs did was dramatically increase the recoil of all of those sidearms. SMG-11, SMG-12, Bearing 9, they all got hit with the proverbial Nerf stick and made all the more challenging to control in hopes of forcing players to rock their primary as their actual primary. The problem for Hibana that really isn't shared by the other three hard breachers is that her gun has a tiny magazine, and if you do not control the recoil effectively on the Type 89, you will find yourself reloading while your opponents are shooting at you. Legacy's been on that dedicated flank watch through a couple rounds. He's been the late round hero designed to cast a net that catches the nip flank, and it has been working very well. We didn't really see much success on that bottom floor bomb site, largely because teams don't always put a lurker or even a roamer on that bomb site. Sometimes you'll see teams defend on the top floor, but there are a couple bomb sites throughout this esport where you can comfortably put all 5 of your players within arm's reach of the 2 bomb chassis. That bottom floor bomb site just so happens to be one of those sites. So it's a lot harder for you to be on a dedicated flank watch, Jesse, if there's no flank actually happening. Good news for Legacy. The other 3 bomb sites on this map all typically have some roamers and late flanks coming in, so Legacy stocks should now shoot up.
Yeah, I mean, there haven't really been any flanks all game, frankly, Parker. I mean, this is what I've been saying, right? NIP have been very passive on all of these holds on every one of the bomb sites that they've gone to, and Legacy's success has generally come in the execute. Sure, he's not maybe playing with the team. He's not part of that core combo that's pushing with the diffuser, but he's coming in from another angle. He's watching that top floor during the push as it's going down. So he's positioning himself in relation to his teammates to get those frags. My concern is that when that does get disrupted, when NIP get aggressive in the early game, when IP choose to fight on the roam game, all of a sudden you don't have 5 players to go for your execute. All of a sudden you don't have teammates to position yourself around, and you've got to look at maybe more angles than one. You've got to keep your head on a swivel, and you don't just always know where you're going to get pushed from. Legacy's done an excellent job so far this game of finding that opening in the bomb site, making his presence known during the push, watching for the plays and listening to his teammates' comms. That positioning only gets harder when your teammates go down. So again, I want to see NIP playing a bit more aggressive. This would be their chance to do so. And based on this initial operator lineup, Parker, I think they have read the mission and they fully understand it. We got the Vigil coming out from Hades. We got the Mozzie coming out from Fantasy. This is the combo that I wanted to see from the roamers. They're going to be getting active this round, and they're going to be taking some big swings.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Oh, again, there should be very little strategizing going on with the tech issues. So this is something that I imagine they've workshopped ahead of time. Neither of these teams have used their timeout as far as I've seen, Jesse. Again, the operator bans on the side of NIP are really nothing that should slow this Los team down enough to put the attacks in the mud. Oh no. Okay, thank goodness. But on the side of Los, yeah, I think you're right. I don't know if the two-brow ban is most effective. This particular round, two-brow would be unlikely to get brought, just based on the operator lineup. But getting rid of the Echo, getting rid of the smoke, on a map like this means you're going to have to run the Goyo, you're going to have to run the Kaid, you're going to have to run a Tachanka every time you want to do these stall and anchor heavy defenses. That puts NIP in a tough spot.
Already you're seeing a little bit more of a commitment to the top floor, and there's that early aggression. Khan's actually the captain playing up above with his teammates, is going to strike first and take down Farius, who has not really had the impact in this game so far. It's going to be the Brava taken off the board. Not a huge amount for the Brava to hack. The Malusis and the Mute Jammers, maybe the largest ones there, but still going to be important to take that player off and start things off with some early aggression. Now you see Los have to slow down. They have to watch for these plays, and they have good information. They seem to know someone's getting aggressive around tellers, but that doesn't mean they're going to be able to shut it down.
They've swapped that Hibana over to Kurtz now, and the Type 89 is Picked up what? Is that like the 5th kill? The 6th kill from that gun so far on attack? I like the Type 89, for the record, lest people hear me badmouth Hibana, who is one of my favorite attackers. The desk talked a little bit about the changes that were made in the most recent patch, but the devs also put out an update a couple weeks ago saying that the hard breachers would be getting a buff with the exception of Ace. I'm curious to see what they do with an operator like Hibana, because she does definitely seem the weakest at the moment of the 4 and has the lowest use cases across all of the major regions. She was designed for hatches and long-range play, and that's exactly how she's being employed at this current point in time. Open up a hatch, open up some of this quadruple panel wall, but I mean, that's where a Thermite would really excel. That's where an Ace could really excel. Lowe's not opting for the American hard breacher. Ace is also banned out, so not a lot of options here. Arthur slaughters Pino. Down goes the flank, but Fantasy is still there as well, and he will throw a spanner into the works. Lowe's had their eyes set on the actual bomb site, but Fantasy will pick them apart before they can get there. Arthur on a familiar role in that shield. Now it's Hates as well to go for the flank. And Jesse, you said this lineup was designed to cause chaos, and it is doing just that. Mr. Final 10 seconds. Legacy still alive. He'll pick up a 7th kill as he now contests with the Vigil, missing all of his shots onto Hates as Nip will take the lead. What did I say? Based on these operator bans, based on the side, if Nip can grab 3 rounds defending, losing these anchor players, they will be in good shape. Well, they've done that, and there's still one more round to go.
Certainly feels like they're back in control of this game. Up 3-2. I think 4-2 is looking very much possible as well, Parker, to finish out this half. They did exactly what I was hoping to see from them. You know, I wanted to see more aggression. I wanted to see them challenging the early game, and that's exactly what they did. Huge credit to Cons to be able to work that opening pick, and then it doesn't stop there, right? Fantasy continues with the movements. It was kind of interesting where they chose to make those plays, because I think Los were expecting maybe a player in the basement. You saw the Hibana start to put a little pressure on the gold hatch, maybe some pressure up to the top floor. That's where we saw the flank coming out from Fantasy last time on that bomb site. But instead, just horizontally through the mid floor was really catching those players off guard. Didn't feel like they were able to react to him in time at all. Nice little plays coming through from Fantasy to give his team the lead once again in this game. And we go back and forth on this map. It's been exciting so far, Parker, but Los got to get their footing back into it.
Yeah, I don't want to be a downer. I do not. I think that this is a very, very tough matchup for a team like Los. I think it's rough going up against a more experienced team. There isn't really a role on Los where I think they have a better player than Nip. That is just a devastating position to be in. It's not like you can go in and say, okay, the fraggers on Nip are excellent, but the support and shield players on Los are great, so it's going to be a stylistic matchup. No, I respectfully don't think that. I honestly believe that Nip has a better player in every single position than Los does. So then it really just comes down to operator bans. If you can get creative, if you think there are particular weaknesses that you can exploit, do that. Maybe that can help you level the playing field a bit. I think Los has done that with their operator bans. I like these bans. Yeah, the two-brow's a bit iffy, but I do like the Echo ban, and I love the smoke ban. This has very clearly put Nip in a position where they have to pivot. It took 4 rounds. Nip finally pivoted. We saw it in the previous round. They were aided by the fact that that bottom floor bomb site is not easy to defend, but can be defended with a variety of lineups, and there are other anchor ops that can get the job done, be it a Maestro, again, be it a Goyo, be it a Kaid, anybody with Nitro cells. A Pulse can also excel in that position. You've got Tachanka on the board. Nip can use those tools to their advantage. It gets trickier outside of those sites. Nip changed things up in the previous round, Jesse. They didn't need any anchor play. If you've got 4 operators that can very easily roam, and they were able to grab Los off guard and persevere. Now Nip finds themselves with a bit more of this sluggish, slow down lineup that's more typical. This is where those operator bans from Los can have some serious power and give Los an advantage.
Not sure if I love the lineup from Los Snow Parker. They didn't bring the Hibana this time, and you're going against both Castle and Azami. The DMRs can deal with those Azamis, but it still takes a decent bit of time, and your Castle barricades are going to be, I think, a big problem in this matchup. Really just the nades from Farius to try to deal with some of those. Those long angles that typically favor the attackers will be tough to try to exploit. A little bit of Yutso clear going out right now. I don't think that will immediately prompt the push. They've got Dark working down below in the buck, not currently being contested, and it's very clearly going to be a CEO window execute with the help of this Sens. One Nitro from Cons playing on the mirror window. That's another thing they don't have any answers for, Parker. No Habana, no Ash means that those mirror windows are likely to stay open the entire round. No Twitch either to try to work in from behind. So unless they start pushing top square and can get into Janitor from the other side of things, I'm really worried about this swinging through the windows. It just feels like the mirror spot is so good. And even inside of checkers, the positions are very strong with the castle barricades.
And 1 minute left in this first half. Los's map. That means Nip gets to pick the side that they want to go on. Nip opted to defend. Attackers do have a small advantage here globally on this map. I don't know if Nip will excel. Maybe they, like we've heard from other teams here in the SA League, they've picked the harder side. A big change on the side of the operators for Los. They've got the concealment. They've got the lockout. They do not have the shot. Wait a minute. How was that a trade? It didn't even look like Dark made the shot on my screen. Vilely Vaunted, rookie, has a 3-6 record right now on fragging rolls. Not exactly where you need him to be. Khan's now under fire as Los looks to sink their teeth into this defense. And it'll be an all-out brawl inside of the site. 2 seconds left. Farius finding an opportunity. It's all Khans to try and save this. Can he get him in time? He will! He shuts Farius down at the final moment. They had no idea where the final defender was from Nip. They thought he was at the front of the site. No. He was by square stairs and by the skylight. He shines a bright light on Farius, and Nip emerges from the first half with a 4-2 scoreline.
Well, I said the mirror would be a problem. That's not exactly what I meant, but Cons gets the job done all the same. He's playing inside a Janitor exactly where he had to be. And we did have some players that were pressuring top square. Farius was the main one, but with Legacy going down in the middle of planting, Farius had to jump off of the plant coverage and instead had to go plant himself with just a second remaining on the clock. But that meant there was nobody to watch from behind, and Cons did a great job taking advantage of that. He found the one area that he could push through that nobody was going to be able to watch for. Really smart play coming through from Cons, and it's that big clutch that will step up in the 1v3 and give NIP the lead heading into the second half. Los moving on to the defensive side of Bank. Again, this map can be pretty 50-50, so it's not a huge advantage to be on the defensive side. And in fact, for both of these teams, they have a better attacking win rate on Bank than they do a defending win rate. A very common map for both teams this stage as well, so we have a decent sample size for both. Not all is lost. They'll start in the basement as they typically do, but certainly an uphill battle in the second half.
Attackers have discovered the
If Nip can take map number 1, then Layer is map number 2, and at that point you have to ask, what can Los do on that territory? Map number 3 is Cafe Dostoevsky, but we might not need it. Here in Brazil, in the South America League, Bank is now the most played map through stage 2, and it is a 60 to 40% win rate for the attackers. So Nip choosing to start on what statistically is the harder side, and we've cited global numbers before because internationally Bank is like a 51-49 map. So still favorable to the attackers, but effectively in what we call coin flip territory, where the attacker bans site rotation and teams ultimately determine what happens here. This bodes really well for Nip. You know what else bodes really well for Nip, Jesse?
They just got an opening pick through printer window.
The fact that they got an opening pick through printer window. You literally took the words right out of my mouth. In the first 15 seconds of action, Los finds themselves in a 4v5.
That's a tough one to lose too. Your Warden going down, and with Wizard jumping on that Ying, that's an especially hurtful pick to lose. A tough operator to fall for Los. They banned out the Sens. That's usually what Wizard plays on this bomb site. Wizard had to pivot away from the Sens over to something that could get countered by the Warden. But now that's not going to be the case. That makes Wizard so much more stronger when you go for this execute. And it kind of puts the pressure on these Los roamers, right? If you're Farius, you're kind of thinking to yourself, well, do I need to get aggressive? Do I need to get a pick back? Because if I don't, I really think that this is going to be a tough hold for us in the 5v5. Regardless of whether he wanted to go for a pick or not, he's kind of forced to drop down that hatch. It's very obvious his position, and NIP were not giving him anything for free. So that's 4 players back to the bottom floor for Los. Gives NIP 90 seconds now to set up for this push, get things started, and get things situated in a way that they are comfortable. No Kaid being brought, so I think the back hatches are very much going to be appealing for NIP. Even if they were, I suppose they have the Maverick, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue to get them open. You can have all the hashes in the world to go for a back push if they want to. The main stairs will be looking appealing, and you still could go for a server plant. A little scary with Goyo, Tonka, and Smoke all being played, but if you can get there inside a server fast enough, and if these Twitch zones keep doing all of this great work, then very much is still doable.
You see the chaos inside of this site, Jesse. A very critical round here for Los. If they can snag the first 2 rounds of this half, that lead is gone, and NIP will find themselves struggling on the side that they should excel upon. Los will know something about this map, as they're the ones who picked it, though NIP obviously no strangers to this situation, to the position and predicament they find themselves in. You immediately see the value of a smoke on this bomb site, as the defenders that were banned out differ wildly. Down the Clash, down the Mira. Now it's Cons taking some damage. This rhythm that we discuss is just, it's long and it's a slog. Flames, gas, everything going against you. But Los is steadily losing all of their pieces, and now there's a flank from Hates, read out so effectively. Arthur's prepared and waiting for it. Now under fire, tucked into the corner. It's suddenly Pino in a round that looked like it would be won by NIP. But what a defense by Los, using every piece of utility to their advantage. They wait out the 20 seconds on the Goyo canisters. There's the threat of a nitro cell that never really materializes. There's the gas canisters that are used that drop the Maverick as he tries to get into the site. And then ultimately, for backup, you have the Molotovs from the Tachanka used as well. Utility, utility, utility. Yes, this is a first-person shooter, Jesse, but if you bring the right gadgets, bullets won't necessarily win you the round if your gadgetry can win it for you. You're hard-pressed to argue that it was the guns on the side of Los that made the biggest difference. The guns were an afterthought. NIP was funneled into the areas that were being watched by Los, but it was the gadgetry that ultimately cemented the result of that round.
I mean, both were pretty important, Parker. That's a 2v5 clutch coming out from Los, and yes, there's only 10 seconds on the clock thanks to that util, but even still, there's no doubt NIP would have barreled in and found those frags if it wasn't for Arthur stepping up with some huge kills in the midst of that. Legacy as well, but specifically with that Tachanka LMG, Arthur was able to line up those players, reacted so well to where his teammates were dying from. Some brilliant trades in the final 10 seconds of the round, and then plays ring around the rosy with Pino. Clutches up the 1v1 on the time. That's not an easy round to win if you're Los. I think a little sloppy for NIP. I would have loved to see some more of that back pressure, because again, they knew what they were going up against if they were going for a server plant, and the initial down onto, I believe it was Cons with their fuse kit, was not a pretty sight in the smoke, but these things happen. Even the best teams in the world will make mistakes, and Los huge to capitalize on that to get their first defense on the board.
It's our first callee of the day as well. It's been a healthy situation for operators played on both sides of the field. I feel like defenders typically have less overall diversity, but if you look at the attacking lineups brought here, it's the attackers that have been mostly the same. Round number 1 was an experiment run by this Los team, and it has not been repeated. Most of those operators have not been brought back, especially the Fuse. That was the one and done. A Glaz twice, a callee. There will be some difficulties here for these defenders should they find themselves in the sights of any player on the side of NIP, but particularly Wizard and Fantasy.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of this double sniper play coming out from NIP. I'm looking back at my round history, and I'm not seeing a lot of this coming through. I see one Glaz pick from Wizard in recent times. That's about it. Specifically looking at this top floor bomb site. So this might not be something that Los are prepared for as well until they hear the shots of these guns going out. They might be a little bit more likely to go for some peeks, go for some swings, and might get punished hard for it. Oh, in the meantime, it is a 5v5. We see the bees coming through, the smokes as well. Will this be the first opportunity for Wizard? He's hunting for it. Mira banned out, so there's nothing to look back at him, but I think very well played by Los so far. They're playing it patient, they're playing very cautious, and they've survived for 2 minutes so far.
There goes another gas canister, and caution is the word for this round. Wizard nicely finding an opportunity onto Kurtz, and he's got another pixel angle held between the chassis and that chair. They'll find the smoke and do some serious damage to Arthur, who was being hunted down, and those were the Bs shot in by Pino. He'll be finished off by Hate, so a joint effort now from Nip. That previous round probably should have been Nip's. They weren't successful. This time they find themselves in familiar territory, in great shape with a numbers advantage, but the adversary of the previous round was the clock. It is not on the side of Nip right now, Jesse. 25 seconds left. Nip needs to get into the bomb site, and they're doing just that, but while the early round might be great, it's this mid to late round that in the previous round allowed Los to win. It's happening yet again. Nip is getting into the bomb site, but they do not know where these Los players are. Under 10 seconds left. Legacy still upright, finding kill number 10. Khan shut down in the nick of time. Hates in a 1v1 against Legacy, and he's not able to prolong the defuse time. Again, Mr. Final 10 seconds. Legacy showing that his value gets better and better and higher as the round goes on. And I mean that as a compliment. I'm not talking about baiting allegations here. No. Legacy has been winning them these rounds, and I dare say it, all 4 of these rounds have been won in large part due to Legacy's contributions. The most previous round, round number 7, that was largely won by Arthur and by utility. But my God, if you can take care of Legacy early or make his impact as small as possible, the likelihood of Nip winning these rounds skyrockets. He has just been indomitable through all 8 rounds.
Yeah, there's no doubt Legacy has been the MVP for Los so far. That's another 1v1 victory on time for Los, and this has kind of been a concerning, consistent problem for NIP now. That one in particular, Parker, was looking so good. The 2-man advantage, the plant was going down from Cons. They had everything going their way, but the clock has just been a bit of an issue for them. Thought they could get a plant down behind the CEO desk. It was Cons pulling off about halfway through that execute that I think started to doom them. Kind of had to run from a nitro cell that was being tossed out midway through, which just added even more time pressure. Los have maybe not done a great job of surviving in the early game, but they're clutching up late when it matters the most, and Legacy has absolutely been a huge part of that. The anchor combo, really, of Legacy and Arthur have been shining through these first 2 defenses. If they continue to keep that up, I really don't know what NIP will find for an answer. For now, it's all tied at 4.
A 4v2 lead often evaporates so quickly because the side swap empowers the other team to do what was just done to them. Los being immediately successful through 2 rounds is excellent, but I will caution the cheerleaders and the fans of Los on this, because while a win is a win, neither of those rounds were particularly well earned. Yes, round number 7 was great from a utility perspective, but still came down to the wire with just a couple players left. The most previous round, a 1v1 that was won by Los knocking them off the defuse, but still could have very easily broken in another direction. It's a good start now in round number 9. Los cannot just hang on by the hair on their chinny chin, so to speak, because they need to start winning rounds more dominantly. This is a scrappy team. They are winning these scrappy rounds. They are winning these scrappy fights. Nip has to figure out the mid-round because they have been looking disastrous through 2. The opening round has been what's been so great for Nip, but not this time, as they lost Fantasy and now find themselves in a 4v5.
Yeah, I mean, the Miracle Kid just can't seem to find any failures in this game, Parker. 12-4 for Legacy after he gets the opening pick on a Fantasy. We've been praising his late round efforts, but in the early game, he starts things off really strong, roaming on that top floor just inside of Meeting, takes down the Grim. That's going to be a real hamper onto this push. Means that there's going to be these last 4 players trying to find something. They've got full top floor control. Based on Khan's positioning, it's almost certainly going to be pushed into open area to try to get this plant down just inside the door, maybe under the hatch in the corner. Farius in a strong position to do something about it. But with a nitro in his hand, he's got to be really careful. It could get swung from this hallway at any moment as soon as that Kiva falls. Nitro doesn't look like it lands, doesn't even hit the ceiling, so... okay, you're right, gets him down onto Hates. With low time remaining, it's going to waste even more to pick him up, but they do get it for the 4v5.
I mean, Nip is going to need to use their timeout here if things go bad in a hurry. They answer with 2 very quick kills. Hates, who's back from the dead, takes out Farius. Down goes Legacy. What did I say? Get rid of Legacy. You should be able to win the late round. Arthur on the board. The Warden taken down. Now it's Dark and Kurtz's last two. They'll shoot a bunch of bullets into the Monty shield as Dark now joins the party. He's silenced by Pino, and Kurtz will find himself all alone until Wizard casts a spell, or maybe even a curse, to give Nip the round and regain the lead. Nip has been in full control of this map despite it not being their own. They made a bunch of mistakes in the first two attacks. It looked like that third attack was following the same pattern with an even worse start. But they took out Legacy. They swarmed the site. They knew exactly where the offsite players were, and they boxed them out on the retake after the diffuser had gone down. Really just clockwork for Nip.
We'll prompt attack timeout to come out now from NIP, actually, despite the fact that they won that last round, and I think it makes sense. It's been kind of an insane game so far, with 5 of the 9 rounds not being converted with the opening pick. It's actually been a lot better for the team that dies first in these rounds to go on to win the round. It's been much more successful. That last round, a great example of that, where yes, maybe you lose fantasy, but in the end, the execute is still really strong from NIP. A lot of movements inside the bomb site that felt like they were a little bit unnecessary. We saw a pick from Wizard from outside printer window in a 4v5 advantage. Felt like Los were moving a lot in a moment like that. Hates is able to get in and get a trade and it ends up going down right after, but it's all fine because the numbers are trading back and forth in NIP's favor. Very good coordination to come through from that. And a lot of those Los players, not even necessarily on the bomb site to contribute when the plant's going down. Kurtz was down inside the basement, had to walk up the main stairs, didn't end up really having huge impact in that round. His teammates were mostly dead by the time he got back to the bomb site. Dark as well, down in the bottom floor. They both were falling through those hatches when the initial push came in. By the time they came back, it was really all but over. NIP capitalizing on the smallest of windows, but that's going to make the difference when you're in this fight for the major, Parker.
At this point in time, you've cemented yourself as one of the top 6 teams in a region. And of course, I think many people would agree that Brazil, at the present moment, is the most competitive region. It's had some teams that have fallen off a little bit compared to what we saw on stage 1. And again, there is a pretty respectable drop-off from the 5th place team of Liquid, who finished with 17 points, to Los, who finished with 10. If Los had won 2 more whole games in regulation, they still would be below Team Liquid in the standings. That just goes to show you how steep it is. But Loud, who didn't even make it to the top 6, was a top 4 team at SI as Raza Company Academy. Even the quote-unquote bad teams in Brazil are better than a lot of good teams in other regions. So we can't discredit Los. All it takes is a bad day for Ninjas in Pyjamas and a very good day for Los, and suddenly we have ourselves a 3-mapper that goes quite far. Again, though, with this being Los's map, the expectation is they will win. If Nip is able to do this without going to overtime, it will show that Nip is not having a bad day and is well geared up to take their map number 2 on Lair.
A Monty and a glass walk into a garage, Parker. This sounds like the start of a bad joke, but Legacy will have to find out how funny it is. Pops a Goyo and does back off. They seem to know his position. They're aware that somebody's deep inside, but he's not giving up his feet for free. With a ping coming out, there's good info for the defense too, but it does end up going their way. Big swing from Arthur. Likely a BP or some sort of information goes their way, and they shut down the Glaz before he can really get anything going. That's a really nice bit of aggression from Los and starts them off extremely strong on this defensive side.
I have to imagine that the idea was to take control of Garage while then sending your forces towards Blue and just crushing them, just like a typical pincher strategy. And I don't hate it, but I think Nip spent a considerable amount of time gaining nothing from that. And I guess maybe sunk costs kept them in that position. But now you've lost the Glaz. Glaz can be a great operator in server. He can be so punishing from the sightline that leads all the way through red into lockers. He's no longer available for you. You've lost the cover of smokes entirely. Cons doesn't have any left. They were expended earlier. Glaz doesn't have any left. So what do you do? At this point, I think the round is kind of pooched for Nip, and it will get worse now as Hates is taken out by Kurtz. That's the roam play of Los, that because Nip was looking at such a linear direct site take, they just don't have the time and they don't have the utility to deal with these players off site. Wizard has a good idea of where Kurtz might be. Now out will go that death mark. Dark with 1 kill, traded back. Pino walks into the bomb site. Hold on a second here. It looked like the plot had been lost by the ninjas, but suddenly they've picked it up. Now far enough removed from the site. They attempt to isolate Legacy on the Goyo again. Savior of the end round all the time. Farius compelled into action. Pino will get off of the plant, but he's shut down by a hail of bullets. Farius credited with that kill. Legacy stays alive, but he has no real impact. I don't know if they were celebrating or what they were looking for here, but we will need all 12 rounds in map number 1. Still an opportunity for both of these teams to close it out without needing overtime. But a back and forth matchup is not what we necessarily expected before loading into map 1.
This is such a weird game, Parker. Every time somebody gets a solid advantage in the early game, it essentially disappears once we get to the end of the round. Thankfully for Lowe's, they do lock things down. They get to their 5th round. Again, they guarantee that 12th round at least. But scary with how close that got. I'm not sure how Cons, specifically on the Monty, is walking deep into the site with 2 players top floor. That's man advantage for Los on the site. He just walks in the Monty, takes out the pistol, finds a headshot to be able to get that a little bit scary, taking out Arthur, who is just playing in a very default position with the smoke. Tough to be losing gunfights like that. Thankfully, their early game was so strong that they were able to recover, but a little bit worrying still if you're Lowe's. These late rounds have been extremely unpredictable, and when you get a lead like that, you need to be able to lock things down. Even still, 5-5, I think, is a better position than a lot of people expected Lowe's to be in deep into this first map. The desk talked about just how good of a map this is for NIP, and they were absolutely correct. 8-7 loss versus FaZe, 7-5 loss versus Furia with their last 2 games. Maybe L's, but against the 2 best teams in South America, you'll always take that. Los are a good bank team too. It's probably their best map as well, but I think a lot of people would have been surprised to see Los even get 5 rounds in this opening matchup, and they've, I think, far exceeded expectations.
This Los team looks an awful lot better than I suspected they would look. Even though it is their map, even though they should succeed here, they are still overperforming my expectations. But it's not even about that. There are times where rounds are won because of your actions, and there are times where rounds are won because of the inactions of your adversaries. Los, for those first 2 rounds on that bottom floor, made a lot of great plays to box out Nip. But Nip still struggled after that to find their footing. The very next round, Nip gets 2 unanswered picks, and then they have no idea how to actually attack the bomb site. That was not Los winning the round. That was Nip losing it. There is a distinction to be made there. Nip have looked more comfortable through the mid-round as this has gone on, but there are still deficiencies that Nip is dealing with, and that's why we're all tied up.
Jutsu work's going to be tough here. Lots of magnets come through, and also when you miss the castle barricade, that certainly doesn't help either. It means there's going to be some strong positions here in the site for Los as we hit the last 90 seconds of the round. Khan's in a good position top of the stairs, but this will be heard and frozen. See a player move right into the elevators. That'll be Kurtz. You can pop the hatch down below him if he needs. It is soft, just to make sure it's not already been broken, so he can back up for now. The smoke gets Cons past. The nitro clears him, though. It goes over the shield. That's a shocking death, and Legacy will hit 13 and probably stop the push from NIP with just that one play.
I don't know what Cons was thinking. What are you doing at that point in time? Oh my goodness, there's a reason why Hates was picked up by Nip in the first place. Plays like that are the very reason. Fantasy was also sought after for his kills, but 5 and 10 on this support-esque role is not doing well. 417 in the hands of Pino, absolutely shredding these players on Los. Arthur will need to clutch out. He won't get it done. 3 kills for Hates, 2 kills for Pino. And it's map point for Nip.
This game makes no sense at all, man. Every opening pick is cursed to be a round loss for the team that gets it. Massive props to Hates, walks in square for a triple. Why not? And I think this is probably the most underrated player on NIP. He was their highest rated performer back at EWC. He's been the highest rated this stage so far. A name that a lot of casual fans might not recognize when you think of Nip. You're looking at this team, your mind's immediately going to go to Pino. It might go to Fantasy for the history he's had. It might go to Cons as the captain. But I think Hates has just been so good for this Nip squad. And recognizing, I think, when he's needed to pop off, when he needs to make a play like that. You know, you lose your Monty with the defuse kit, top spiral, that should really be the round under wraps at that point. You can play around that more if you're low, so you can go for bigger swings, you can stop them from taking that space up the spiral stairs. It's such a difficult place of the part of the map to push when you don't have a Monty in front of you, but if you're not looking from behind, if you're not looking for that second dimension, it's really going to come back to bite you. It's an excellent decision coming in through from Hates to win that round, and he has kept NIP alive in this game 6-5.
Individual performances round by round have been something that we've highlighted quite a bit. I'm very eager to hear how the desk breaks this down. I don't think we're looking at both of these teams fighting up to their potential. Nip in particular has looked a little bit sloppier. I imagine, never having any experience playing at this level myself, that it can be quite challenging when you play up against a team that is demonstrably lower skilled than your team. I think it's fair to say, based on the results of this stage, that's what's happening right now with Nip. Some teams really struggle against the unpredictable, and one of the best things that you can do if you are a less experienced team, if you are a less practiced or skilled team, is to do things that your opponents might catch off guard. You can always reference that Fnatic versus EG match all the way back in Rio 2019 to just go to show you, or potentially even 2018. The years all blur together. I actually think it was 2018 when a team basically just pulled their brains out of their skull throughout all of their strategies and just did the unpredictable. And a team that is structured, that has prepped you, that knows how you're going to play, might not be able to adapt immediately. Things not going very well here in round number 12. It was a tie game just a couple minutes ago, but now Nip not just having an opening, but they've got two. Legacy bleeding out upstairs. That's the smoke. He'll be hunted down by the death mark of Fantasy as he scoots away. He'll be retrieved by Arthur, so things not as bad as they could be for Los, but Nip has a great start here, Jesse.
Yeah, they're pretty bad for Los, Parker. This is really tough. You lose Dark, who's been, again, their best player all stage. Hasn't shown up today under the bright lights, but he goes down. Legacy on low HP as well. You still don't have great answers to the util NIP are bringing. This Ying coming through from Wizard is something I am terrified of. They didn't bring the Warden this time around, so they're all going to be susceptible when that comes through. And frankly, you've given Nip so much time to set up this 5v5 execute. It really feels like somebody's got to make a move on the side of Los. Someone's got to be a hero to stop this man advantage. It could be Kurtz, but his C4 misses, and now he's being hunted by the Deimos.
Legacy still up, by the way, so those gas canisters can do some work, but he's shredded by Wizard. Farius the lone kill for Los at this point, and Kurtz is taking more damage now to Jesse. Nip with ample time, 40 seconds. They found Arthur as well, who's going to push the advantage. He might actually be able to get around the Monty. Why is nobody there to support Cons at all? What is going on? Where are these other players on Nip? Hates and Wizard in the site, but your case is not? Now you need to retake the case, which means all the control that you wrestled away from the defenders is gone, and Arthur will come in and kill both of you. What the hell was Nip thinking that round? There was no support for the Monty. There was no play around the objective. Your two gunners were in the site. The support was miles away. And then you allow him to get flattened by an Ella. What is going on? How do you end up as the best team in a region and make such a big blunder?
This game is an absolute crazy roller coaster. It was Pino, right? They have the combo inside a lobby. Pino and Cons playing together on that side of the map, but Pino goes down at around 45 seconds. It's a great swing to come through from Farius in through the elevator hallway. That removes the hard breacher on NIP, and it removes the one guy that was supposed to be playing next to the Monty. Everybody else at that point is either on the top floor, that's where Wizard and Fantasy were, or in the back alley on the other side of the map. Clearly, at some point, one of those top floor players needed to rotate back down, play alongside Cons, or Cons needed to go upstairs and play it with his teammates. Neither of those decisions were made, and because of that, the gap gets opened up. Huge credit to Arthur for going for that play. You talk about Arthur as a guy who is known for sitting on the site playing anchor rolls and then being maybe a spearhead on attack, but only on the shield. He's one of the most passive, support-focused IGLs that we have in the game. Seeing him step up and make a play like that on the Elo, rushing down the Monty in lobby. I mean, It's a ridiculous circumstance, and it should have never been allowed to happen. But you got to credit where it's due, because Arthur made a huge decision there, and it saved his team this game.
Again, these individual performances leading the way. At one point, most of the players on NIP were in the negatives. Now it's just cons and fantasy. Pino and Hates having a great end to that second stage, or that second half, rather, you can call it. You have to be careful about these words because we use stages, we use groups, we use phases, we use all these words. It's not just a phase, there's also phase clan. Oh my god, it's not just a diffuser, there's diffuser the player. It's not just Ace the operator, it's an Ace with all 5 kills being casted by Ace from EML. Why are there so many? Sorry, I just had to get it out of my system. I feel better now.
Okay, Parker. It's okay. I'm glad it's out. I'm not so glad we're going right back to the same bomb site again. This has been, I think, a bit tenuous for Los, but NIP, I guess, on the open area, choosing to come right back here. They'll play the defense, and they'll go for a 1-for-1 trade to start. You lose Pino, and you only get Dark in return. Based on performances so far for the first 12, that is favorable for Los, but that's not going to be so good. Arthur takes big damage and gets downed by the Nitro. Now, it's unlikely to get finished off, as Cons will retreat back. Maybe Fantasy from below with an impact, but it seems like they'll pick him up. Even still, Parker, that's massive time being wasted for the attackers. That's a big bit of damage taken off from Arthur, who's on the Blackbeard, which you probably wanted him to go in for a plant. So losing him and having him going to be on very little HP going for this execute is going to be a massive disadvantage for the team. Still strong start floor control, and I think the time is really good for Los as well, but they need to use it effectively in order to set themselves up for the 4v4 push.
Los hasn't missed a beat here right now. With 1 minute left, they are doing the job that needs to be done on this top floor, getting Arthur back up. A bit of a perilous position with his HP being so low. There are 2 impacts on the board and 1 Nitro cell to add insult to injury. A small bit of damage from any of those 3 sets of explosives will be enough to take Arthur out of action. I suppose the idea will be for him to find some safe coverage inside the site, put that shield down, and then get the diffuser planted. But again, it's a big gamble. It was Nip, actually, Jesse, who struggled to pick up the case after losing their diffuse planter. Los now might find themselves in that same situation, but not if they kill everybody on the side of Nip first. Nip is vacating the bomb site, walking into the waiting arms of Los step by step. Fantasy in a dangerous position, finished off by, you guessed it, Legacy. Los take their first lead of the map, and they sit on map point.
Parker, it all came off of just NIP getting a little nervous. 17 seconds on the clock, and Hate says to himself, I'm gonna flank up the main stairs. Now, I get it. You're playing on the Vigil. You're not going to be so effective when you're just sitting in the site, but it is being watched by Ferry as he gets that pick onto the first player. What happens after that? More movement from NIP. We see Cons sprinting past the angle being held on main stairs by Kurtz. It's 2 decisions from NIP when, frankly, I thought that they were in the power position there. It felt like they could have stopped that plant when it went down. They had the Nitro Cell being played by Wizard. They had strong positions in open area and inside a cafeteria. You knew the push was coming in through square side, but these NIP players, I think, underestimating how much pressure there would be elsewhere on the map. They didn't expect the guy to be holding the main stairs flank from above. They didn't expect the guy to be coming up from the bottom floor of main stairs either. They really just, I think, underestimated Los's positioning in the final 20 seconds, and it really came back to bite them. A bit antsy, a bit too much movement, and you've given up that overtime advantage to Los, who will now go up 7-6 in this game. Match points here on the first map of the BO3. Everybody was saying this would be a 2-0 for Nip, but now we're on map point for Los, and the Nip guys, they look stressed.
I mean, for good reason. Nip is putting in a stinker of a performance. I don't want to take it away from Los, because the last thing you want is a team winning this map and hearing us say, well, they didn't deserve it. Frankly, the way they played, I don't know if any of these teams deserve to win this first map. It has been a very, very rough game by both teams. I guess expectations. You finished first in the entire groups. You finished first in your region. In EU, in EML, That basically means you're going to win the whole thing. In NA, it means you finish outside, you win again, M80 going all the way. OXG finished top 2. They had some obvious struggles. But this NIP team should be better than what we're seeing here on a map that they're very familiar with. A lot of long faces on the side of NIP, and I think they understand that no matter what, they are a team that gets pushed to the brink. They had ample opportunity to defeat FaZe Clan 2-0 last week. At very least, win one of those maps in all of the 15 rounds that you had to go to map number 3. That never materialized. I don't know if it's that the pressure gets to them. I don't know if it's inexperience. I don't know if that maybe teams didn't play optimally during the groups and have now started to play to their potential. It's hard to diagnose. That's why we have the desk. That's why Ann, Fresh, and Alfama will be able to chew on this map when we're done, in potentially 3 minutes or 6 minutes, if NIP is successful here. But this looks like a regression for this Ninjas in Pyjamas team. I have not seen any player on NIP be as formidable in this map as we saw Hates be throughout certain parts of the group stages. He finished plus 23, dominating some of the best teams along the way. I actually think he was above a plus 23. You have Fantasy. You have Wizard. All of these players escaped groups, Jesse, positive, except for Pino, who is a -2. If your worst player, who is likely playing support, who is most likely dying, is finishing with a -2, things are good. Things have not been good here, numbers-wise, for NIP through a lot of these rounds. They probably should have won a couple rounds that they lost, largely due to their own issues. But that doesn't matter, because if you almost win 5 rounds, but you still lose, you still lose.
Basement bomb site, and I gotta go back to that last round, man. I really thought NIP would choose that as their primary site. It's the only bomb site that the attackers have not won since this game began, but they chose to go for a bit of a curveball. Los will play the safe, old, reliable, back down to the bomb site, and they start with an opening pick. Arthur somehow into Tachanka, playing upstairs in the elevator, waiting for that drop-off. He kills Pino, which is an insane frag to take as the defenders. You're going to start things off with an opening frag, and frankly, with how this game has gone, that is not actually a good thing, I guess, for Los on the defense. But even still, despite how these first 13 rounds have gone, you've got to be feeling good with that. Removing the striker off the board, keeping your Tachanka alive in particular, absolutely critical. Now you play the site. Now you play behind the toxic grades. Now you play behind the fire of both Arthur and Legacy. You've got to make something work with these Candelas. Again, I've really been talking about this a lot this game, but it does feel like it's something that they have to thrive on. Get a bit of a freebie. Again, Dark not had the greatest of games so far, and I don't love that push from him. Tracked by the Damos, felt like he had to make a move, Parker, but moves right into the crosshair being held by the Damos on the hatch. That's a tough one. Still plenty of time denial. Still very much, I would say, a favorable round for Los, but less so now that you're back in the 4v4.
Quite a ways from Brazil, but I think I actually just heard an audible sigh all the way up here in Toronto from the NIP fans with that pick onto Dark. I still don't love the position that NIP finds themselves in. They got bogged down trying to attack Garage the last time they tussled with this bomb site. It has been a fortress for the defenders throughout this series. And now Wizard might get caught looking from another angle as he drops in, immediately taking an engagement. And NIP will just shuffle these Los players into the afterlife. Arthur had a terrific round last time on Tachanka that he defended here. It will not be replicated. NIP wins a very quick engagement. We're going to round 15. This NIP team, my God, they just want to play as much Siege as possible.
That'll be the 9th opening pick that has not been converted on in this game out of 14 rounds so far. And I think that very clearly paints the picture of these teams not being able to lock down the advantages that they are stepping in. Credit where credit's due again from NIP. I love the way that they played around with the Ying that time. Probably the best Ying round that we've seen from them since this matchup began. with the bans being the way they were, losing the Grim, losing the Capital, losing the Sens, they've really had to rely on this operator, and it felt like this was the first time that Wizard was really able to crack open the sight for his team, dropping through the hatch, fighting the Goyo inside of Garage. It's a bold play, Parker, but it's what you have to do in a spot like that. Round 15, and I guess the benefit for NIP, the fact that they didn't play basement in round 13, means that it will be still unlocked and available here for the final round of the game. Winner takes the first map. If you're NIP, that means you take your opponent's map. You're going to go on to Lair, I think a place where you will be extremely favored in this BO3, and will set yourself up very nicely to make the major. If you're Los, this feels like your lifeline. You have to win this map to have a chance in the series. They will be feeling very, very rough if they don't win this round. If they lose it in 15, then have to go to their opponent's pick.
Bank and Layer are both huge maps, but they could not play out more differently than just about any other set of maps in this map pool. It will be fascinating to see the changes that both of these teams make when we go to Layer as map number 2. We know that the conclusion here will be in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. One of these teams will walk away with a potentially big lead, could be even larger if it's NIP who perseveres. Los has trailed on their own map in not a particularly ideal position. They had the lead in round number 3. Since then, it has been all NIP or they have been tied or trailing. So I will admit I did forget that Los was leading after round number 3. So my apologies to the people who care about that kind of stuff. Either way, the storyline has been NIP holding full court here on this map. Can they actually pull it out? They are defending, and they are defending with their hands tied behind their backs with these operator bans, but they did earn a 4-2 half while defending. The attackers have won every single round in overtime, though. That's not a great sign for NIP.
They do go basement again, though, and the last round was the first time we saw a successful attack down here on the bottom floor. Los needs to come up with a good game plan. They've currently got their players situated around bottom square. They're going to start to take in towards server. It's not really being held. We saw in the prep phase there is going to be an evil eye set up by Maestro, and they'll see that now. It's going to be something they have to worry about, but they have the tools to do so. They can find some way to get through. I guess they did just toss out their last nades, so it might be a little awkward, but they had EMPs to toss out when they go for their push. You can stare at it so that they don't lose the X-Kairos while this gets popped off as well. There should be an opportunity to stop this from going too badly, but look at this rotate from Farius. Parker, I don't think they're actually looking to push in through server, recognizing that it's not going to be easy with all of the fire and all of the smoke grenades that'll still be being played around there, or I should say C4s, not smokes. No Kaid being brought this time from NIP, so the back push is looking far more doable than when we previously were here.
And they have to wait out these times, right? Goyle canisters, 20 seconds. Dark walking in, and he finds Hates. But everybody on the side of NIP will be alerted to this. Dark almost gets a second. Hates can be collected. Pino is in the grave. Dark dies as well. Both of these teams losing one relatively early. Tachanka has been a staple operator here on this bomb site, and now it's Cons to pilot the op, but it's all going bad for NIP. Los will lose Kurtz. Garage control still for NIP, but that's about all she wrote, and it will be all she has. Wizard in a 1v3 fires away. Diffuser going down. Farius now will need Arthur and Legacy to hold this off. Legacy has been the guy who's gotten the job done at the final second of almost every round. Down goes Farius. Timer still continuing to run around. Legacy falling away, allowing Arthur to take this engagement, and they are circling around him. This is a tough go of it for Wizard, and he is running out of time. The TCSG might not be the gun for this, though it does do decent damage. All this attention is being paid to Arthur. He's got Legacy still to contend with. The clock will be the bigger foe. NIP are looking for map number 2 at this point, because it seems like map 1 will be out of reach, and Arthur makes sure it is. He does it all himself. It takes 15 rounds, Jesse, but Los wins their map.
Phase dropout. These guys would still be on a crazy win streak right now. They need to bounce back.
Yeah, we're seeing that the game is starting, and we saw in the player cams of Los how much these victories and these round wins were meaning to them. Can they keep it up? Can they keep themselves alive for that major spot? Or will NIP tie their series back? Let's go to Lair to find out.
Well, thank you very, very much to the desk for your points. And it's good to see that we're all in agreement here regarding the state of that first match. To a casual observer, Jesse, they might hear our comments and think that we are being unnecessarily harsh to Los, but I'm glad to see that the desk took some time to be necessarily harsh to this NIP team for the way they played in map number 1.
No, absolutely. I think that's a huge disappointment if you're NIP with how map 1 ended up going, but it's a new day. It's map 2. You got to lock back in. I do want to say, you know, the desk, maybe they were very critical on how this map looks for Los in comparison to NIP, and rightfully so. Maybe even underselling how dominant this map should be on paper for NIP. Los have only played this map 3 times in their history. The last time they played it in this group stage was their best result ever, and they only won 2 rounds. So historically, this map has just not even been on the radar for Los. It has been so incredibly bad. But if there's any hope on a map like this, where yes, your opponents will have the advantage, but NIP are not a super experienced team. We talked so much about how they have been the best team this stage. They played extremely well in the stage 2 groups, and I think even in some of their playoff games, they've looked quite strong. But now you're going up against Los, and you don't have players that are veterans. You don't have players that have been at the top of the scene for a long time. You have a lot of younger and newer guys like Hates, even like Wizard or Fantasy or Cons. I mean, these guys have not been around for so long, certainly not at the highest level. And so you start to get a little bit worried if you're a NIP fan. Is this chokeable? Maybe on paper, the map leans heavily in our favor, but with how map 1 ended, I'd be worried about the mental for the side of NIP.
It's something that has dogged this org from the very start, even as they have moved those chess pieces and taken some of them off of the board and replaced them with others. It is a little bit bizarre that there are a couple teams in Brazil where the mental seems to be unchanged, even as you do change out the roster. I mean, obviously the lowest hanging fruit is going to be Liquid. It just seems like for whatever reason, no matter who is on that team, Liquid just crumble in the face of adversity. But NIP is another team that has kind of benefited from the spotlight being so bright on Team Liquid. So I don't know. Leadership on NIP are going to need to keep their players' heads on straight. A good moment would be an early pick or a couple rounds on the board for NIP to start off.
Kind of an early drop from Los. They were committed to holding Armory. They even dedicated a mirror window up there. I think wanting to play with these Nitro cells instead. They've got 3 of them. The first one gets placed down by Dark. They did pick up the other one that got tossed earlier, so they've got the opportunity to play around with this. They will again reposition the Nitro cell, so making some decisions about where they want these P4s to go. Buy some time for Arthur to get back on the Clash, never in any real danger, retreating back towards the bomb site, but you've conceded a lot of ground to NIP, and frankly, they still have pretty good time to work this push, too. Lots of stop rates with Hates and Pino playing those operators. Good opportunities to get information when you're pushing the site as well, with both a Dokkaebi and a Deimos on the board. It's going to be really claustrophobic in the bomb site for Los.
Out go those frag grenades, hoping to find one of the defenders. Does not. Fantasy does, though, first. Down goes Kurt, traded out immediately by Dark, whose potential was not met in that very first map, though. If you listen to Leo talk, he had a lot of scoring for just about everybody in the lobby, Jesse. Los have tied things up in terms of man count. 3v3, down goes Pino, Cons, and Wizard. All that remain, but they'll get on the board with Wizard finding his first. He'll need to add to the tally as it's him in a 1v2 that becomes a 1v1 against the Clash with 10 seconds left. The stall potential here for Los is excellent. Arthur knocked over, and Wizard wins it. Good play earlier in the round by NIP to befuddle these defenders, but again, if we're shaking our heads, Jesse, at the confusion of this series, the end of round number 1 here does nothing to change our minds.
And it's another chaotic end of the round. It feels like we're right back on bank, Parker, and it comes off of some great utility play earlier in the round. Cons' air jab was really the MVP in the 1v1. Really, there's 10 seconds on the clock. You're a 1v1, you're playing the Clash, the attacker doesn't have the defuse kit. You're in a great position to win that round, even after Dark goes down and forces the 1v1 Clash versus Dokkaebi. But Arthur backs up into an air jab, which ends up being his undoing. It's a really nicely placed bit of utility. coming out from Cons to start that round. Wizard then capitalized off of it, clutching up with a 1v2, ends with a 3K in that very first round. So nice to see him coming alive early. Felt like Dark had done enough about halfway through that push. I really liked his gunplay just inside the site, catching a couple of those players as they drop down through the hatch into Toxin, able to fight from players' locker side as well. It was a very slow starter back on Bank, but it seems like he is roaring to go early on Lair, and that could prove critical later in this match.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's crazy to think that the team that finished first overall in this region is in a position where they'll fight for their lives. Not just to continue on in the playoffs, but gain a Munich major spot. For those that have not paid attention to where we are in these playoffs, the winner of not just this match, but both matches played today will clinch the final 2 spots for the Munich major. Every other team from all other region has been locked in at this point. 14 of the 16 spots we know of. SAL's taken a little bit longer, but we will have the grand finals played on Sunday. Tomorrow will be the lower bracket run, including that FaZe Furia upper bracket final played out. If Los 2-0, we are very quickly off to the second match of the day, which will be W7M versus Team Liquid. The Bulls versus the Horsemen. I am intrigued at that one. I don't think it's quite as clear-cut on paper as Los and Nip looked like. But again, just because it looks like it's one thing, doesn't mean it will actually be like that. We could go in, Jesse, thinking that Team Liquid is going to win 2-0, or maybe W7M will 2-0, and the results will be completely different.
Certainly can be. This could be a 2-0 start for Nip on the map if they can get this second attack round in a row. Again, the Clash has been a big problem for them. It's been this real rock they've struggled to get past. They do again have the Nomad, even if it's piloted by a different player this time around. It's been good util work so far on the walls. They've gotten open both sides of the mask wall so they can start to work a plant in on that side. Lots of Toxic Babe and Tachanka Fire they need to get past, though. They've got to find some answer to this before they go for a plant. Setting things up around the site and just looking for an opening still. Hates is in the building and bathroom, and so is Fantasy, but not really together, and they're not able to find the pick yet. There goes Wizard the first.
This is a really good flush out by Nip, and it just goes to show the familiarity they do have with the map. That was beautiful. They isolated those players, swept through them. Los could not rotate to cover each other, and now it's left with the anchors inside sight as Nip has some pretty decent control here, Jesse. Diffuser goes down, immediately shortening what remained of this round. Fantasy, the only casualty. Cons will find the grave before him, though, as Fantasy's been dropped and is bleeding out, but is still retrievable, leaving Dark to secure that kill or perish, and, well, he chooses the latter option. Nip off to a good start. I said, you need a momentum booster. You need an energy booster, a shot in the arm. And I think Nip's gotten that with this 2-0 start.
That's the 10th time this stage that NIP have had to attack Lair top floor. It's their most commonly played bomb site in the game at the moment, just through the second stage, and they are very proficient at attacking it, over 50% win rate. Most teams would lean on this as the best bomb site on the map. Some would disagree. There's a bit of debate, actually, in the pro scene over what the best Lair site is, but in general, teams like to start top floor and tend to lean on it as the favorite. NIP looking so clean, though. I mean, you mentioned it. That pinch into the bathroom hallway was absolutely critical coming through from the players of NIP. Open things up. You take down the Tachanka. You take down some of these critical operators early, and then the plant is so simple. You've opened the walls. You've killed most of the players that can stop the plant, and you've distracted the others in the 5v2. So really nice push coming through from Nip there. I was worried about the mental coming into a game like this. You know, it really looked like they were going to win Bank. They lose it in round 15. The team's a bit young. You worry about them choking after a game like that, but they are off to an extremely hot start. 2-0 attacking on Lair. They look to be right back on the map where they were favored.
Five 5-0 start for Wizard. Nip were a little bit touch and go with their numbers in the previous matchup, so this obviously looks pretty decent for them. There weren't really a lot of confidence boosting rounds for either team on Bank. Nip's already got one with how dominant that most previous round was played out. We can say both teams are having a bad day, Jesse. We can say both teams are having a good day, but what we can't argue is that they are imbalanced at the moment. Map 1 just goes to show you how close these teams are. Even if that's Los overperforming and Nip underperforming, it doesn't matter. You don't go all 15 rounds if one team is just objectively better than the other. Here on Layer, though, bit of a different story. Nip has been objectively better through 2 rounds.
It's nice to see Los going through the full site rotation, not feeling like they have to win any of these bomb sites. They feel strong on all of them, which I think is the right call on Lair. And IP forced with 3 different problems through the first 3 rounds, and taking this top floor is always such a nightmare for the attacking teams. They almost get lucky with a swing on Arthur, but I think they just hit his shoulder there, so he does keep his head. 100 seconds left in the round. They'll start to open up the wall into our 6 room. That starts to put more pressure on these roamers and forces them to make a decision. Do you start to swing in a moment like this, or do you fall back to the site?
That's a great question. Right now, they're standing pat. Los not wanting to engage with the main point of this spear by Nip. Just a little bit over half of the round gone by. Fantasy was in a position where he very easily could have died there, Jesse. I was getting a little bit nervous. Arthur on the board first. Wizard suffering his first casualty. Arthur will find a second from that same spot. Nip losing some offensive threats very early. Khan's firing back. Down goes Dark, who's been quite good himself. But Arthur finds a third. Kurt's on the board, and with a minute to go, it's just Khan's on the side of Nip. A target-rich environment, but he goes out as poor as ever. Los on the board.
Huge round coming out. Arthur Arantes gets at least 3 kills. Yeah, 3 kills in that round to really anchor on the top floor. Playing on that Warden, just plays so passively, tucked inside the R6 room door. The captain of this team, he led E1 to a major last season. And if you remember, that was a huge upset. Nobody thought E1 were going to make the major. Stage 1 of last season. He captains that team to make the run. After that major, he leaves the team. He joins Los immediately after that tournament ends. E1 eventually morph into the team we know as Loud today, and this Los team go on an adventure in North America before coming back to South America, and it just feels like he is really bringing this team back from the brink. A big move from the captain, and they're all on the board.
We are paused. As you can see, that timer has ended. We've had 2 tech issues so far, both of which here on Bank after very critical rounds. I am a bit intrigued as to what's going on, maybe with something on the side of Fantasy. Both of the tech issues that I've seen at least have been due to issues with ninjas in pajamas. It's not imperative that Fantasy picks an operator here because, oh, they'll have an opportunity to repick for the 40 seconds through this round, or through the prep phase of this round, rather. Solus got a buff, Jesse. It was discussed by the desk, and that buff is live. It was announced a couple weeks ago that Solus would be receiving some slight tuning. Have you noticed anything with Solus across SAL or even EML? I can't remember if the patch went live when EML was playing. I think it was after, but my timing is a bit fuzzy.
No, it was before the EML final play day, and it actually got massive play coming through. I know the desks were touching on it in our pre-show, and they really did see a lot of big play coming out from the Solus, both Falcons and G2 using that quite a bit. So we've seen some strong Solus play ever since the buff. The biggest thing I think is just getting the impacts, but the gadget has been slightly buffed as well. So we'll get to see what that looks like from Dark. He's going to use it to roam on the top floor. You'd often see this position being held by a Vigil or maybe even a Scope Host. We've seen quite a few times roaming top floor for the basement bomb site, but doing so on the Solus, I can make it a little bit more difficult to survive on the roam game. You don't have the ability to hide from drones or teleport back to site, but assuming you survive through the early round, your impact late could be huge.
That's Kurt's playing off site, by the way. This is a very, very large map. Relatively easy for you to roam and go unseen. There's no real dedicated roam hunters on the side of Nip. None of the utility matches up for pinning them down. There's no Deimos, no Dokkaebi, no Lion available, no Grim either. 2 of those operators banned out by Los. Deimos, the most recent ban, so he was played for the first 3 rounds, or could have been played for the first 3 rounds, and now will not be brought. Deimos' pick rate on, well, I guess his own home soil here, Jesse, has been very good. Instead, it's the Aurora that will be designed to keep these defenders from finding a way back to probably not the bomb site, but the areas above it that are so critical. This means Nip will look for a direct site take rather than clearing everything out as meticulously as usual.
Yeah, already setting up to get the plant just inside the locker's doorway. That'll be the job of Cons. Doesn't have any smokes directly, but Fantasy does have some to play around. Fantasy just inside missile, so not too far from the bomb site as it's about to go down. There is a Goyo right inside of Toxin, so they can't exactly push this, but the Candela will at least force other defenders to back up. They're fishing for kills before they go for the plants, but at this point, they've cleared both the Goyo canisters that would stop their advance, and once that fire runs out, the push will be sure to come.
Legacy now looking long range. One of the remaining ACOGs for the defenders coming through those slug shotguns and the DMRs. It's made Aruni and Goyo very powerful. I mean, Kaid powerful too, but I mean, hey, he's so powerful. He's banned out more often than not. Nip now with 45 seconds left, pushing into the bomb site, immediately pushed back by Legacy and Farius. Legacy having a great day. He finds his first kill on this map. Nip take down one, but then it's immediately answered by Los, who will just get rid of all of them. Kurt's the final kill, and that quick 2-0 start has fallen apart, Jesse. Los has tied things up.
Yeah, it's been good to see them bounce back. They're not playing scared after they go down 0-2. That round in particular, some huge swings from outside the bomb site. They recognized that NIP were setting up for a push with the Ying and with the Monty just inside of lockers and missiles. So they said, why don't we get aggressive first, go for some swings. I think taking down Fantasy on the Ying was absolutely the critical kill in that one. Fantasy on the Ying, I mean, it's not been a super common operator for him. He's only played it 3 times this stage before today. A lot of those plays have been on layer, so this is kind of where we've seen him bring it in the past, but maybe his unfamiliarity with the operator hurting him a little bit. Didn't feel like he was able to get much done with those Candelas, and when the aggression eventually came out from Los, he felt pretty flat. Tough to lose your entry fragger like that. It's going to happen from time to time. Plant didn't go down, and we do tie things up at 2. With the start they had, I think NIP have a bit of a buffer. You know, you get your first 2 attacking round wins. Even if this goes 4-2, you're not completely out of luck. This is generally a map that leans defender-sided, so they're okay for NIP, but certainly with the momentum shifts, they are going to be a little bit nervous for the final 2 rounds of the half.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
I mean, don't get me wrong. This Los team has some inexperienced players as well. Some of them have gone to LAN before, but only one real opportunity to showcase their skills is not enough experience for you to hang your hat on. I imagine the deeper we go into this map, if Los remains competitive, Jesse, that pressure will just mount and mount and mount. Los is 5 rounds away from the major. That's something that will be living in the heads of these players.
Always got to be very careful when you get to these high-pressure games. This tends to be where we see the most upsets, right? Throughout all the playoffs, we've seen some big teams choking at the last moment. In NA, Oxygen kind of comes to mind, that a team that we all thought would do a little bit better than they ended up performing. NIP would not want to be that same story. Up on the top floor, it's going to be all about finding some way in, disrupting this top floor hold. 5 players on the site can be very difficult to break. Hates' job down below will be to stop some of these positions from being played, force them out of the spots where they want to play. Dark aggressive on the smoke, just playing inside of storage. This is a very common spot for smoke players to play, and it's very tough to root them out of here.
Hates will die again. He has been the best player in terms of fragging potential, as you expect him to be on his roll for Nip this entire stage. The problem is that when you are that main entry, if you just keep dying early, that either means you're having a bad day or your team droning you in is not working effectively to get the most out of you. We've seen teams have this struggle before. Gunner on the M80 team that is qualified for the Munich Major talked about this before he went to Beast Coast and how he found his usage increased on that new squad. Dino will go 0-4. This is quite distressing, but again, he plays on that role where you don't really expect him to be involved in a lot of early action. The fact that he's dying so consistently in his role is bad, not good for Nip. Cons now with diffuser in hand. All 5 players of Los still up. The smoke concealing the Monty. Oh my, a lot of damage is done to him, and Nip have lost it in this round. Fantasy stands against 4 players, an armada of Kiba barriers just eating up bullets. Sidearm out, and there's just more munitions on the side of Los to account for. 3 in a row for Los as they are fired up, ready to win, and doing just that.
Big round coming out from Kurtz in particular, Parker. Got the opening pick onto the Buck. That was a vert pick. The Buck was all by himself below the site, trying to force out those positions inside the site. Kurtz just looked down beneath him. He shot towards the floorboards, and he got that opening pick, then had some huge movements in the midst of that chaotic final push as well to walk away with a couple more kills. And, you know, we don't talk about Kurtz very often on this Lowe's team. He's really not been a big performer for them. 6-2 now, but coming into this game, he was a bottom 10 rated player in the entire South America League. That includes the teams that did not make playoffs. And he was the worst rated non-IGL to qualify into the top 6 to make the SAL playoffs. So we really weren't expecting a lot of big things to come out from Kurtz. He's been a very quiet player again, but this game, he's really stepped up his play, winning some big individual 1v1s that he often would be losing in the regular season, having great rotations, I think, in the chaotic final rounds that Los are finding themselves in, both on map 1 and map 2.
5 seconds to
Leaves the lobby with 6 kills alongside Arthur, another guy we don't see fragging too often on this Lowe's team. When your weaker members, quote unquote, are showing up on the server, showing up on the stat line, that's just going to empower everybody else to play so much better.
The only thing I would caution is how those players are getting those kills, right? Sometimes your support players and your lesser known fraggers are getting kills as a necessity, and sometimes it's just a cherry on top. So very important context here. And of course, you did a great job explaining it, Jesse. Kudos to you. That's why you were nominated for an esport award, right?
All right.
Sting is active.
Oh, I'm looking at the list. I don't see your name. That's fine. I wasn't either.
Man. You and I can suffer together, Parker.
We're in good company.
Desk.
We're in good company. Maybe we'll have our own awards.
Yeah, we'll host it without him. It'll be the Jesse and Parker, the best Canadian Rainbow Six casters. It'll just be you and me dunking on Flynn. How about that?
Well, Foxay is technically not a caster, but he's also Canadian.
He can win best Canadian analyst. That's fine.
Imagine we nominate the 3 best and we don't nominate Flynn.
This is a plan I can get behind.
Perfect. I'm glad we were able to sort this one out. Look at us being so polite with each other and nobody else. Typical Canadians. Jesse, final round of this first half. These attacker bands slowly starting to catch up to Nip. That Deimos obviously being a huge hindrance for Nip to gain information. Yet there's still operators they could bring. Dokkaebi is available. Lion is available. And just these operators just really not being in the wheelhouse of Nip.
Well, the push will start around here, Parker. They are going straight for it. Dokkaebi or not, and Hates found a plant spot, it seems. He's going to get it down, and the retake will have to commence from Los. They still have full top floor control. It was never contested by NIP, so now the challenge becomes, can you hold on with these defenders barreling down the stairs in the hatch?
I don't know which team is in better shape at this current point in time. I mean, Los now letting the clock get to the halfway point does not bode well for them, as they're going to need to get a bit more urgent, and that urgency is going to allow them to be punished, and that's exactly what Nip is doing. Look at that, Pino upside down, down goes Dark, down goes Legacy. Farius on the board with not 1 but 2, but time is running out. Wizard and Pino just need to wait for 1 more second, and there we go. It does not matter if Los kills them all. The diffuser will hand the round to the Ninjas. 3-3, the first half. Who does that benefit with this side swap, Jesse?
I think it's gonna probably benefit Nip getting that 3 attacks. Now they can move on to the defensive side. Again, Los so inexperienced on this map. I would expect their attacks to be poor, but because they're so inexperienced, we don't really know. They've likely been working on this map in the background. So without scrim reports, it's gonna be tough to say how these attacks are gonna go from Los. That last one from Nip certainly did look good. It was just a plant in from Hates as he walks in through green, right? Makes that push in through into the bomb site after they kill the one and only anchor of Kurtz. They had 4 players above on Los, and their game plan was to deny the plant. But Arthur on the Warden ended up getting EMP'd by a wizard, so he couldn't actually activate his glasses to see through the smoke. And then Legacy on the Solus, he was not affected by the EMP, but just, I think, struggled to figure out where the defuse kit was going down. Hates had pushed all the way into briefing through the bunk side, so he didn't actually plant in the default spot you'd expect near the cubby or behind the pillar inside of bunks. I think that completely caught Los off guard and made it very tough for them to deny the plant from up above. They won't have to worry about that for a little while, of course. They'll be the ones planting for the next 6 rounds. But if this game ends up being a 7-5, or if it goes to overtime and Los end up losing it, that might be a round that comes back to haunt them.
I mean, Ninjas and Pyjamas are looking at a couple of those rounds on bank, and they've already come back to haunt them, because all it takes is you not screwing up the mid-round when you've got full control of the bomb site. You've got full control of the peripherals. You've locked them out. There's maybe one guy in sight that you need to deal with, and then he kills 3 of you? When 1 round was the difference maker in map 1. Yeah, it's hard to not keep those in your head, but the mark of a great team is one that can compartmentalize, put that one behind you, move on, focus on the job at hand. And now it's for Nip defending on Lair, defending on their own map. Lair was, for a brief period of time, Jesse, that's a joke, by the way, for basically the entire stage, brief period of time, was the most played map in the South America League, and it is a 50-50 map. So unlike previous layers where the defenders did have everything going for them, it really again comes down to operator bans. Los love taking that smoke out and hindering Nip with it in bank or on bank. They're going to do it yet again. Tachanka was a staple operator for both of these teams on bank, but Arthur's already done with it, so now you can take care of it and now force Nip to have to deal with that operator being gone. It'll be fun to watch and see how Nip struggles with 2 very strong operators removed from play.
Yeah, both common sites on this top floor bomb site as well. Pino loves the smoke on the top floor of Lair. Hates plays a lot of Tachanka on this bomb site as well, usually in tandem. They'll play both operators together. This time they can't really play that anchor setup due to the bans, so why not get aggressive? Hates on a little bit of a roam down inside of security. Tough to do this on a smoke, but when you can play the mute instead, it does open things up a little bit for you. Won't find anybody for now. Kurtz is down there on the buck, though, and that battle between Hates and Kurtz could be round-defining when it eventually comes to blows. At the moment, though, we're past the halfway point in this round, and Los haven't really opened up a whole lot. They're still waiting to get the mask wall open from inside of Mez. They're trying to make some kind of a play in with their Tachanka, or with their Monty, but at the moment, not there.
Kurtz, the very first pick, and again, down goes Hates. Dying early, dying early, dying early. Doesn't matter which bomb site, doesn't matter which side he seems to be on. He's struggling, and he's struggling hard. Now it's a very ballsy play by Cons, but it pays off. Man, the myth, the legend, savior of Bank, who's had a much smaller impact here on Lair. Legacy is gone, so both these teams now in a 4v4.
Not a lot of time. The breach is a little messy, but Arthur should be able to walk in through the other angle that he made just on his right. That'll be the plant focus. No real plant denial, thanks to those operator bans. It's just one impact from Fantasy, so they're going to have to do it with their guns.
Nip still standing tall. They've got Arthur pushed into a corner, waiting for Kurtz and Dark to come to the rescue to pick them off, but Dark finds Fantasy before the other can do the same. Now Dark finds Wizard. And it's Los in the driver's seat with only 15 seconds left. That allows Arthur a bit of a safer spot to attempt the defuse plant. Dark, watching this door, has picked everyone apart. He loses the duel to Cons, but Kurtz is there for backup. Los take the lead.
And what a round it is to come through from Dark, the guy that we were hyping up before the match even started. It took him 15 rounds to have a big moment on Bank, but he finally got there. And now on Lair, he is really shining for this team. Dark has been a pro player for fewer than 3 months at this point. He is so fresh onto the scene, yet he still leads his team in almost every category that exists. Best on this team in terms of EPS, raw number of kills, KDR, cost, you name it the stat, he's probably the best on Los for that statistic. So I think he was really missed on Bank. It took him a long time to show up. Now he's here and firing in for Los. Really good coordination with his team, just lurking up those lobby stairs, something that wasn't really being expected from NIP. their whole game plan in that round, just taking control of Mez, planting inside of Mask under the protection of that Monty. It really all comes back to their operator bands. Los with a very clear game plan on how they wanted to attack that top floor. They went into it flawlessly. They didn't have a flawless round. They lost a couple bodies, but it felt like any time Nip got a kill, Los knew what to do and knew how to react.
3 rounds now away from Los doing something that seems so improbable, so unlikely, so unheard of. Just a couple hours ago, and that's taking a major spot at Munich, shoving Ninjas in Pyjamas not just down into that 5th, 6th place match, but destroying their chances of making it into the top 4, into Munich. There have been surprises in almost every single region, with teams performing better in the playoffs than they did during the groups. Make no mistake about it, a team that finished with 10 points in the group stages, quite a ways down from the top 5, making it to Munich, that would be quite the surprise. There's a reason why we don't just have our predictions. Give the spot to the teams, Jesse. We all will look foolish here if Los prevails.
They have an interesting roam coming through. You were talking about the Dokkaebi in the first half, but it comes out from Kurtz now. Fantasy finds the opening regardless. Los are inside the site, but it's not all going their way. They trade a 1-for-2 for a man advantage. Now they need to find a way to get the plant on the ground. Another kill goes the way of Faria, so this is looking really good now for Los.
Cons in Fantasy, as the Oryx could be in a position to knock the shield over, but again, Los isolating these players and punishing them for it. Cons has been good throughout much of these playoffs. He stood tall against FaZe Clan. Now he's got 3 players on Los to find. Dark, done. Arthur had to stop his plant because of it, and now Cons is on the move as the Oryx. That T5 can do a mighty amount of damage. Diffuser still in the hands of Arthur with 1:30 to go, Jesse. Just positioning Arthur to chase Cons down. Where is Kurtz, though? 9 kills. Waiting for a 10th, and there it is. Goodbye, Cons. Los stretch their lead, getting ever closer to the 3rd spot for Munich.
And I gotta stress how incredible this has been so far from Los, Parker. NIP's defense on Lair has been incredible up until this matchup. Through the group stage and through the playoffs so far, before this game, NIP had played 16 defensive rounds on Lair. They played this they played this map multiple times. They accumulated 16 total defensive rounds. In those 16 rounds, they only lost once. A 15-1 defensive record on this map through the group stage and the playoffs so far. Now they're 0-for-2 to start their defensive half. That's a ridiculous stat to be posting up now. And it comes at the hands of Los of all teams. I mean, no shade to Los. They earned their spot here. They've been strong in certain moments through these playoffs. But, I mean, this is the team that is currently negative in round win count. If they win this series 2-0 and a close 2-0, they'll be the only team heading to Munich with a negative round win percentage. Yet somehow, against all odds, they're beating the best defensive Lair team in the world on the defensive Lair.
I think there's a good conversation to be had that does pop up from time to time about whether the best teams are actually making it from the region. I think it's a very simplistic way to look at it, or is to just say, well, if they made top 4, then they are the best team, of course. But keep in mind, the bracket matters. If the only team Los can beat to make it here is NIP and would lose to the other 5 teams, then I think you could make a very credible argument. Is Los actually a top 4 team? I'll let you decide. In the chat, in the comments upon rewatches. But I mean, NIP played quite sloppy on Bank. There were 3 rounds by my count that NIP probably should have won. They didn't. They lost the map. 1 round made the difference. That was it. 1 round. If NIP had prevailed in any of those 3 instances, they would be up 1-0. Maybe their mental would be better here. Maybe they're crushed after how close that first map was. That was something that you discussed, Jesse. All we can really do is speculate. But what I will say is the same NIP that played so well against FaZe Clan, despite losing, and the same NIP that finished in the top 2 of the SA League has not shown up today.
Darius can smell Cons on this bottom floor, but Cons wising to this. He will just barricade the door and back off. Straight to the bomb site, which means Farias can look upwards to help his team on this top floor clear. This would be a perfect attacking rotation if Los can lock down this third win, which would be devastating to NIP's chances of making it to the major. Top floor is a tough nut to crack, though. This was the first bomb site that Los were able to win in the first half, and it's honestly looking very similar. We got a Warden playing right close here on the R6 doorway. We saw Arthur pop off from this position. It's really all on Wizard to do the same.
Blocking their sights.
Arthur dies in the hands of a Nitro Cell. Nip need to kickstart their offense, and they might have just done that. They've still got a minute to go, but the Monty down is a huge obstacle now overcome by these defenders. Finally, Nip is knowing how to deal with this. All 10 kills by Kurtz in the glass, gone 2, so Los will lose 2 very swiftly. Legacy finds just his 2nd kill here in this map. He found 3 kills in round 1 of Bank, and he still trails that number. Now 9 rounds in. The rest of the team, though, have picked up the pieces. Kurtz and Dark combining for 20 kills. That's the tally that you need to see from them, Jesse.
No doubt about it. 30 seconds is rough, though, Parker, and Hates with a devastating blow from down below. Hits the head of Legacy, leaves just Dark and Farias to try to clutch this. They'll be watching the hatches, they'll be watching the stairs, and they're watching the ceiling above them. This feels like an unwinnable round. Pino gets his 2nd, leaves Farias alone with just 10 seconds to go. Gets 1 for his troubles. Pino is also still top floor, but Parker, this does not seem like he's got the time for it. 6 seconds to make the plant happen, and they will be watching this hatch.
He dies.
Easy
The timer does not give it to Nip. He goes out in a hail of bullets, and honestly, a valiant effort, Jesse. But when you lose your shield early, when your smokes find nothing, and honestly, credit to Nip for how stalwart their defense was, it's really challenging to pull off a successful execute, as you just saw on the side of Los.
No doubt about that. We see a Nip top tack timeout. That's actually both maps now where NIP have called their timeout after winning a round, which is a little bit unorthodox, but I think in both cases it makes a lot of sense. NIP aren't used to losing their defenses, and after finally getting a lifeline on the mid floor, they almost certainly are going to have to go back to the basement, back to the top floor where they were unsuccessful in some of these defensive rounds. We actually have the tack timeout before the operator bans are coming through, which means they'll get the chance to talk with their coach about what they might want to remove going into the final quarter of regulation before overtime gets potentially served up to us. Might be a chance now for them to have a conversation and adjust to things. I think it was a huge blow on that top floor, losing the smoke, losing the Tachanka. Now they lose the mute as well. 3 really strong anchor operators that NIP rely on to hold that top floor. They opt to ban out the ace. It's a little bit tough because you haven't been focusing on hard breachers throughout this series, but might force them into some less than ideal situations. Force them to play the Thermite. Force them to play the Habana instead to try to get these walls open. Maybe with some good mirror tricks or some other plays around the map, they can stop these walls from opening up.
I did not expect this scoreline into map 2. I did not expect the result of map 1, but that is what makes this so fun, isn't it? Expectations can be dashed. It feels like almost every single major that we go to, every live event, when the best of the best collide, there are bound to be surprises, and what a surprise it has been for Los showing up and putting on what some might say, some being me,
5 seconds left before
their
insertion.
best performance so far of this stage. It comes at a great time. Nip is also putting in a bad performance. Even if Nip was firing at full strength against this Los team, it would still be a heady task for Nip to overcome, but they would likely have a small advantage. But Los are learning from their mistakes, playing off each other, and they are finding a way to keep themselves in this layer matchup. And again, 2 rounds away from Los winning this 2-0 and grabbing one of the remaining 2 Munich Major spots.
I do like the adaptation from NIP this round. Again, banning the ace, they did indeed bring out that Mira with the sole purpose, or at least one of the purposes, to deny the mask wall from getting opened up. Popped it in the prep phase, low on the mask wall, where you typically like to put a can opener. It's going to make this plant a lot more difficult now for Los, and they kind of have to make a decision. Do we still commit to taking ops, trying to get a plant down in through mask? Are we going to be able to open that up? Or do we pivot to a push over towards R6 room? Always going to be focused on this mid floor to start with it. Whenever there's a roamer down here, Hates will again be playing this position, but he's more passive than the last time we saw him down here, Parker, and it might just mean that Kurtz is wasting his own time. Legacy outside the building as well, really focused on Hates, who is frankly nowhere to be found.
Asked you what you thought about those Solus buffs, by the way, and already her pick rate has been higher than what we come to expect. Though, granted, she did always have a place on this map, so it's hard to tell. Our next matchup and our final matchup of the day will also have a Munich Major spot on the line. W7M and Team Liquid will be coming up whether we need a third map or not. But we will see the Bulls and the Horsemen do battle. I'm curious to see, depending on the maps they play, if Solus is the real deal or if it's just a reaction to the map that we are on. Suffice to say, she is definitely better, but hard to tell if those buffs will have an immediate impact, especially if teams have dedicated strategies that didn't involve a newly buffed operator heading into these playoffs.
Moment. Looks like he might find his first gunfight here. Long angle to the bottom of green. Can he actually find a head? Los will know his position now. This is kind of buying a lot of time, though, for the Los attackers to just get some space up at the top floor. Arthur staring into the bomb site now. He will walk in with 30 seconds remaining, waste some of this util, and likely go for a plant on the other wall across the site.
Out go the Bees, attempting to pin down any of these defenders on Nip. That's not good. They lost Pino. He had a slow start in this first half. He picked things up. He dies a bit too early. 10 seconds left. Arthur finished off by a Nitro Cell, expended by Fantasy. Nip will fight back. They lose Cons. Diffuser picked up by Legacy on a single point of HP. He's dusted off by Wizard. Now it's Farius breaking on in. They'll grab the kit, and all of a sudden, Dark has an opportunity to do that. Hates retaking. They bought him so much time. He slaughters Farius, and will now have to deal with the Diffuse kit being planted oh so successfully. Top two frags remain on Los, and they're good enough to push Los to series point. A lot of long faces on the side of Nip and a celebration for Los. They are not there yet, but they're as close as they can get.
A crushing loss for NIP, Parker. It really felt like they had the answers. When Fantasy launched that Nitro and killed Arthur on the plant, that should have been it. That's not an easy plant spot for anybody other than a shield to get to. You've got to cross a long angle through the R6 room just to get to that plant spot. So the Monty going down should have been devastating. Nail in the coffin, especially when you still got a Solus down below. But it's some really big kills to come out of the guys from Los. Legacy trades one back. Farius and Kurt start to push in through the server side, in through display, and they start to rack up those kills. And even in the 1v3, I would have almost given the advantage to NIP because the plant's going down. It's 0-0, and Hates is below the bomb site as the Solus. But I think in the chaos, Hates has to make a split-second decision. Do I go top floor to try to help my team, or do I go for the plant denial? And in the end, he opts to go for the flank up the main stairs. It's too little. It's too late. A tough decision to be made at the end of the round there from Hates. It is do or die, but ultimately, I think makes the wrong call and puts Los up onto match point, series point, just because of it.
I would like to take a second here just to say that I was partially correct. I said it would be at 2-0.
I guess.
It is still on deck. Just maybe not for the team that I had expected.
You were
in fact, the team
correct.
that none of us had expected.
Yeah. I do say, Parker, technically correct is the best kind of correct, so I'm going to give this one to you, but I know your games, I know your tricks.
There are no tricks here. Maybe some tricks. Small amount of tricks.
Maybe some tricks with the Denari. Been setting things up inside the bomb site. Another one of these defensive operators that have been buffed. Secondary shotgun got a bit of a buff, as well as the primary gadget, so we'll see if that comes into effect in this matchup. Those are going to be set up down below, and it's going to be an armory hold from these NIP players. Cons, Hates, and Fantasy all playing up on that mid floor. Taking Los a good bit of time to really get to this part of the map. There's lots of tools they have to flush these operators out. You've got, of course, the Deimos to track these players down, and you've got the IQ as well to clean up the Valkyrie cameras, but will they be expecting this flank from Cons? Surely got seen by that drone, so it has to back off right down the stairs to regroup with his teammates, and now the clear from Armory really begins.
Still a heavy roam to be flushed out at some point, and that's why you bring the Deimos. Nip allowing that operator to still stay in play. They lose some of the tripwires. Both of those smokes being used by Arthur. That is an odd secondary gadget to use, but I suppose they've done the math and figure out that it's worth it. Oh my, Jesse, there goes Hates. The superstar, the best player statistically on the side of Nip. With the game on the line, the major spot on the line. Not a lot of time left for Nip to now be on a back foot.
Someone's got to be a hero. Pino's got a Nitro Cell, but otherwise it's just 4 guns in their hands. Against a Monty, it's going to be really tough to break this push.
They trap the Oryx now. Arthur seeing him breathing down his neck. They'll take away some of their intel. The shield not fully extended yet as Arthur creeps up ever closer. Slowed down by one of the Malusi Banshees. Kurtz was there to the rescue. Cons takes him out, and there's the sprint at the final second. Arthur a half step too slow. Numbers advantage swinging in favor of Nip, but Los rips it right away. Pino trying to keep it close as he hits the deck. Running out of time. Legacy with kit in hand. He needs to find an opening while Farius watches over top. He won't get it though as Nip find the final 2 kills and hang on for at least one more round. All 12 needed yet again, but the question we need to ask, overtime, does it show up? Nip will need to push Los to the brink. The only way out of Lair in a positive way is through OT. That's all on the shoulders of Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Map 1 took 15 rounds. Map 2 might be headed that way as well, Parker. A crazy round number 11 to force us to 12. I mean, I said they needed a hero, and why not? Who better than Cons? Hits a critical shot on the player behind the Monty inside a filter, and once he kills the guy behind Monty, once he gets that first kill onto, I believe it was Kurtz, playing on the Ram, walking down those filter stairs, he has the wherewithal to recognize, wait, I killed one guy pushing with the Monty. What are the odds there's a second guy pushing behind the Monty? Pretty low. There's going to be guys on the hatch. I know there's players pushing around the map elsewhere as well, so why don't I just go for it? Uses the Oryx ability to bash the shield, has a teammate with him as well. I mean, these are some crazy late round plays that are coming out from NIP. Some extremely quick thinking coming out from the captain, Cons. Keeps them alive in this series, keeps their hopes for Munich alive as well. Great late round play coming through from Pino and Wizard 2. Now they will go to that mid-floor bomb site, probably the most successful bomb site that we've seen today on Lair, relying solely on this to be able to lock things down without overtime. Otherwise, Los will be the ones receiving that ticket and be the second last team to qualify to the major.
We looked at the matchups for today. I think there was pretty much a unanimous call that W7M Team Liquid would be the game to watch. It's going to have to be one hell of a game in order to match up to the unexpected nature that we have seen in this series. And again, doesn't matter if it's a team underperforming or overperforming. The numbers in both map 1 and now here, the final round of regulation in map 2, show us just how evenly matched these two teams are when you put them in a server to smash their skulls against one another. And that is exactly what they are doing. Every single round is a fight. Every single round is war. And we are guaranteed at least one more, potentially 2 to 3. A reminder for those that might have forgotten or those who weren't here, map number 1 went the distance, all 15 rounds. We could have yet another 15-rounder in store. For fans of Los, they do not like that. They want this to end quickly. Los have 2 opportunities to close this out. The first opportunity slipped through their fingers. Nip were just a bit too dominant, and now we see a minute and a half left in the second opportunity. What will happen for Los?
Yeah, it's slipping through their fingers as we speak, Parker. This top floor clear has not gone their way. This is what they struggled with last time. They brought the exact same attacking lineup to try to deal with this problem, but the problem's only gotten worse. Now you got to deal with the clash on the top floor. Your Monty is going to really struggle, and everywhere Arthur goes, he's being zapped to death. It's being impossible for him to take any space. Not actually zapped to death, it doesn't deal damage anymore, but still slowed and really halting that progression. They've got to find a way past this clash, but I don't see what it's going to be.
Just bottoming out at this point in time, spinning their wheels, finding nothing. Dark and Kurtz have been putting on a clinic from the kills perspective. They've just lost Dark. Now it's Arthur being watched by the Wamai of Fantasy. Charging up, no coverage on Arthur. You left him all by your lonesome. That's the diffuser down now in the Lion's Den. Somebody will have to go retrieve it. Low suffering through this. They find one kill, but now the clash will be their main obstacle. Hates picks up a double onto Kurtz and Farius, and we're going to overtime. 3 unanswered kills by Hates sends us into extra innings.
And Los, not the team that we saw at the start of this half. Their initial attacking success, it's vanished in the fourth quarter of this game. Arthur, maybe the most optimistic plant I've ever seen going down in Rainbow Six Siege. No coverage, no teammates. And that's because that wasn't the game plan. There's no universe where the strategy calls for, okay, we're going to sit top floor for 2.5 minutes and then randomly try to throw our bodies in through security to try to get a plant down briefing. That's just the backup plan. That's the scrappy, desperate attempt to get something done. And in the end, Arthur's not even in the smoke fully when he goes for that plant. So really fumbling the bag at the final moment there. I just feel like they needed some other way to break open the top floor. The fact that they repeated all 5 operators in rounds 9 and 12 really speaks to the idea that maybe they don't have a good backup plan. Maybe there is no plan B. It went so poorly the first time around. It went, frankly, even worse the second time around. And now NIP are licking their lips. They're saying, well, we've dominated on this bomb site. Let's play it one more time, bringing it back for round 13, try to get that leg up in the overtime. I'm staring at these attacker lineups, Parker. I do not want to see the same operators come out. We will not see the same ops come out. Arthur does stick the Monty, but Kurt's bringing out that Glaz. That's going to be same thing as well. Really, we're only just seeing the one swap with the Grim, I guess, with Dark choosing to bring out the Nomad instead, and Farius then moving over to the Deimos.
Shields out and ready.
Look at the kills on the side of Nip, Jesse. 9 for Cons, 9 for Hates, 8 for Wizard, 9 for Fantasy, 7 for Pino. All of these players getting involved in the action, and yet still they are just tied up. And that's because none of them are positive. Hates breaks even at 9 and 9. The rest underwater. Los, you've got Kurtz and Dark leading the way. Kurtz in particular, only 6 deaths. Same with Arthur. Half of this map they have survived. That is an impressive number.
Yeah. Oh, very rare to see a 50% SRP. You don't see that very often. Surviving through all of these successful round wins. Shows how dominant NIP have been when they've been in control of this game. Last couple rounds in particular, they've looked so damn good. Sometimes it does get away from them in the late round. Most have changed up a little bit on this bomb site, but I mean, it's still the same idea. You're still desperately trying to push top floor, and you're desperately trying to find an answer to this clash. They didn't bring a great response that I'm seeing. I mean, yes, you've got the Nomad, but otherwise, it's going to be really tricky to get past this. We're looking at a mirror image from the previous round, and if that is the case, they're going to lose it for sure.
Nip just now falling back. First it was the Warden, then it was the Mira, and now the Clash. Hates will lock up part of this bomb site. Los have made good progress, but again, you talk about how they stall out. They cannot do that here, Jesse, with a minute to go. A shotgun aimed at the door is now Arthur attempting to gain even greater map control above, trying to prevent said stall out. There's a flank around from Dark, but they do not clear out Hates. He had 5 kills in a row, 3 from the previous round, 2 to start off. Khan's also on the board. Kurt's dead. Farius in a 1v5. No damage has been done to Nip. And maybe some was done as Farius gets dropped. Our first flawless round of this series. Again, these rounds are not being won dominantly. Until now, Nip takes the lead on Lair, and boy, oh boy, what a time for them to do so.
Massive play coming out from the best defensive player in the South America League. Hates a 152 defensive KDR coming into this game. And Parker, this TAC timeout, I'm very worried about its timing. I really think it should have been called before the previous round. You were almost certainly going to go back to that bomb site. And I'm saying the same thing, but man, I think it's so important. No adaptation on bunks and briefing. They go for essentially the same push 3 times in a row, and not once does the round even get close. I mean, maybe the first time was a technical 1v2, but no actual opportunity to win that round back on round 9. Now they call their attack timeout when they swap over to defense, but I'm worried that the momentum has been lost. I'm worried that you've already given NIP all the lead that they need. You've got to go back-to-back on your defense and then attack through these last 2 rounds. You've got to have the craziest strong mental to lock this down. A series that you were in full control of just 15 minutes ago has now been spiraling out of your control. The way NIP have won these rounds, you said it, Parker, they've been dominant. Ever since we got to kind of those last few rounds of regulation, it just looks like Los have fallen apart. They got right to the finish line, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to cross it unless they really change things in this TAC timeout.
This has happened a lot with teams, though, where you get to the finish line and then you trip and you fall. And it's just at the tip of your fingers. You can reach out and almost feel it, but you don't make it all the way. And honestly, it tends to happen to teams that have less experience. It tends to happen when the weight of expectations and the weight of reality become too heavy to bear. Los are a young team. These are players that have not had the same spotlight that anybody on NIP has been given. Nobody on Fury has been given. Nobody on FaZe has been given. Hell, even W7M and Team Liquid have more experience on their side of things. This Los team is young and they are hungry, but they are still inexperienced. And that inexperience will pop up from time to time. This, though, this is the worst time for it to rear its head. And it certainly looks like Los is in their minds and not able to get out of it. NIP are using that to their advantage and now have a lead. And it looks like map number 3, Cafe, is on the board.
I want to see some confidence from Los this round. They cannot just hide back in their shell. They need to be willing to play aggressive. 3 players on the top floor is a good start for that, but they still have some important util in their pockets. Various gets droned out, and he'll have to retreat back to those staircases. He's got some great castle barricade, which will cover his play back to the filter stairs. Thelma start to open things up into weapon. And again, we see these defenders clumped up around armory. This is what both teams have been doing, a common strategy, playing with these mirror windows just inside the armory room. As the Selmas come through, Kurtz decides to drop. He leaves both Farius and particularly Dark to roam this top floor by themselves, and Dark has really taken accustomed to this roam.
I mean, Dark and Kurtz have been completely invisible for 4 rounds now, 3 rounds. You need these guys to rise up against NIP. Hates drew blood 5 times before anybody else in the server could do that. 3 times to exit around, 2 rounds to entry, or 2 to entry around. And now he finds himself as the only positive KD on the side of NIP. Big players grow in the spotlight. They don't shrink. Hates, he's leveling up. That's bad news for Los unless their fraggers can do the same. They might only have 1 round to pull it off.
Top floor breach is going to begin now. We see all of this work being done by both the Ram and the Sledge from Pino and Hates. And I really want to know if Los are going to get aggressive with this. We saw Arthur teasing us with the yellow stairs flank. He has not opted to go for that. I honestly think the flank watch is quite strong from NIP at the moment. So if he does go for it, it might not pay off. You've got good site utility. Oh, they've caught him on a drone, Parker. They've seen Arthur make this flank. This could be devastating to Los's chances. That 1 drone may just send NIP onto map 3.
He's trying to find if there is one there. I think he's got an understanding that they're hip to his lingo. His parlor tricks will not work, and now Arthur attempts to go away. He'll use the smoke to his advantage, pulling out the super shorty. Logic bombs will go off. More information now for Ninjas in Pyjamas, but only 20 seconds left. All 10 players still alive. Khan's in the sight. Diffuser in hands. There goes Arthur. Low suffering the first blow. They'll lose Dark as well. The diffuser is stopped, though. Farius on the board. He pays for it. Hates now picking up the mantle with 5 seconds left. Kurt's trying to find an opening. Down goes the diffuse kid, and down goes Nip. We go all 15 yet again.
Oh my God, Parker, this game and my heart rate, it's not been good to me, but I'm here for it. That flank from Arthur, you know, it didn't end up paying off. He didn't make a big play, but he wasted so much time. The fact that he got droned was almost a good thing because it really scared NIP. That push didn't start until there was maybe 15 seconds left on the clock when we see Khans dropping that armory hatch with the diffuse kit, trying to get it down. They get a couple of big picks. They do start off the round with some entries, but in the end, in the chaos, it doesn't matter. Farius stepped up for 2 absolutely critical kills on the smoke, making sure those last couple of players weren't able to do anything to cover their planter. I love that we got the top-down POV from that execute. It was absolutely the right call from the observers because we got to see all of it unfolding with so many different players pushing from different angles. The plant just inside of office wasn't quite enough. They didn't have the protection for it. And a lot of that comes down to the time and a lot of the fact that they didn't have much time to work with thanks to that flank attempt from Arthur. Might not have gotten any kills, but I think it really did strike some fear into NIP and it caused them to stall out. Now the only bad thing is that Los are in their own danger of stalling out. 7-7 around 15, they will be forced to attack. They cannot make the same mistake that NIP just made.
5 seconds left. Attacker's objective is to locate
Heck of a time to bring out a Scopos on the side of Nip. They did bring it out one time before on this same bomb site in round 8. It did not pay off. Los ultimately winning the round with a lineup that looks eerily similar to what we are now witnessing. Arthur will play every single attacking round on Monty officially. Why did you giggle?
I just think that's a crazy stat. 8 rounds he's played Monty straight. That's kind of ridiculous.
He's a shield guy. We knew this when he was on E1. We've seen it that he is often very uncomfortable on non-shield roles. I would be interested to see what Arthur can bring to a team if shields were far less ingrained in the overall meta. Because I think obviously he does have value, but every now and then you get a guy who just loves playing shields, even when they weren't as strong as they are now, even when they weren't as important as they are now. Arthur still liked playing them. He's finally getting his time in the sun. IQ being brought for just the second time for Los to try and figure out where these gadgets may be. I do like this with everything that's being brought on the side of Nip. That's a great reaction to the defender lineup.
Wizard barely avoiding the Flores drone. That would have been a very sad way to lose your opening death on round 15. Khans is flanking around this top floor. He was the big player on the Oryx last time they defended this bomb site. He bashed Arthur on the Monty and really made the game-winning play, the round-winning play. This could be the game-winning play to force the map 3. I'm not sure if they know he's up here, Parker. They're not acting like they know, which means that he could be in for a massive flank, but he's got to time this correctly. If he gets caught by anything, any of these players watching his direction, if they catch him on a drone, that could be the end of his shenanigans. His teammates doing what they can to support him. Got Fantasy inside of Armory, hoping to try to draw some of this attention, but for the most part, Khans is on his own. It's really going to be up to him to make that play and get the opening pick.
I'm tense. I don't know about you. Nip have not made this easy for their fans. In their phase matchup, they went all 30 rounds in 2 maps, and they lost 7-8, 7-8. If they drop this round, the exact same scoreline happens yet again. Bad start. Down goes Hates. He was fed to Farius. Now Fantasy will join. Jesse, is it the curse of all 15 rounds for the Ninjas? Not quite so silent this time. Dark, the only casualty on the side of Los. 13 kills, 13 deaths. He has had a bad second half by most measures, but the rest of Los, they cannot say the same. There goes Kurt's. Legacy taking some damage. Khans is finished off. Legacy searching for one, finding Pino. It's all up to Wizard. Ninjas in Pyjamas just right now holding on for dear hope. And at the final moment, we'll get the job done. Oh my goodness, an act of magic. Position to build up a lead. A worrying sign if NiP is unsuccessful in the first couple rounds because they will have the map working for them. Would you like to talk about the operator bans again, or are you okay? What do you think?
Well, they are the same bands. They do have to be the same bands, so nothing too surprising. I do want to talk a little bit, though, about just the players that we have in this lobby. They're all extremely close when you look at the combined stats of maps 1 and 2. The top frag is a tie between Wizard and Hates on 25 kills. The bottom frag is Fantasy at 18 kills, and that's not a big gap. I don't think Fantasy has played poorly throughout this series, at least no more so than his teammates. There's certainly been mistakes being made, but Fantasy has kind of been a player that we have come to expect big things from, and it's still a shock to see him at the bottom of that scoreboard with only 18 frags. Longtime fans of South America will remember Fantasy's days on Furia, where he attended many international events, was regarded as one of the best young players in all of South America. But the last time he was at an event was actually Berlin 2022. The season after that event concluded, Furia disbanded, Fantasy played some time in Tier 2. The team really fell apart, and it's been a long journey for Fantasy to get back to the point where he is now looking to re-qualify for a major. And I think it's very fitting that if they can beat Los on this final map, the first major Fantasy will make it to after returning to the highest level of South America will be in the same country as the last time he went to a major.
Electros interactive.
Excellent exposition, or an explanation. As I trip over my words.
Yeah, a horrible response from you.
It's just unbelievably hurtful for you to say that when I was complimenting you. But I suppose I was owed one after saying that you were nominated for an esport award, which you were not.
It's okay. We're even.
Have you ever been nominated for at least like a Canadian esport award?
All right, yes, Parker, we get it. You've been nominated for many awards in the past.
No, I was actually asking that genuinely. I don't. Jesse, you're not going to believe what I'm going to say. And even if you do believe it for the sake of the broadcast, you're going to pretend not to believe it. But I do not care about awards. So if I was nominated for and won a Canadian Gaming Award, and I didn't even know until Lycan tagged me in it on Twitter. That is how little I care. And that is how long ago it was, because Lycan was still in the scene. So,
oh boy.
It is. I will just take a moment, though, to say that everybody in the Rainbow Six ecosystem that has been nominated for an esport award, whether you like awards, whether you think they're performative, of course they're performative, that's kind of the point, but whether you think that they're silly or not, there are people who work their tails off, and to see them get nominated, to see them get acknowledged by their peers for being among the best in the industry, we are very blessed to have a lot of excellent players, coaches, esports orgs, events, and of course talent here in the Rainbow Six ecosystem. And I just want to take a moment to say congratulations to everybody who was nominated. And just because you weren't nominated doesn't mean that you didn't deserve to not be nominated. There's lots of good talent who weren't up on those awards that probably should be. So with that said, Pino, the first one to die on the side of NiP. They need a strong start here, Jesse. They have not gotten it, and it will continue to go bad. The savior of the previous map, Wizard, who made map 3 possible, will do his disappearing act. Khan's dead as well. Fantasy, the only one on the board for NiP, and with 40 seconds left, Los doubling up on NiP's numbers. Would you like to talk? Because they seem hell-bent on you not being able to talk here. Never mind. Oh! Dark gets the final kill. Los wins around. Jesse doesn't get to speak. Literally everybody wins.
I'll jump in now, Parker, and say it was a brilliant attack from Los. I don't mind not talking if they're going to continue to put up great pushes like that, because it really was something to behold. Not groundbreaker or anything. We've seen the Aurora be brought on that bomb site from other teams in the past, but it's not something that we've actually seen from Los in the previous couple of times that they've played on Cafe. So I was hoping to see some adaptations, maybe something get changed around for them. Took a little bit of time, perhaps, but we do get to see that coming through now from Los. So excellent to see that here on the top floor. The Raura being brought out and used really effectively. So much pressure over towards the cocktail side. They had some players down below as well. It's kind of rare to see an attacking team commit so much to the mid floor on the top floor bomb site of Cafe, but Los were able to use that to great effect. They were able to work that opening pick and then just continue to pile them on from the cocktail windows. That's exactly the start they were hoping for, and now with 1-0 up, they can start to play this bomb site game, forcing NIP to play sites that they might not be so comfortable on.
5 seconds remaining. Attacker's objective is to
This is a really swift exit for some of those players there. The ones that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on are Hates, not Wizard, but Fantasy. Fantasy has had a rough series for what you expect of a player of his caliber. He's good. He's been very good many, many times through many stages on different teams. Took him some time to find his way back to tier 1. I think the hope was that he'd continue to reward whichever team picked him up. Nip will have their hands full, though, and Fantasy's the first one to die. Oh my, I've caster cursed him as Los looks to break into the bomb site very quickly, through delivery, through bakery. No, they decide to go through the back of the bomb site. Khan's rebuffing him, and now Kurtz finds Pino, trying to get back to the bomb site. Hates the only one on the board as Los is just dogpiling them. Hates with a single kill. Now being found by the ringing of his phone, the logic bomb giving information to these two remaining Los players. Farius holding the case, but he doesn't have any interest in getting the diffuser down. Los off to the races. 2-0, a great start.
All right, so when I said I don't mind not talking if Los keep on putting up good pushes like that, I didn't really expect them to continue to push so quickly that I don't get a word in. But listen, I'm not going to complain. This is, again, a great execute coming in from Los. They used Aurora extremely well for the second round in a row. They block off VIP, and generally that's going to be the position from which you stop a garage rush, right? You're chilling in VIP. That time around, I believe it was the Mute of Hates that was playing that position. You should be able to stop anybody from just sprinting in through the soft freezer wall, but this time they closed it off with the door. The Aurora was able to shut off that angle, and then they just made that push into the bomb site. They saw how aggressive the roamers were. Fantasy on the Vigil, Pino on the Mozzie, operators that you can immediately see in the prep phase, and you just know, okay, it's going to be a heavy roam strategy. You don't have to drone at their specific position. You can tell on a bomb site like Kitchen on Cafe, they're going to be on the top 2 floors, so why not go and hit the site, rush that down. They got the opening pick on a Fantasy as he was trying to make that return down through the brown stairs. There was a bit of a flank that went down. It felt like there was a bit of hope coming through, as we did see some action on the white stairs for Pino, but in the end, it just was not nearly enough. They had really good trades on the side of Los in the midst of that chaos. It's something I think they've done better than NIP all day long, is when things get scrappy, when we get to a chaotic late round, it always feels like Los are just trading things out a little bit better than NIP.
Would be dreadful for the story if Nip had put all of this together just to fall short in map number 3. Anne's point was absolutely correct. Even though we haven't had a lot of map 3s here in the SA League playoffs, all of these rounds have been so deep. And when we say not a lot of third maps, by the way, in these best of 3s, we have yet to see a map 3. This is the first one. FaZe Team Liquid 2-0, W7M Los 2-0, Nip FaZe 2-0, Furia W7M 2-0. These have been very, very deep series. You had all 15 rounds one time in W7M versus Los. You had all 15 rounds once in FaZe Liquid, then 14 rounds for their second map. 15 rounds in Nip FaZe Clan. Furia W7M, 12 rounds and 8 rounds. Furia has been by far and away the most efficient team. We'll see if they can do that against FaZe Clan in the upper bracket finals tomorrow. Both FaZe and Furia are the two teams that have clinched their spots here at the Major. There's 2 spots on the line today. If you were expecting it to be a quick day where you'd find out which 2 teams are the final 2 teams to punch their ticket, well, Los and Nip had other ideas. We still have another best of 3 to go. W7M and Team Liquid will be up no matter what happens here on Cafe Dostoevsky. No matter which team we send to the Major after this map, a whole other series will be played out in front of your very eyes.
Well, 2 minutes in, Parker, and despite Hate being one tickle away from death, we have everyone alive in the server. It's a mining, dining bomb site for NIP in the third round. Top floor fully controlled by Los. They've done some great work both on the soft and hard destruction from up above the bomb site so far. But somebody on NIP is getting cheeky. That's going to be Cons on the white stairs. They clearly know his position. This is going to be a train drop where they push for one of the two bomb sites. Very much up in the air where they could go, and NIP will need to be sharp into responding where this plant's happening.
Diffuser going down. Will they be able to pull it off? No, Arthur stopped in his tracks. Hates and Wizard are both dead, so Los just very quickly, despite losing the defuse planter, punishing these defenders. Pino has to do it all by himself. Kurtz now with the case, all 4 kills. Down goes the Zofia, but that'll be it. Dark is there to avenge his teammate, and nothing Nip is doing is mattering. This is Los's map to lose at this point.
And again, I think a really interesting and creative kind of push coming through from Los. We saw Arthur down in the bomb site. He was inside mining, and I was so worried because there was nobody really stopping or protecting him when he was putting the defuse kit down. Every other attacking player on Los was on the top floor, every single one of them. So they were simply watching the vertical angles, letting Arthur get that plant down. But I think they recognized that, listen, Arthur's going to be putting the plant down. We still have pretty good time on the clock. You know, this plant starts at around 30 seconds. It's not like it's a last second plant that we need to protect at all costs. The fact that the defuse kit is going down is going to prompt some movements out of NIP. It's going to force them to panic. So let's just hold the power positions up above. We'll wait for them to move a little bit too much. Nobody actually ended up flanking up to the top floor on the side of NIP. It was all just vertical kills coming from Los. The great work that they had done on the buck, on some of those secondary shotguns to rip open the floorboards, paid off big time for them. We saw Kurtz getting a couple of kills with the verticality. Legacy got some kills with the verticality as well, and it really just felt like they were in total control of the movements of NIP. They didn't take a ton of map control. They didn't clear through the mid-floor, Parker, but they took exactly what they needed, and then they just waited for NIP to walk into those spots and secure their kills. A really confident set of 3 rounds from Los to start off this game, and I mean, immediately prompting attack timeout from NIP. This is a great spot to be in.
Many bombs as they can. Bomb located by attackers.
Nothing going right for this Nip team. Being held to low frags as well. I don't know what you do at this point. I really don't. I mean, obviously, neither you nor I have ever competed at this top level, so all we can really do is go off of what teams have said in the past, what our great desk talks about, but Nip are just rudderless. Globally, this is a defender-sided map. Domestically, this is a defender-sided map. And yet, Nip just cannot get the job done. I look at those 3 defender bans. Maybe they help shed some light on how Nip is preparing themselves, but Arthur's not even playing shields. They banned the Monty. They banned the Deimos. Like, this should be an issue for Los. And yet it has not been a problem. They are not getting tripped up by these operator bans at all.
Gonna have to find some way to bounce back with that tack timeout. You have to imagine this will be the game changer. I will say the nice thing for NIP is that you're unlikely to see a lot of the same pushes coming out from Los, right? There's no way you're going for a second rush through the garage wall on cafe bottom floor. So you can kind of predict what this push is gonna look like. And we can see now from Los's positioning, it's gonna be a slow push. They're gonna full clear the top 2 floors. They're using this first logic bomb just to speed up on the clear. There is anybody up on these top couple floors, they should hear them on the drones, but they will not, and thus they will know that it's relatively safe to start opening up the floorboards. On the other side, because NIP have kind of ranged things in fear of maybe another rush, it does leave a lot open for Los. There's really nothing aggressive on these top 2 floors, and I really like the time that they've taken so far. It's been really fast to get in and start working on these floorboards, but we haven't seen one of these styles of pushes from Los just yet. So even though we're on the same bomb site, it plays very differently from what we saw in round 2. And maybe NIP will fare a little bit better in a full 5v5 anchor setup.
It's entirely possible. I will love to see what they're able to do with that timeout. Will it change the overall trajectory of this map? Timeouts haven't been a huge factor in righting the proverbial ship for these teams. I just don't know what's going wrong with Nip. It's not even that Los is playing better. They are. They absolutely are. There's nothing you can do to take that away from them. Map 1 was a bit sloppy for both teams, but Los definitely looked better on map 2, especially given that it was Nip's map. Both of these teams took the scenic route to get there, but they did persevere and eventually prevail on the maps they chose. But now on what should be relatively even turf, Los are running away with this. Nip will run out of time to fix things if they are not able to do it in this round. A 4-0 start for Los would be a commanding lead, and one that, frankly, I don't know if Nip could come back from.
Less than 30 seconds, Parker. The time is a huge issue, especially when you look at all the utilities still being played by NIP. This is a tough push to make work.
And there go the flashes. A drop in. Nip very temporarily losing their vision. Arthur doesn't have the benefit of a shield. Nip paralyzed at the moment. Wizard on the board. A Nitro Cell goes out by Hates. Well tossed from over towards Whiskey. Kurtz will take up the mantle. And Hates stops him in his tracks. 7 players still survive. And Nip wins the round because there's not enough coverage. Los just not able to cut through those defenders in time. And Nip rides out the clock.
Really weird round coming through from Los. Definitely the worst push that we've seen from them so far on Cafe. I'm reminded of a point that Jack made on the desk where he said the vast majority of rounds have seen the opening pick come after 90 seconds in this series. Well, in that round, it came after 10 seconds left on the clock. So it's a very late push. 5v5 execute coming out from Los, and you know, it just didn't really have the backup plans. You have to be expecting a Nitro to come through from there. They just needed to go a little bit faster on the clock. And it's particularly weird to me because they got the top floor controls so quickly. I mean, it took essentially 1 minute by the time we started to see Feria start to open up the floorboards with the Bucks. So the roam clear didn't really take any time at all. They simply stalled out themselves. I think they spent a lot of time trying to clear out some Goyos with some nades, trying to find those defender positions, maybe trying to work a pick. Maybe they were expecting a flank that never came. Whatever it was, they spent a lot of time on that mid floor with full control up above the bomb site and didn't feel like they were able to get a lot done with it. Tough round from Los. Nice thing is they don't have to play that bomb site until we get to overtime, but something to think about if we do reach that round 13.
Right now, round 13, round 14, and even round 15 look like they are most likely, Jesse.
Yep. What?
How did the skeleton key on 2 shots do about 50% of Khan's HP? I'd be piping mad if I was Kurtz. That vault-in should have succeeded more, but I mean, the skeleton key is not designed to do damage, so I get it. Mm-hmm. But still, I feel like it should have done more than that, Jesse. That's an unfortunate start for Los.
I'm watching it back. The second shot missed. The second shot did no damage, and it looks like it was just a little off center.
Hard to tell in the action, especially if you're looking at a different perspective.
Yeah.
A bomb has been located.
Either way, I mean, I'm just... There's some concerning signs on Los, right? Mm-hmm. Arthur not getting a single kill. Granted, he really shouldn't be the guy that's getting kills here. He has the fewest kills so far in this series. At least on his team. 22 kills. He is positive, though, in his role, which is really good. The worst performing player in the lobby, at least based on rating, is Fantasy, which, honestly, could partially explain Nip's problems. He has not been the top fragger on the team. That's been Hates, who's pretty firmly middle of the pack at this point, getting... well, actually, no, sorry, that was Khan's getting into that position, and Hates actually just picked up another kill. But you need your stars to get kills. Arthur credited with the pick onto Hates, but it actually wasn't at his hands. Now it's Khan's and Wizard. Nitro Cell goes. Farius, where are you looking? Where do you think that Nitro Cell was coming from? Arthur finally gets a kill of his own merit. Legacy takes down Pino, and it looks like Los is going to go back to a 3-round lead, Jesse. Unless Khans can pull something off. 5 kills, just overtaking Hates in the fragging department. Legacy looking for the lockout. He had a quiet second map. Shield is now up. And it's Legacy to get the exit kill. Los 4-1 with one more round to go. A reminder, based on numbers, Nip should be running away with this. Imagine if it really is a defender-sided map and Los get to defend the second half. Oh my, my.
A very close round to get Los up to 4, more than halfway there now to winning this final map. And there's a lot of good trades that were going back and forth. I thought both Los and NIP had some good trades. It's kind of ironic. We were talking about Fantasy right as Fantasy died to the push-up white stairs, but to his credit, he immediately did get traded after that round. So at least that's +1 for the cost score of Fantasy. But it just felt like a couple of those frags were going the way of Los that just couldn't quite get capitalized on from NIP. I think the most critical one that we didn't quite get to see was actually Pino going down to Farius about halfway through that round. Started off with just a down. He was bleeding out for a long time in Cocktail. It must have been a long angle kill from Cigar Balcony, but however it happened, it did give that big early lead to Los, and the trades were strong enough that they could trade back out and keep that man advantage into the late round. Certainly some tough moments there, but in the end, they do stand tall and they keep their wits about themselves. 4 attacks on Cafe. Again, the map might lean a little bit more 50-50 compared to what it used to lean, but the stats do still somewhat favor the defenders. And even ignoring the side swap, I mean, you got to think the momentum will be really tough for NIP if they do not get this final defense.
2 rounds ago, I said 4-0 might be too much of an obstacle for Nip to overcome if you just look at these sides. And again, I don't think the operator bans that we see from Los are the real reason why Nip is underperforming on the better side of Cafe. A 4-2 half that favors Los is the best that Nip can hope for. A 5-1 might be a death sentence. There were troubling signs in map 1 for Nip. Those same signs were there in Lair, but I think you and I can both agree that Lair was by no means as sloppy as Bank was.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing through both those maps, Jesse, is the two teams have looked relatively even. This is the first map where I don't think that's the case. This is the first map where I am finally saying, yeah, Los is the better team through all 3 of these maps, at least up to this point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there were moments where a team looked better than the other, but they were always very short-lived. This has been quite a long stretch, I would say, where Los have been in control of this game. This would kind of solidify it for me. It would be a miraculous comeback. They've got great clear going on towards Pixel. These castle barricades slow the clear, but Hates is still taking a lot of damage. Barely looks like he was able to drop the cocktail hatch and make it back to his teammates, but still, you've done some good damage if you're Los. You've put more fear into the hearts of Hates, and most important of all, you've got control of this top floor. That's what won them this bomb site the last time they were here, and they're going for a very similar strategy now.
Well, it's bouncing off of the shields. Hates involved in early action again is good for Nip. He finds 1 first blood. Fantasy on the board as well. Nitro Cell takes out Arthur. Los falling apart with over a minute left. Just under a minute left. Not a lot of time for them to sort out this issue. And almost no utility on the side of Los as well. It's going to be pure fragging, and that's all they've got. 2 hard breach gadgets for Farius. Nothing for Legacy. Though killing potential still very much there. And they can turn this one around as Cons has been downed and Hates is dead. It's a 3v2 for Nip. Los need to manage the clock. That is the greater issue. They've got one tucked into the corner. Cons still bleeding out. Suddenly, Jesse, it's a 2v2, but wait, Wizard is here on the flank. Los not paying attention to what was behind them. They've got to read over towards pillars. Down goes Fantasy. Wizard and Legacy in a 1v1. Wizard saved the round, a fateful round. Previously, all he needs to do is play the clock, and Legacy will have no time to find the defuse kit or the final player. Wizard winning yet another. No kills needed. It was the clock that gives it to Nip. And indeed, a 4-2 half favoring Los. That's the best Nip is going to get. Los, though, should be going on to the better side. That's not ideal for the Ninjas.
Tough 1v1 at the end there for Legacy. He had to gamble if Wizard went up those red stairs or down, and he guessed wrong, so ended up across the map from his opponent in the 1v1. Legacy will still end this first half with a ridiculous 7-1 stat line. There's no doubt about the impact he has had through this game and through the series, as he was a massive factor back on bank as well, if you recall, a few hours ago. That previous round, it was really the duo of Wizard and Fantasy that were playing below the bomb site. It was a big adaptation, something they didn't have in round 3 when they last played that site, and it really allowed them to get some critical kills. 2 frags from those 2 players in the midst of that push came from the verticality. Fantasy just headshotting the planter, and then Wizard hit a big nitro cell kill as well. Then they come alive in the 2v2, of course, and close things out. So nice coordination coming out from Wizard and Fantasy in that previous round win. You know, they haven't been showing up in this map so far. We've talked a lot about how Fantasy's had some struggles today, but it's nice to see them performing under pressure in what I would deem a must-win round for NIP, and it gives them some hope coming onto this attacking side.
Oh, I completely agree with you. I mean, it's not a definite must-win, because if they lose this, they've still got more time to turn this around. But as we saw on Lair, if you can very quickly close that gap, you turn this into an infinitely more stressful matchup for your opponents. Los have shown on both maps there are times where there are cracks in their confidence when things get really close. If Nip can take the lead away very early in this second half, there's no comeback mechanic in the game. There's no economy. There's no losing streak. It's not like, oh, we lost 1 round. Okay, well, we're going to lose the next 2. It doesn't really work that way in Rainbow. Most of the momentum that you find in Siege is entirely in your head. Operator bans and bomb site rotation can function as a momentum system for certain teams, but I don't think realistically it matters that much here in this match. For me, this is all mental. If Los can win a round dominantly in this second half and show Nip what real defenses look like on Cafe, Nip's already used their timeout. I don't know, with what we've seen today, where that mental on the side of Nip will lead them, but it's not in a good place.
Just start. I mean, I like this defense, Parker. We've got a classic util dump setup, deployable shields, Wamaya magnets, Syria gates from the Aruni. I mean, this brings me back to the old school days on Cafe. It's going to take some time to clear this out. There's lots of throwables on the side of NIP and 2 big nades from Wizard, the first which is being tossed out right now. Seems like it's going to get the job done to clear out that first shield, and it will. But this is still a big time waste, and with these 5 players still alive, they don't have to go anywhere anytime soon. Los are in a really powerful position with 3 guys on the top floor holding some really strong angles. The Monty makes things awkward. Cons is taking a lot of space and getting information for his team, but even this is not going to result in an immediate kill. Somebody has to rotate over to play with Cons if they want to take this space.
Shields being left all on their own has unfortunately been a familiar refrain for both of these teams. Los is getting punished here right now. Maybe we are just staring down an incredibly attacker-sided Cafe, because Los's defenders are having very little success at this point in time. They've been able to tear some strips through Fantasy, and they've dropped Cons now, but that's about it. Kurtz is the only player on Los able to do much. A nice swing around! Oh my! Tell me the falling body doesn't still absorb bullets, because it sure looked like he should have gotten 2. Maybe he just missed. But my, a nice attempt by Los, but Nip just so strong on that onslaught. Very little that Los could have done. The shield goes down, but Nip finds just about everything else en route to a much needed, and as you said, a must-win round.
Yeah, and of course, all the credit in the world has to go to Cons playing that shield role for NIP. He got the information, he got the space, and then that pistol shot, long range to kill the player inside a cocktail. I believe it was Legacy, playing all the way across that top floor. That was an incredible shot to come through from Cons. Knew exactly when he had to play aggressive, knew exactly when he had to rein things in. Did die towards the end of that round in some goofy circumstances, but in the end, I think he really did open that round up for NIP and gave them a lot of life, where it almost looked like they were threatening to stall out on that top floor clear of Reading. Or not Reading, excuse me, Piano. The bomb site was down below. It was mining dining, which you would have been forgiven if you didn't notice. That means the top floor is now available to be picked by Los, and they will bring it here for their second defense. I want to quickly touch on this striker ban from Los. Extremely rare to see a striker get banned out. But there was a really interesting interview with JP, the analyst of FaZe Clan last week, where he talked about Striker's success and Striker's viability all coming down to adaptation. You know, if you don't know how you want to take a specific attacking round, you can just bring the Striker and you can flex it into whatever position you want it, because you bring 2 of those secondary gadgets and you have so much of an opportunity to adapt to the defensive lineup. We'll be very interested to see if that does pay off for Los, because it's not something you see very commonly.
I love this setup inside of bathrooms so much. So much. I remember back in the TSM days when it was first trotted out, when they'd castle it off, they'd use some mute jammers, a black mirror, or even not even a black mirror. If mirror was banned, then they'd just use the Surya gate on the wall. It is ingenious, and it forces attackers to expend so much utility to just get a single part of the map. Speaking of expending utility, how many grenades just got dropped into the lap of Legacy, and well, he manages to survive from that position. It looked a little grim for a moment there, but he takes a bit of damage, but still persists. He's leading the team yet again. He was terrific in map number 1 on Bank, starting off with a huge clutch in round number 1 with 3 kills. He struggled in map 2. Didn't matter. Los still won all 15 rounds, even if they lost. Ian Kurtz leading the way on the team. Dark still there as well, if need be. And Kurtz is gone. That's the smoke being lost with just about a minute and a half to go.
There's a drone staring at Legacy, too. If they can capitalize on that, Legacy should be dead to rights. If anybody walks up through Pillar, that could be a very easy kill, but nobody's in position just yet to do anything about it. Hate's the only one in the building, and he's got bigger problems. 2 players inside Piano that he's trying to deal with. No aggressive swings coming his way, so he then looks over towards the cigar balcony side of things. Legacy has not moved a muscle since this round began, but he almost gets a kill for it. Crosshair a little too low, and here come the flashes.
Nobody's seeing a damn thing on the side of Los. It allows Nip to get more aggressive, get closer to the bomb site, and just as they did a round ago, they will not be slowed down. Wizard, Cons, and Hates firing things up. None of these teams got the memo that Cafe is defender-sided because the attackers are dominating through both the first half and now through the couple rounds of the second. It's like a prophecy being foretold, Jesse. Nip needed these 2 rounds to blunt what of momentum you saw on the side of Los, and they've done just that, prompting a timeout to be taken as Nip ties the game.
I want to quote Fresh again on the desk, who did talk about how the map has in recent times leaned closer to the attackers, largely due to the rappel change, right? The fact that you can now move around corners on the rappel gives you a lot more flexibility when you're playing these windows. And I don't think it's a coincidence that in that round that NIP just won, most of their team did not enter the building. Only Hates and Cons actually entered the map at any point in time. Wizard, Fantasy, and Pino played the entire round on rappel, playing with those windows, and they were just catching players off guard on the little rotations that they were trying to make. Los, I think, struggling to sit still in that previous round, and it really does come back to bite them. Excellent droning from NIP as well. Really good timing on the players who did enter the building. Hates being that real spearhead of the player who was starting to get in and get some real damage done onto these defenders. But I think it's something that Los need to think about going forward. That a zombie ban in particular, you are really vulnerable to these window positions, and I think NIP are playing them perfectly.
I've been impressed with the improvements that Nip has been making. The timeout did seemingly pay off as Nip has been just constantly getting better and better. And what a punishing assault those 2 attacks were for Nip. Do keep in mind, Jesse,
5 seconds left.
this isn't actually to you because I know that you remember this, but more so for the viewers, that as a timeout is called, both teams are allowed to talk to their players, meaning that this already red-hot Nip team that's now won 3 rounds without much effort from themselves and much pushback from Los, they also get to talk to their coach. If there's even the smallest deficiency on the side of Nip, it is very likely that it's been identified. It's quite the run that they've gone on right now. I'm smelling overtime yet again. I don't know if you agree.
Maybe we need Los to really bounce back on these defenses. The droning has been a huge problem where Los just don't recognize when they're being caught on a drone. Kurtz just was staring at a drone that was staring at him back, and I don't think he recognized that fact. Still in this position, and Pino is staring at him, I believe. Yeah, there's still the drone just looking at him in the corner behind him in prep. So the information's been really strong from NIP, and it hurt them in the previous round. It might hurt them again if Los don't catch on to this soon.
NIP so formidable when they get into the building, but one of the biggest challenges with a map like Cafe is vertical, lots of stairs, and there are not a lot of clear ways to get into the building. Usually involves some hatch work being done, as defenders do not always actively watch those hatches. As you can see here, Los not really too preoccupied with this top floor. They're mostly nestled in around the bomb site on the main floor, which allows NIP to very quickly clear out whatever might be on that third floor before turning their attention to the bomb site. If there's any roam that's going to be done, it will likely be in these exterior rooms surrounding kitchen, and that's exactly what it looks like from Los. That allows NIP to work quite quickly to clear out, do a full clear, and then tackle the bomb site.
Lots of information for the defenders. Of course, there's these Valkyrie cameras, which perfectly get flicked to right now, but there's also the drone being run around by Dark, who's got his on red stairs currently positioned. With these two C4s, I really wonder if they're going to be able to land either of them. It would be critical if they could get a nitro pick before this push comes through. Just doesn't feel like they've been in position. Okay, there it is. Dark will land the first pick with the C4, and that is absolutely game-changing for Los.
Never like you want to drop around, but oh my, to watch NIP after those two crushing attacks suddenly forget how to attack. Running up against a very aggressive Los defense as Farias goes for a third, will not find it, shut down, but the damage is still done. Pino holding court above. He and Khan's the last two standing in a double drop through freezer hatch to their death potentially. They survive longer than expected, but the clock is doing them no favors. Dark and Arthur answer back. And despite a great run by NIP, it comes to an end. Los call their timeout, immediately win the round, and they sit up 5-4.
It's a brilliant little play, right? They recognize that NIP are kind of stalling out. It looks very similar actually to the round where Los did the top-down clear on Kitchen. And this time, Los just take the initiative, right? They toss a Nitro Cell from Dark. Farias makes a brilliant move over towards VIP, and that's exactly the type of coordinated aggression you want from two of the most aggressive young players on the side of Los. Dark, again, I'll repeat myself, a pro player fewer than 3 months at this point, and already making his presence known in the server throughout the stage for Los, has been their best player, and now in this game as well, has really been the one to step up. Very end of bank, he was present. The start of Lair, he really started to come alive, and now in this game, I feel like he's really coming into his own. We're starting to see how good Dark can be in some of these high pressure moments. Just to kind of hammer home how good he's been. Coming into this game, every single player on the side of Los had a negative KD ratio, a negative EPS, with the sole exception of Dark. He was the only bright spot on this team. Nobody even thought they'd have a chance at making the major, and now they're 2 rounds away, mostly off the back of how good Dark was throughout the groups and early playoffs.
10 seconds left.
Ready. Banshee deployed.
5 seconds to go.
It's been a bit of a mystery as to where the offense for NIP has gone, Jesse. I mean, I get it. Once you get this deep into the playoffs, you're going to be fighting up against some of the strongest opponents that you have to deal with on maps that may not be the most familiar for you. Playing groups in a best of 1, that's not enough of a sample size for us to go off of. What if a team just has a couple bad days against teams that they would beat 9 times out of 10, but their match just happens to fall on that 10th day? In a best of 3, usually the better team wins. In a best of 5, the better team almost always wins. But again, if you're having a rough day, there is nowhere to hide. You have to play these 3 maps. Fantasy has the worst KD of any player in the lobby right now, and the lowest rating of any player in the lobby right now. I hate to harp on him, but if he turns it around, if he's dominating these players the way that he's done against teams time and time again, this is nowhere near as close as it has been. There's a knock-on effect too. If one of your main entry fraggers is coming up empty, either on a roam or on entry, the rest of the team has to change how they respond, and that might make their numbers go down.
Fantasy's not even hitting with the sledgehammer at the moment, so it's very clear his aim hasn't been on point today. It's all right, you'll get through eventually, but you're on the money, right, Parker? I mean, if Fantasy shows up, plays to the level that we know he can, then it's a completely different ball game. Still time for him to make himself known, and he's made some good verticality at the moment. Could get one of these early picks through the vert holes. Arthur a little slow on that Zoto canister. Actually does not stop the train hatch from being open, so a little bit of panic now from the captain of Los. With the fire that he runs through, he kind of realizes he's not in the best position. He has to reposition himself and start to find some kind of a rat angle, because this plant's push is coming in soon.
Fantasy, we spoke his name into existence. He gets the leadoff pick to draw even here. Have to watch the clock. This was an issue for Los a couple times. It was an issue for Nip a couple times across this series. I suspect we will see slower pushes the deeper we go into this series. There's not a lot of time left for us to go deep, but it's still there. Hate's on the board now as well, but Los doubles up, and they will also get the defuse plant in its tracks. Fantasy finding kill number 2 as he now retrieves the diffuser. He's going positive, and now is the objective as well. As Dark is being watched from above, Hates takes out Legacy, and Nip looks like they have the equalizer. They just need to ensure Fantasy stays alive. Job done, diffuser goes down, Dark toying with the door frame. He's got players on Nip still very close by, making an awful lot of noise, shaken off of his position as Nip looks to lock him out. They're doing a great job. They've killed almost half of the timer on that defuse kit, and Fantasy will pop up, and he has an incredible round. 3 kills and the objective. When you need him most, he is there. 5-5 the scoreline, guaranteeing that for the 3rd map in a row, we need every round of regulation to solve this.
Answers the call when called upon. Nicely done by Fantasy, playing the sledge, putting the words back in our mouths, Parker, about how he's been performing. 3 critical kills in that round. And I think some interesting decisions from Los in that one, too. They ban out the Monty, right? And I really liked that ban, because the Monty was a huge problem for them in terms of holding the top floor on that bomb site. That was their biggest issue, is the Monty got so much space. But after they banned the Monty, they give up that space kind of for free. They don't stick around the top floor for very long. And the fact that they give up the top floor and also don't play in the bottom floor, it makes that mid floor extremely congested. 5 defenders trying to find a place to play to have some impact in that round. And it resulted in 2 of those defenders trying to push aggressively into mining, play a rat corner. It was Arthur first. We saw the panic from his positioning where he just was not having any impact, pushing deep into mining. And then Kurtz basically pushed up to the exact same position, punished in the exact same way. That lack of space on the mid floor really did come back to kind of bite them. And you got to imagine maybe they fight a little bit harder on the top floor. Maybe they're able to lower the man count on both sides and have a bit more of a successful defense. Something to think about if they go into overtime, if we do get that far in this game. I have to imagine we're headed to 15 rounds. It's extremely rare to get a 45-round game in Rainbow Six Siege. The only other time I can remember it happening was that NAL final games between, I think it was Dark Zero M80, might have been Dark Zero Sonics or Dark Zero SR. It's been a while since we've seen a game go all the way to 45 rounds in a best of 3.
Entirely possible we see all 45 rounds. I'm feeling it.
Mr. Krabs.
I don't have that high of a pitch anymore. I can't do it. I'm getting older.
It was the Sonics,
I battled muscle tension dysphonia. I got over it. Oh my, Kurtz. Completely lost as he goes for a pick on the upside down rappel of Wizard and loses out entirely. Gridlock is able to still survive and trudge on with half of her HP. That's just Gridlock things. I swear. Gridlock seems almost as impervious to damage as a Montaigne. How many times on this map in particular, where Gridlock has a lot of very good use cases, do we see her absorb an incredible amount of damage and still survive with more than you'd think she has? At least the good news for Los is that by losing the Iruni, you still got persistent gadgetry.
Absolutely, and they can start to try to use some of this. They're holding off against this Blackbeard. Fantasy is actually making a huge entry, and he gets the pick on Arthur. That's a massive pick, Parker. Opens up the bathroom, traded out as Wizard does die on that Gridlock finally, but so much good positioning from Los. They have every part of the map they could possibly want.
And it seems like everybody on the side of Nip getting involved in this. Wizard with 1 kill. Fantasy hates Cons with another. It's just up to Pino, and it would have been a team ace. Fantasy gets the final kill to double up. And it's series point qualification point for Nip. Do we finally get a map ended in regulation? Well, it's up to Los to determine that, isn't it? As Nip now stands 1 round away from securing their spot at the Munich Major.
Back-to-back multi-kills from Fantasy. He wants to go back to Germany, make it back to the place where he played his last major in 2022. This could be a big moment for him. You don't see him jumping on the Blackbeard all that often for NIP. It's an extremely rare pickup to come out from him. Just 3% of his attacking rounds this stage have been played on shields. I believe all of those on the Blackbeard. So it's extremely rare to see that coming through. But he knows it's necessary. He knows when he's got to pick that up. And indeed, it is going to be him who starts to make that change. I've just reviewed my numbers. It was actually both rounds on Blitz. So that's his first Blackbeard of the stage that he has played. And it's probably the most critical round he's played of the stage too.
10 seconds to go.
Completely agreed. Typically for stuff like that, if those are pocket strats that you're hoping to use in big moments, you can ideally save them for the major. But you are currently in a position where saving things for bigger moments means potentially missing those bigger moments to begin with. Nip has to leave it all out on the line.
A bomb has been located.
And they're doing it. The second half has been great for them. Nip was only successful in the first half, defending twice. Los, they've only succeeded once. And it was on this bomb site. It was locked for the previous 2 rounds. If Los is able to repeat that success, Jesse, for the 3rd map in a row, and every map so far today, we will go to overtime. And then it's a coin toss. Both of these teams winning in OT in the 15th and final round. As you noted, it's been a long time since we've needed a full set of games to determine a winner. First set of action. Now coming in Bakery. 1 minute off the clock. Logic bombs go. A grenade goes out as well. Nip throwing everything, or at least as much as they can, to try and catch Los looking, and they've not succeeded.
Yeah, a lot of commitment, like resource-wise, over towards Bakery, but not actually going to be where the push comes through. This will be a top-down execute coming through from NIP, and the Kaid could be their biggest downfall. This was a big problem on Bank for Los when they didn't ban the Kaid and they had to go up against it. We don't often see Kaid bans on Cafe, not like we do on some other maps, but even still, you're coming up against this. The only thing you really have are those can openers to try to open up the hatch. Those will not be able to open the hatch, though, unless you clear out that Electro Claw. So this is actually a huge problem they need to find a way to solve. We'll get the opening pick. Fantasy from outside of Bakery finally does strike and take down Dark, but I'm still a little bit worried about the positioning. If they don't get the freezer hatch open, Parker, how do they execute?
I mean, with the way this Nip team is shooting, Jesse, you might not need to play off of the objective, though. You could just go for frags at this point. I mean, there's 1 minute left. That's still time. You still have a full clear under control. You're still on that top floor. Fantasy with first blood 3 times in this second half, one of them leading to a 3K just a round to go. They'll have to rely on some depth, though. As Cons goes down, so does Fantasy. Nip now trailing in numbers. Wizard with 1, Hates is traded out, so Los maintains their advantage with 30 seconds left on the clock. A Los victory sends us into overtime, and it's looking more and more likely. Wizard has clutched a couple rounds. He'll need to do it again, but he's only good enough for 1. Kurtz with the exit kill in round 12. And all 3 of these maps need OT. Overtime, Jesse, for the 3rd time in a row.
Maybe the closest game that you and I have casted all season, Parker. This one just cannot
Jesse,
find
this is the
a
closest game of my whole life.
Okay, well,
Jesse, I do not remember my life before Los versus Nip. That's how long we've been in here. I might have family. I might have friends. I don't know where I am. I don't know my age. There is life, and then there is where we are right now.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
oh, I couldn't have said it better myself.
There is no life before this match. We are trapped in here. Where is salvation?
Well, Parker, I have good news. If you want to eventually go on with your life, we have 3 rounds at a maximum to end this out. Barring a ridiculous tech pause, we should be out of here in the next 20
Don't
minutes.
say that.
Knock on wood.
Please don't.
But we should have a winner. We should be able to find out our second last team heading to Munich, but I don't have a damn clue who that's going to be. Los, they do a great job on the defense. Arthur more than doubles his kills on map 3 in a single round to bring him from 2 up to 5. They will get defense in the overtime. That's maybe an advantage, maybe not. It's been an attacker-sided cafe so far, but sometimes in OT, those things do tend to swap. They will go down to the bomb site that they were just victorious on. They will play that bottom floor. Changing up the operators once again, though, Parker. They have not run. This is their 3rd time on the site. They have not run the same setup twice. So this is going to be more things that now NIP need to adapt to.
Very quickly, Jesse, 2 things to look for. Number 1, first bloods were not much of a factor on Bank, but on Lair and Cafe, an almost 80% conversion rate. So whichever team does strike first is in great shape to ride out a victory. Additionally, on both Bank and Lair, the team that won the first OT, whatever side they were on, swept OT. On Bank, it was a defender-sided map. The attackers won round 13. The attackers won 14 and 15 as well. On Lair, 50-50 attackers and defenders across the first 12, but then Nip won the first round as defenders, and the defenders won every single OT round. So what happens here on Cafe? Do we keep that trend line up? Do we buck the trend line? Who the hell knows at this point? This game has everything you could possibly ask for, and uncertainty is just a beautiful part of it.
I'm watching these nitros. That was the big factor when we saw Los defending this last time successfully. They had Legacy with the nitro. They had Dark with the drone. Dark had captured a drone, but I believe it just got shot out. He'll still try to toss a nitro. It's in his hands at the moment, just playing down in the main stairs, wide coat check, launches off, does not find a target. He got the opening pick with that the last time that he played this operator on this site, so that's no longer going to be a factor. The Evil Eyes will be brand new. They've not brought this even once on the map so far, so more things to adapt to. The Black Eye is still strong too. That's the same vault camera that we saw coming through from Los the last time. It's still not been seen by NIP.
They don't need to act off of it, Jesse. But as long as somebody is sitting there, one of these anchor players, you can account for one of these 5 players. That allows the rest of you to play with more freedom. You know where Fantasy is. He's been the big threat for this team. Wizard has been exceptional, only 7 kills. He will find no more this round. Traded immediately back by Cons. Here comes the double drop. Right now through Freezer. Farius backed away. That Black Eye cam still up. Nip taking some damage. Previously, Los had used a Nitro Cell to great effect. Will they be able to do it this time? No. 20 seconds left. Diffuser in the hands of Cons. Fantasy on the board. He was being watched by Nip and Los. Now the diffuser goes down and all hell will break loose inside the site. A slaughter in kitchen, leaving Arthur in a 1v3. Nip geared up for the push. They swept through the site. Now Arthur attempting to retake. Bailiff out. He finds 1, 2 more to go. Harassed by the death mark. Flashes from above, a rush into the site from Nip. Arthur standing his ground. Fantasy around the corner, finding his 14th, and Nip will take the round to move to series point.
We just cannot go into an overtime without some ridiculous stuff going down. And Parker, it always lives up to the expectations. A brilliant push from NIP. It gets scrappy and messy in the late round. Arthur was firing off those Evil Eye lasers. The Evil Eye was overheating. It was firing off so many of those, but they just could not stop the plants. Cons went down to about a third HP, around a half HP, but he still managed to get it down. If Kurtz is a half second faster to pass through that Sens wall and stop the plant, that's probably a round win instead coming through from Los on the defense. But NIP barely getting that objective down in time, playing an excellent post plant to come on through. Cons and Fantasy doubling up for all 5 kills, 3 from Cons, 2 from Fantasy. The real stars of NIP showing up bright today. Probably the most important round so far. There'll be 2 more to come our way. NIP have to move to the defense, and Parker, I'll remind you, this is the best defensive team in the world statistically coming into this game. They just have to win 1 defense on the bottom floor of Cafe, and they're headed to the major.
Seconds to insertion.
And Los did it and Nip did it in round number 4. It was one of only 2 rounds that they succeeded on a defender-sided map that has skewed towards the attackers. The first OT round went to the attackers too. If you know mathology, you'll know that with the scoreline, the first team to win in OT has gone on to win the map twice so far. We can look at trend lines and we can look at streaks, but I don't think it does us any good. We expected a 2-0 victory for Nip to begin with, and while Nip are in great shape to finally win, Jesse, there is still no certainty here. Los, without a shield in front of their faces, Arthur in particular, who at one point had 0 kills but has now amassed 6 in a role that he knows, but on operators that he might not be the most familiar with, will hold on to that defuse kit, and it might be an early entry for Los, as they've already used 1 logic bomb to figure out where these Nip players are off site.
Yeah, they know it's a full 5-man bottom floor hold from NIP. They know there's nobody extending up the top floor, which opens the door for them to get aggressive. If they do want to take these top 2 floors, though, Parker, and I believe they do, they're again going to have to deal with this kitchen hatch. The freezer hatch has been electrified by Pino. They don't really have the tools to deal with it. They'll probably need to get a Twitch drone in if they want to kill the Electro Claw and then eventually drop them through the hatch, but not sure that that'll even be the game plan. I mean, they do have a lot of players around the mid floor still. They are eyeing up VIP, and there's an old school send strategy where you just toss it from the restaurant window, jump in, and run at the VIP guy. I don't know if they'll go for it. That I don't think was the initial game plan. Arthur's still up on the top floor, but might be their only choice if they don't clear out the Electric Claw. As I say that, looks like they'll pop it with the Twitch drone and can start to go for a more default push down through freezer.
There's just so much to talk about in this series, and we might be getting towards a conclusion. With 1 minute left in the round, no damage done to anybody yet. The freezer death drop is something that is done by so many teams, usually under the cover of smoke. A Zoto canister will go out, answered back by a logic bomb. Both of these teams using their utility with 50 seconds left on the clock. Now is the time to do it. Los with the heady task, though, Jesse. What a run it has been from this Los team if this really is the end. Nobody expected them to push Nip this far, and yet here we are, and there is still a chance for them to prevail. Hate's now taking a beating. First kill comes on the side of Los. Answered right back. Wizard with 2. Pino on the board. Dark, the last man standing, talked about for his contributions to the team. He is the reason why they are here. But Nip just looking so formidable. 14 rounds is all it needs. Los's dreams shattered, and Ninjas in Pyjamas will secure the 3rd spot for the Munich Major.
What a big game to come out at the end there. It was not easy. They were tested to the limit, but in 44 rounds, they finally make it happen. Brilliant play from Wizard in round 14. Gets the job done from Small Bake. Are we a little behind schedule, Parker? Is that maybe what you're thinking?
No, I was just saying, Jesse, we loaded into this game almost 3 hours ago, almost 4 hours ago at this point. We had a couple tech issues, but my God, what a screamer it was. We looked at these matchups before they even started, and I think we all agreed. W7M Team Liquid, that one's going to go the distance. This first one should be a relatively brisk affair. The good news is that it's almost impossible for W7M and Liquid to go even longer than this, but I'm looking more at an excitement factor. Los, the upstart, scrappy team, managed to take the Titans of Brazil, the #1 seeded team, and almost knock them out of position to go to the major. What a performance by Los. This was a team that has shown that adversity is tough, but they can overcome it when the need arises. Nip looked a little shaky. I think they were surprised, Jesse. But my God, Nip gets the spot. But Los, maybe they won some hearts and minds in that matchup.
Yeah, I think they did. There's going to be some Los fans out there who are heartbroken from the game that they just played. But you talk about a team that had no expectations come into this stage, and I think they have a lot to be proud of after the match that they just played. It won't feel good, but there's plenty to look forward to in the future. There's going to be SI quals coming up that I'm sure Los will be participating in, so plenty to improve upon. This team has shattered all expectations and should still be feeling good with their head held high.
Yeah, I mean, where does that team go? Hopefully only up from here. Ninjas in Pyjamas will be in action tomorrow. They are the third team to qualify for the major, but we've still got one more team tonight to finish this Munich major qualification. Will it be W7M or will it be Team Liquid? We'll find out in a couple minutes after this break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
The Ninjas in Pyjamas managed to pull through. They secured that spot at the major. A massive congratulations to them. It was a barn burner of a series, but I do hope they have some kind of stamina left to ask or to answer some of our questions, as we should have Pino on the line to ask him a few things about this game that we've just had. Pino, welcome. Hello, on the desk. A massive congratulations on making it to the major. How are you feeling after that extremely close game?
Yeah, this match was so insane, like in the terms of pressure we felt mid-game. I mean, we did 2 comebacks in a row. So I think that Los prepared for this game pretty well. They had a week to do so. And the operator bans they did, like we had some trouble like to play without them. Like we had to adapt a lot of things in the middle of the game. So yeah, I think they did a very good preparation. It was so fucking hard for us. I mean, this was the most crazy match I played in my career. So yeah, very, very emotive in the game. So yeah, pretty happy with the result.
Congratulations, Pino. I mean, it was probably harder than you expected, but at least you know what, you made the Munich major, and that's what's important. I want to go back to for me the most critical round, which is the last round on Lair and the clutch from Wizard, which was a crazy moment for you guys because you get back in it. You know, after this, I wanna ask you, what is the team talk after that? What do you guys say to each other going into map 3, going into Cafe to make sure you're gonna win this?
Like we've said that we just needed to play calm. Like they were throwing a lot of advantage to us, and Cafe is like one of our best maps, so it was really that talk we did. Like stay calm, let's focus on communication. And yeah, the first half was really bad for us. They did 4-2. We had to come back, but yeah, we stayed calm and did what we needed to do.
How do you guys deal with the energy, Pino? Across this playoffs bracket so far, you've played 74 out of 75 rounds. You know, every game has been overtime. 4 of them have been 8-7, with that obviously that last map being 8-6. That must be really tricky from like an energy point of view.
Yeah, I mean the first 4 maps we played, it was 8-7 on the score. The last one we won 8-6. So yeah, it's very difficult to keep the energy on these matches. Like, yeah, it was hard. We need to fix our attitudes mid game as well. Like we start to play much more passive than we should. So yeah, it drained us a lot. So yeah. So,
how did you feel after the FaZe game last week? Because obviously it was very, very close to beating them. That must have been a difficult one to suffer, I guess, a difficult game to lose.
Yeah, the FaZe game was pretty hard. Like we had on the stage 1 we lost 2-0 for them, but it was I think 7-2 and 7-3. But this time it was the 2 maps 8-7. So yeah, it was really hard to swallow that. So we throw a lot of rounds, a lot of 5v3s. Our communication was not on point. So yeah, we knew that this loss match was not going to be easy. They had the week to prepare, and they play with a different play style from other teams. They like to do so many quick plays, like different plays that we don't play every day on screens. So they innovate a lot. So yeah, I think that it was good for us. This match for experience if we face a team like that again. So yeah, we're hoping to go further to win the SAL finals.
Yeah, I was expecting the same, you know, because I feel like lows are really, sometimes they can be really like explosive, you know, like really fast paced and really abuse like the ying or the shield at the same time. This last map, I was confused. Like the opening kill happened in the last 30 seconds almost all the time. They were playing so slow. Like, how did you guys manage to play against that? Because you won so many opening kills, but then in the very last few moments, it was just always going back and forth. Like the opening kill almost didn't matter, you know?
Yeah, like they trade each other really well. So the open kill doesn't really matter, as you said. So yeah, it's a tough game to play. I mean, the bakery, I think that they did their set plays on the first rounds, and on the last ones they didn't want to play it again, so they played more slower. So yeah.
Well, Pino, we kept you here for quite a long time, especially after this game. One more question before we let you go. Now that you make it to the major, is there any team in particular that you're looking forward to playing against? Anyone that you feel like you have some wrongs to right? Maybe like a G2 or so?
Yeah, I mean, it should be, if there's a team, it should be G2. Like the quarterfinals on the AWC, it was pretty hard for us after the loss. So yeah, it would be cool to play against them and maybe face a Brazilian team on the final.
All right, well, we'll see. Pino, thank you so much for your time. We've kept you here for a long time, especially after this really close game. You have some more games to play tomorrow, so best of luck with them.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from Pino after what we said was a really long game. And let's be honest, when we look at that final map in particular, there was so much going down on that series. We're looking back at the clutch that kept NIP alive in this whole matchup in general. But I feel like as the rounds progressed on that final map on Cafe Leo, I felt like it was harder. It became even harder for us to actually make sense of the things that we were seeing in front of our very eyes.
Yeah, that's what you expect from a game that goes all the way to overtime on all 3 maps and goes through clutches, multi-kills, individual moments that save the day. And most importantly, I will say this, it was the worst game ever for any observer, because most of the action happened in the last 20-30 seconds with almost everything happening at the same time. And look at this pure chaos almost every single time in the last few seconds of the rounds. And it was an absolute banger of a match, I will say this, an unexpected one as well. Like Jack would say, an accidental banger between 2 teams that we thought it was going to be a flawless victory for NIP. Everything indicated that it was going to be the case because they were looking so good. But he's right, you know, they had a week to prepare. Los had a week to prepare to know on which map they would get. And props to them because they put in such a good fight and proved once again that maybe Brazil is not that top heavy.
Yeah, this round 13 that we just seen now, obviously it went all the way to 14, but I feel like last week when NIP, when they played FaZe, I think they didn't manage the big moments. And I think that round 13, obviously we get to overtime and the plant's going down, the sense wall's going up, the Maestro cams are zapping, and Alpha really, to be honest, he messed up the Maestro cams for the denial and didn't have them in place when the plant actually was going down. He'd burned it out. And those small mistakes are not managing the big moments, and ultimately Nip get that attack in overtime and put a whole heap of pressure on Loss. And ultimately, that's what got him over the line, was probably capitalizing on a Loss mistake. But this game, like you say, accidental banger, it had absolutely everything. It had clutches, it had big plays, it had quick rounds, it had slow rounds. And honestly, it was so good. I mean, any game that goes 44 out of 45 rounds, you're going to say that, right?
Yeah, and these sets are really close as well, like so close to each other in regards to the scoreboard in general. But who else than Wizard could be given the MVP for this matchup? If only it was for that clutch that he pulled off at the 15th round of Lair. He definitely deserves this one. How many kills were made by each individual player just because of how far we went in this matchup? Just incredible stuff from them. But I think because of how long this game has been, it is time that we move on to the next one. We'll have a look at the updated bracket to see where we find ourselves and what this playoffs bracket is looking like so far, because as you see in the bottom left of your screen, NIP beat Los 2-1. That just happened. NIP now qualified to the major in Munich, but there's one more spot inside the SAL that we need to give to any of these teams. Now in the bottom left you see Liquid or W7M. That is our next matchup and also our last matchup for today, and one of these 2 teams will walk away from today with a major spot. Now when we talk about that matchup in particular, I think any Liquid fan or Liquid enjoyer out there who want to see Liquid kind of replicate the group stage game. We go all the way back to the first day of the group stage. Liquid actually beat W7M 7-3 on Clubhouse. That was when Liquid had a great start to the stage and W7M had a really rough start to the stage, but they did show quick improvement after that. And I think the big storyline for this one as well is, you know, the true OGs, they were on the team together, Nesk versus Palu, going up against each other for a major spot. And when we're looking at Liquid as a roster, I'm just glad to see them make it close to FaZe. The loss, unfortunate for themselves, now they find them in the lower bracket. I think the slow game they played now, or against FaZe, Jack, is something we won't see at all today against W7M.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Liquid are one of those teams that I think they confuse a lot of viewers, and they certainly confuse me, because I think even if you just look at the results, the fact that, you know, they can beat Furia, they can beat W7M, they're going all the way with a lot of these big teams, and then they can fall short against some of the other teams. It's been a little bit inconsistent, but like you would say, that's because there's new signings coming in. But that being said, I think they've had a much more solid stage in stage 2 than they did in stage 1.
Yeah.
Until it then hits playoffs against FaZe, where they got, you know, they lost, but again, they went really, really close with them. So it's almost like, for me, I'm not sure which Liquid's going to turn up. I actually have a feeling that a very, very good Liquid's going to turn up today. And I don't know why. I think Ollie called it the Liquid Tingles, was it? Something like that?
I think that we've reduced the huge gap between the floor of Liquid and their ceiling, right? I think that we've got a team that makes more sense on paper. I think that Lenda has brought a real vision for the team and is an ideal that everyone can follow, and maybe the team, the players on the team can really thrive in that vision, maybe a little bit old school, maybe a little bit more traditional than Ask's way of seeing the game, and it seems to work a little bit more. I think it's giving more space to Maya to really perform. As a reminder, look at his EPS right now. He's one of the best rated players worldwide with that roster, really thriving in that environment. It's giving a lot of space. Diaz, especially now on his support roles, really being one of the most consistent players. I think we're still missing Dafo and Nesk performing as the other fraggers, really stepping up. That's my only issue with the roster so far, because the fact that Nenda focuses mostly on the shields and on the worst roles mean that's obviously is not going to bring a lot of firepower. Now, I will say this, that consistency has brought them some success. Like you said, the beating of W7M during Copa Sudamericana in the BO3, the beating of Furia towards the end of the stage as well. They've proved that they can do it, and I think last week their games against FaZe honestly could have went either way. So I'm expecting this game against W7M to be another barn burner. And I will say this, the consistent progress is a clear opposite, in my opinion, to W7M's ceiling. I think that we've seen the ceiling of W7M so far. I think that they're struggling to really breach it, and I'm waiting to see them kind of make me lie here. I'm waiting to see them perform against some big nibs, because last week, I don't know what you think, Jack, but I think them losing so harshly against Furia, their nemesis, 6 losses in a row against that team, once again proves to me that this team has the quality to make it to a Munich major, but also still lacks the quality to make it to the top 2 of Brazil.
Do you think, can I just pick your brains for a second, Leo? Do you think that that's just a Furia-specific thing, or do you think it's an overall W7M thing? I.e., is it just in that fixture against Furia?
I think it's a mix of the two, because on one hand, I feel like W7M is a team that has the same playstyle as Furia. They thrive on fragging power. The problem is they don't have the same strategic depth. They don't have an IGL of the caliber of Felipox, and they don't have the gunner of the caliber of the ones on Furia. And so it means that if they play the same playstyle, whenever they face each other, they're just a worse version of Furia in some way. And I think that's tough for them to perform, right? And I think that we're seeing the ceiling not only against Furia, but against other team right now.
I do think that, I would agree. I think it's been interesting to observe the Palu joining into this W7M team, because of course they're not a bad team. You know, this team ultimately has been to, finals. This team's won a major, right? Ultimately, the core of the team, and they're used to seeing the international events and they're used to having that success. Adding Palu in, I think at the start excited a lot of people. The guy on your screen just then excited a lot of people. But I think the results kind of since then have petered out. Like W7M haven't really taken the next step. And I think that's maybe the struggle. They've of course got a lot of quality on this team. Dots is an exceptional shield player. Lobin, Volps, Palu, all of them on the day are exceptional game winners. I think Lobin on the far right of your screen there, particularly, he's getting to play he's getting a lot of freedom with his operator picks, and really not potentially doing it on the server is probably the biggest disappointment of the stage so far.
I love that I could just sit here and let you two yap and talk about these two teams going up against each other. But in general, all of what you're saying makes so much sense, and it fits these two teams perfectly. And the storyline with what you two put about the fact that we haven't necessarily seen Liquid ceiling yet, and that we've seen it from W7M, but it's kind of going the wrong way for them. A great example to give from that is that they could have already found themselves qualified, but in that game against Furia, there were so many rounds that they just threw out of the window in that game, and they really can't be allowing themselves to do that today, because as we said, Liquid already beat them once in that best of one over when it was on Clubhouse. Will Clubhouse be part of the equation today as well? That's a question that we have, and hopefully will be answered once we have a look at the map veto, because Clubhouse in a best of 3 is a map that we used to see so many times inside of best of 3s, but this time around it seems like we'll be heading to a chalet. It's a Liquid pick, Leo. We're not surprised.
No, not surprised. It's their favorite map. I'm not afraid to say it. It's the map on which they beat Loud 7-0, for example. Also the map on which they beat Furia 7-2. And last week, they lost it. It was the end of a 6-win streak. But they lost it against FaZe, and it was really, really close. 7-8 only. They absolutely love this map. And for W7M, it's been a mix. It's been back and forth. They've lost it consistently to Furia 3 times in a row, by the way, this stage. But I think we're already looking at it at a map where Liquid, they want to go back to, I guess, their home ground, right? And this is probably one of the best maps they could have hoped for as a pick.
I will say it's not too bad for W7M. I think it was actually Palu's first game at Reload against M80 where they brought some serious pace, and I got really excited about this team with Palu in it, was seeing them on Chalet. So it's certainly a map they play, but like you say, bit of a mixed bag. And then we're going to see W7M picking into Nighthaven Labs. This one, realistically, not a surprise. It's very, very high preference to W7M. In fact, they've not lost it since Palu joined the roster. They're unbeaten on it, 3-0, including victories against Lost, FaZe, and ENX. And for Liquid, it was the scene of where they exited the Reload event, or lost in the Reload event, to the grand finalist CAG. So it's a map that they have played, but they don't actually have a great record on it. They've actually only played it 3 times and only won on it once, which was in stage 1 against Lost. So it's a map that we're not used to seeing on them. Certainly from our perspective, with this new team, we've not seen Liquid on it.
Jack, a fun surprise about Labs, by the way. I know you hate me for it. I love to bring up some matches from Copa Sudamericana, but listen to me. Team Liquid only 2 weeks ago beat W7M in a BO3. On which map was it? On one of the maps, sorry, was Nighthaven Labs, and Liquid beat them 8-7 on that map. So they went all 15 rounds. So you're saying we're getting 45
rounds again?
I'm saying it's going to be a close game. And also, W7M has had 15 rounds to learn the way Liquid plays it. And I think it's always a favorite for them whenever they go back to a map that they've lost. And then when we go to Bank, obviously, I think it's pretty 50-50. I think it's a map that we've seen Liquid play a lot, but they struggled hard. And I think W7M is kind of the same, right? It's not a big map of the map will either. It makes sense that it's pretty balanced for the decider.
All right, the question is, will it be a close game? I mean, we're going to find out, hopefully somewhere soon in the next 3.5 hours, depending on whether this game gets as close as the one was before this one. But we're starting off on Chalet, and we're sending it back to our casters, Intero and Jesse.
Well, I mean, we're ready again, Jesse. Look,
and
Jesse, it says ready.
Auto-filled.
I don't know. Oh!
Uh-oh.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. And did you know that you can get Assassin's Creed Shadows for 40% off? That is quite the steal. Ooh, huge for them. All right, it looks like we are in the action already. Operator bans going out. Jesse, what are your thoughts?
Well, I always want to see a zombie ban on Chalet. We didn't get it the first time. There it is for the second ban. So crisis averted. I think this is such a broken map for a zombie, frankly. And so always a little nervous if we don't get it banned out at the start of the game. But we did see it get removed. You pair that with a Mira. I think pretty common bans across the board for both the attackers and defenders coming up here between these two teams. So it'll be fun to see how this first Chalet goes. I think the Des did a great job breaking it down, but just to kind of reiterate as we have a little bit of time here, this is a great map for both of these two teams. Liquid particularly, a 6-1 record on Chalet this season, only losing one time. That one time was against FaZe Clan. It was 8-7, and it was 1 week ago. So it was a 6-game winning streak right until they played that 15-round match up against FaZe. W7M, I would say, are not the favorites, at least on map 1 of this series, but they're also a good Chalet team. I'm looking at a 5-2 record this season, only losing to Falcons at Reload and losing to Furia last week. So it's also a good map for them. But you got to imagine, right, for Team Liquid, this is the map that they are the most comfortable on. This is the map that they have been the most dominant on since the season started and they kind of went through with their roster moves. I'm hoping we get a really competitive game to start things off.
I mean, not even to start things off. I just want a real competitive game no matter what. But I will say, just for vocal stamina, if they want to make it a little bit less exciting so that, well, you know, we don't have to yell as much, I'm always okay with that. No, I'm just kidding. I've heard that the lobby is broken. So unfortunately, we are waiting for everything to get fixed before we can get back in. What an incredible run from that Los team, by the way. I know the Des talked about it in the postmortem, and of course you got to ride along and witness it as we went through it. But basically, all but one round played between two teams is incredibly even. About what we expect at this point in time. That was our expectation in this W7M Team Liquid matchup. If the Des had asked me my thoughts regarding these teams, I would say, I think either W7M 2-0s it, or Liquid wins a brutally ugly 3-mapper. I don't really think there is a possible outcome beyond that. I think W7M can obviously win in a 3-mapper as well, but I think those are the two most likely outcomes. It remains to be seen what exactly happens, but I mean, W7M's been a pretty fine team. They've certainly been a little bit better than Liquid in terms of group stage play, but there are obviously weaknesses on this W7M team that have been taken advantage of so far through the playoffs. Ditto for Liquid. So we find ourselves in interesting and uncharted territory, Jesse.
That we do, Parker, and if we do see a win from Team Liquid, I would have to imagine that that would be more uncharted territory, as W7M are, of course, the reigning major champions, winning the Montreal Major 1 year ago. So they're going to be wanting to make it back to one of those big events. They want to show that they are still one of the best teams in the world. Des talked a lot about how this team has maybe fallen off a little bit over the last couple of months and are no longer really in the conversation for best in Brazil, struggling against Furious, struggling against some of the top teams in the world. They're still very good. Don't get me wrong on that, but we know how good they've been in the past. And I think we're all kind of waiting for them to get back there. For Liquid, it's been, a little bit longer since they would be in the conversation for best team in the world, but still a great team in their own right who have had some really deep tournament runs over the many eras that they've been here in Siege.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
This Team Liquid squad has been searching for an identity over the last couple stages, as they've tried everything to find new players to carry on in what could be a great run for a new team, but Liquid defies all logic a lot of times, Jesse. I struggle to think of a team in Rainbow Six Siege that has changed as many things, still found success despite all of their changes. Liquid has never been a bad team. They haven't been the best in the region a few times, but this is still a team that can not easily make majors, but definitely be in contention for it. When they do make majors, they are still a threat, even if they completely bomb out. They are an enigma. And now with Daffodil and Lenda on this team, it seems like they have much faster been able to put things together. Speaking of fast, W7M are clearing out this bomb site and they are off to the races. In the corner, Dots finding an opportunity to get Diffuser down. No blitz, no Monty, no problem. A few shield will come in, and with 9 players still alive, the objective is down. Goodbye to Daffo. Everybody on W7M still alive. Jesse, we might have another map where you're not really able to talk. Down goes Maya at the hands of Dodez. W7M breaking Liquid's back. Dodez having a huge round. It's up to Diaz and Lenda as the time continues to run away. Dodez on limited HP, but it might not matter. An upside down rappel is a hard thing to deal with. Volps and Palu combining for the final kills. Funny enough, both former Team Liquid players, and W7M is off to the races.
Perfect little rush coming through. Again, I'm not going to complain if we're going to get some brilliant attacks like that to start off the day. And that's what we're expecting from these two teams, right? A high level of competition where both teams are showing some really cool stuff on attack and on defense. Felt like that was a great push to come on through from them in that round. Standard rush in with the shield. I think, maybe the only thing that's worth pointing out in that round was just the plant spot in particular. It was quite deep where Dots ended up going. He didn't just plant in the smoke. He actually planted outside of the smoke, but he planted up on the little couch or table that's kind of in the corner there. And so you couldn't actually see him from anywhere inside of games, but he was still able to be getting that plant down on the ground. He wasn't in the smoke, but still obscured. Nice little plant spot to come through from him. He would have died to the Nitro, I'm quite sure, of DS had he not chosen such a tight plant spot. So nice stuff coming out from Dots to start things off, and Team Liquid hopefully going to be a little more ready for that next time.
You're not going to be able to replicate that kind of rush strat on every single bomb site on Chalet. Obviously, with that big window being the main entry point for a lot of teams, it's very easy to just hop in, get the case down, and move on with your lives. W7M assessed that Liquid is still too far off site. We can take this opportunity to punish them. It's a direct hit. We're not going to go for a full clear. We're not particularly troubled with the top floor. Just smoke it off and get on in. With Liquid banning both of these shields, you have to expect either a Blackbeard or a Blitz, or sorry, a Blackbeard or a Fuse shield more often than not. The Fuse shield does not work most of the time, and this is, while it is a map that Fuse can actually find some value on, one of the most powerful bomb sites that he tends to work towards is that bottom floor bomb site, which is not seen as often as it did in the past. W7M will bring a Blackbeard this time around, and even if the bomb site isn't on the basement, Lenda will be lurking down there on the Solus. There's an operator that we talked about on Layer, Jesse. Received a couple buffs. How will Solus do here on Chalet? He has the first kill. Down goes Dodez. A slingshot in from Volps, hoping to take advantage of the melee of the carnage. Doesn't find a kill. Diaz goes down at the hands of Dots, and we're just a minute into the action, and both teams already coming to very early blows.
Yeah, you can tell the pace that W7M want to set, right? They're happy to take these fights early, and with this position, why wouldn't you? Great control inside of Solar, gets them the man advantage, and leaves Maya and Nesk left alone in the 2v3.
Liquid battling from behind yet again, and now Nesk will have to reposition himself towards that bathroom door as he's flashed out. Diffuser for the second time in a row, successfully planted by W7M. Maya evens things up and then gives his team the leg up. Now it's Palu in the revenge match, and he finds both of them. A dish best served cold, they say, for revenge. Chalet's the coldest map in the pool. W7M off to a 2-0 start.
And a really nice couple of rushes to start us off here from W7M. And they're not rushes for no reason, right? These are not just being called because, let's go for a rush, why not? They're really doing a great job, I think, of assessing the defensive setup from Team Liquid and then reacting to it appropriately. Two players in the basement at the start of that round, both Maya and Lenda, playing over towards Snowmobile Garage, which, you know, usually that would be fine, but the bomb site is top floor. Those players are very far from the site. When Volps eventually uses that Gara hook, jumps into Solar at the same time, Dots jumps into the bathroom through the window, you start to really get worried for those site players. You're asking a lot from guys like Diaz who are sitting on the site. You're asking a lot from guys like Daffodil who are sitting on the site. And while they did a decent job there, we got a couple of kills on the side of Team Liquid. It just wasn't ever going to be enough. No pressure on that top floor, which is where the push was all coming through. So really nice reads coming out from W7M, forces an extremely early attack timeout from Liquid after just 2 round losses on Chalet. This is their map pick, and they clearly came in with a strong game plan on defense, so maybe worried a little bit with just how those opening rounds went.
W7M can keep up this tempo, which is far from certain. Both Los and Nip started off strong on maps, and it didn't really have much of an overall impact on the remainder of that map, as those gaps can close so quickly between teams. But if W7M can keep this up, we might be in for a relatively fast series. With this being Team Liquid's map, it stands to reason that W7M would start on the favorable side. On a map like Chalet, which has always been favorable to the attackers, it surprises me very little that they would opt to go here. In SAL, it sits as the 3rd most played map so far this stage, trails both Bank and Layer, maps that we saw played in the earlier competition between Los and Ninjas in Pyjamas. And it actually is a touch defender favored, Jesse. 52% of the rounds. But with that number being 52%, still not a huge advantage. So a 3-3 half is possible. Operator bans can knock it into 5-1 or 4-2 territory. We'll see how it plays out. A default cam left up by W7M is not a great sign, and well, it looked like Lenda would take advantage of that, but Palu is there to shut down the Liquid aggression, and Palu starts off 5-0.
Nice little stop there. That's the Solus buff coming into effect as well. You can't do that without the impacts, although I'm not sure if it really worked in the Solus's favor this time around. It's okay. Still got to start things off strong for W7M. And I mean, for Team Liquid, the walls are starting to close in very early in this round 3 as well. Loban's taken a surprising amount of map control, already pressuring into the dining hallway here as he's got player behind the reinforcement in his sights. His teammates are all working through the top floor as we speak, doing their best to enter the map, try to find some kind of entry point. Loban not really in a position where he's likely to face much pressure. There's no reason for Liquid to return to the site down blue or anything yet. They know that the pressure they're facing is largely around Solar, so they will be happy to sit here on the top floor and allowed W7M to waste their own time. Given that it's been 90 seconds and W7M are still not really entering into the top floor, I do wonder if at some point they're just going to make the call like, hey, top's not going to be ours. We got to go hit the site.
A lot of good intel here being gleaned from W7M. That's Solus going 0-3. Lenda on that roll. The support, the two newest players of Team Liquid in both Daffodil and Lenda having a rough start, combining for 0 kills through these 3 rounds. Still time for Daffo to get on the board. As W7M will now creep up, trying to play off of the information, and there is Daffo's first kill spoken into existence. Lobin hunting down those defenders. Logic bombs giving their positions away. Daffo's spot by the Dora bathroom is now known to W7M, but they cannot get bogged down trying to take him out. There is a job to be done in the next 35 seconds, and Volps did not get that memo, Jesse.
Now this is kind of a desperation, right? Top floor is not even going to be under your control. They do get one back, but the time is really bad, Parker. They have to get to the site and plant in 20 seconds. And there's 2 very strong anchors sitting down there.
Liquid still battling from behind, a very familiar spot. They've been in this predicament every round. It will get worse. Diaz brought over from Brazil to NA. Now back to Brazil he goes. He's found a single kill, and that'll be all he gets. Palu, another great exit round. Palu involved in all 3 of the closing kills to seal the first quarter of this matchup. And W7M says, you can take your time out. It's not going to change anything at all. This is still our side. Perfect through 3 rounds on the side of the Bulls.
Palu has played 19 international events in a Team Liquid jersey, spent by far the majority of his career on that organization. Left the team at the start of this season, went over to W7M instead. A huge, shocking move to the community to see him move off of Liquid after he had repped that jersey for so many years. The separation of Nesk and Palu was mourned across the world. But now it feels like he's hitting his stride. He's finding almost more success beating Team Liquid than he ever found playing with them. Having a great start to this half, 7-0 here on Chalet. And, you know, it's been a while since he left Team Liquid now. The season is towards the back half, so I'm not sure if there's a huge amount of information, especially with the roster moves they've made, that he's been able to glean from them. But it does feel like he's pretty tapped into what Liquid want to do on a macro sense, right? It feels like he's got a really good read on where these players are going to be, what they're trying to do at different parts of the round, and has had a really almost easy looking time here on Chalet, patching them off guard and punishing from that. It's not easy, but the way he does it, it makes it look easy.
5 seconds to insertion.
This W7M team is chock full of talent. Both of these squads have an abundance of talent. It's just about realizing that and putting it into action. W7M's road here has been a little similar to what Liquid has. They finished 2 points apart in the group stages. FaZe Clan and W7M tied for 3rd with 19 points. Team Liquid was just 2 points behind in 5th place. Both of them getting 0-2 to get to this point. Team Liquid, mind you, got here through the upper bracket quarterfinals, whereas it was the upper bracket semis for W7M. They toppled Los 2-0 and then got punched down by Furia. Team Liquid lost to FaZe Clan and have been sitting and waiting since that October 11th match to get to this point. Far less of an adjustment, I feel like, for this roster on the side of W7M, though, Jesse, and they are looking so comfortable. Daffo had a great round previously to keep Liquid close. It still was not enough. He's punished by an early death at the hands of W7M.
And that's the roaming smoke you take off the board, too. 3 Toxic Babes in pocket. I'm always fine with a roaming smoke. I don't mind seeing a smoke play aggressive, but dying with all 3 Toxic Babes is never a good sign. Wasn't really able to waste any time off the clock. So that's a big loss for Team Liquid, especially when you think Daffodil very easily could have made it back towards the bomb site. He chose to gamble, chose to stick around, and got slammed because of that decision. Can't take risks against a team like W7M. They are incredibly good at what they do, and Daffodil maybe not be so used to this level of play, but he's finding out exactly how good this top level of Siege really is. Not an easy round still from Team Liquid. Playing this bottom floor site with the man advantage, W7M are starting to pressure quite heavily. They're looking to these blue stairs and eventually the snowmobile garage.
Nesk now using the information gleaned off of Lenda's shield play. Looked like he was going to come into action on these blue stairs, but is held at bay. And now an air jab will go down, so tricky territory for Lenda, not able to push up without that air jab being shot away at. Palu has kept them in place. Yoda is missing an opportunity to take down Maya, as now it's a full assault on the bomb site. Not a lot of time left for W7M to work with. 3 players over on blue. Palu finds Nesk and Maya as well. 10-0 for Palu as down goes Lenda. What a heater Palu is on, and on an 11th kill, he's all smiles. 11-0 against his former team. You're hard-pressed to find a better start than that. W7M not slowing down at all. They have not allowed Liquid anything in this match.
And that'll be an offensive world tour. W7M winning all 4 bomb sites on Chalet. Liquid going back to the site that teams don't play very often anymore in the basement. And it's kind of a clown car over towards blue stairs, Parker. 3 players in the end there rushed towards Palu just to try to stop that second dimension through the push. They knew the plant was coming down kind of on the garage side, right? That's going to be where the kit goes down every day of the week. It's just one player play the top of blue. That's Palu, but they think he's such a threat that they throw nearly their entire team at him. And he says, I will eat that up. Thank you very much. A ridiculous round coming out from Palu now. I mean, you said it, 11-0, fragging more than his entire team combined. It's just a ridiculous start to come through from him. And Team Liquid, they got to find an answer to this guy. I mean, you tried ignoring him earlier on in this matchup. You didn't find much success there. Now you tried throwing as many bodies as you could at him. That certainly didn't work. So what's the solution at this point against Palu?
Jesse, here's an incredible statistic. If you look at all of Team Liquid and you add them all together, they have 8 kills. If you don't count Palu, the rest of W7M has 9 kills. Palu has 11 kills. So no matter how you look at it, no matter how you squeeze it, W7M are dominating in the fragging department. Team Liquid is currently averaging 2 kills a round. There has been no flawless round. It's not like there were 2 flawless rounds to skew these numbers. Team Liquid is getting on the board every round. They're just barely doing so. Domination is a word that doesn't really go to show just how good this W7M team has been on this attacking side. Now, obviously, Team Liquid can get them to, slam the brakes on this when the side swap comes in, but there's very little good for Liquid through this first map. Nesk will die at the hands of Loban. W7M drawing blood again for the first time in this round. I don't know what you do at this point. Nesk is 1-5, Lenda 0-4. Yeah, these are 2 players that aren't necessarily tasked with getting a lot of kills, but I don't know what you're going to do. There's just nothing that's slowing down W7M. There goes Daffodil. Blackbeard and Dots just off to the races. Jesse, this is a mess for Liquid.
Again, Diaz is left all alone here on the site, battling everybody on the side of W7M. He does his best, but eventually taken down. Lenda alone in the 1v4, trying to return to the site, but no hope with the pace that W7M have been setting. It's been a fast game coming through from them, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 rounds. They have been going lightning quick in this matchup, and it's always catching Team Liquid off guard. They burned their attack timeout after round 2. Don't forget that. But it provided 0 difference in the results of the rounds. And it just feels like at this point, the ball is rolling. The game is lost. Like, it almost feels like for Team Liquid, we're looking at map 2 already, and the game just started.
To locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
W7M was just sitting there watching the low snip game, thinking to themselves, oh my God, I want to be done with this. And then they said, what if we just crush Team Liquid? Do any of you guys want to go out for dinner? Maybe. What time does the restaurant close at? And Paulu was like, I'm really hungry. And they're like, well, the restaurants might be closed. And he said, I will then eat Liquid. And that is what he's doing. Paulu didn't even get a single kill in that round, by the way. Paulu entered the round with 11 kills. He exited the round with 11 kills. Didn't die. Paulu has not died. We are almost at the halfway point of this map, and Paulu has yet to die.
Bit of a
know
fall off,
that-
not getting 1 kill last round. He's got to step it up.
I know that talking up Palu at the moment is fruit hanging so low that even you could pick it.
All right.
But it still needs to be mentioned. Now he's playing Ying. Not only a fragger, but also a high-value utility.
Palu's always been a great player when it comes to the util. You know, he can frag, of course. He's exceptionally talented, but he's always played kind of these support flex roles. He's a good player who thrives late in the round. One of the best clutch players that we see. Sometimes he gets accused of being a bit of a baiter, but I honestly think it's his play style and it's what his team requires of him in so many situations. We'll have to see how this last round of the half goes. The half has flown by. No more double basement roam from Team Liquid. They've got a much more condensed defense here on the top floor. I like that change, but it does feel like the information is all going away with W7M. Seemingly we're aware of the player ratting and Solar. DS has gotten out now, so it's not something to worry about any longer. More positions that are just getting cleared out by for Team Liquid, where they can't play those spots anymore. And since you don't have any roamers down below the bomb site or even all the way down in the basement, the site's going to start getting a little bit crowded. You don't have a whole lot of map to move around in.
Chalet is a small map, and I mean, I think part of that is what makes it so good for the attackers, is that the defenders are often trapped in positions where they have to fight their way out, and just based on utility and gunplay, the attackers have a decided advantage. W7M with 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock, Jesse, still have almost full utility, minus a couple frag grenades. It looks like they're finally going to use it all. As the advance comes towards the back of the bomb site, Solarium, that big bedroom window, bathroom window, gas goes out in response. A C4 is well tossed by Team Liquid. W7M have loved these opening duels. With the exception of round 2, they've struck first every single time. They need to secure Maya if they want that number to continue going up. Dots will find him. Doda's still outside. Desperate times for Team Liquid. Potentially a window jump out. That's what W7M is waiting for. Dodas goes down at the hands of Nesk, who finds his second kill. Gaffo on the board now as well. And Team Liquid with a rarity. They have a numbers advantage, Jesse.
The fuse kit's been down, but it should be able to get picked up nice and easily. Volp's a beautiful shot onto Diaz, and he can now go for a plant spot, Parker.
Nesk with another, now a vault out to try and rotate towards the window. He's caught looking. Volps and Palu, the two former members, as Palu now gets on the board. Daffo, last one standing. Taking some damage from Palu on the window. He changes his position. 13-0 for Palu to finish the first half. The man will not fucking die. What is happening in this game?
I don't even know words, Parker. You just have to laugh at a performance like this, especially the circumstances. Palu, one of the longest standing members on Team Liquid, goes to W7M, and now in the most important BO3 that they have played since the swap, he's just crushing his old team. And I mean, for Team Liquid, they have no answers to this. Like, they're making a lot of really basic mistakes. You go back to that last round, Maya is dead with 2 toxic babes in his pocket. Diaz dead with a deployable shield in his pocket. Like, these are prep phase gadgets that need to be put down, and they're not being placed out. Whether that's because this team is just so flustered with the 6-0 start that they've been dealt, whether that's because Diaz is trying to make some kind of a rat play early in Solar. I know he was going to get aggressive there, but like, these are the small things that can turn into a big advantage for W7M, even when you have the man count. W7M seemingly are able to outgun their way out of bad situations. And you maybe have some kind of a lead, there's going to be somebody there to shoot you in the face and turn that lead right back against you. W7M playing lights out right now, completely flawless, and Team Liquid, I mean, far from a flawless game from them.
Bomb located by attackers.
W7M.
Camera feed up and running.
Up 6-0 on Team Liquid's map.
10 seconds
And I
left
stand
before
corrected.
insertion.
Palu is 14-0.
5 seconds to go.
What more is there to say at this point?
Yeah.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
What is his EPS right now? I have to wonder. It's got to be ridiculous.
247.
Oh my God. That might be a record. I don't have the full stats, unfortunately, in front of me, but
147.
if he keeps that up, that's insane.
Volp's almost getting an opening pick now here in what has gone from a fun map to Team Liquid's funeral on Chalet.
Activating shock drone.
I say, dearly beloved, we are gathered here today.
This is a pretty beautiful place to have a funeral. I wouldn't mind my funeral being in the French Alps like this.
How do you dig a grave in frozen ground?
Well,
you go from solid to liquid to gas. And it's Liquid who's currently evaporating as they change their state in front of our very eyes. We went from one of the best of threes I think we've seen in eternity to one of the most lopsided maps we have seen that doesn't involve a team that ends in cruelty.
Literally, I think this is the most lopsided game that we have casted all season. And the last game was the closest game we've casted all season. They're literally happening back to back. That's insane.
Such is the duality of Rainbow Six Siege, baby. That's what makes this game so damn good. No two rounds are the same. No two series are the same. The question I have to ask now is, does Palu die? If this is a 7-0, he might go through map 1 without dying. Talk about a revenge game. I don't know if there's bad blood between these players. I know that Volp's left under maybe not the best of terms, but I don't know about Palu. Loban feeding Team Liquid an early death. Not one, but two. Daffodil and Maya both punished. Loban's still on this position, but he doesn't care, Jesse. Now it's Diaz down.
Started. Oh, boy. 50 seconds, and I mean, what do you do from this point? Another kill in the window. The Captain Lenda alone. 1v5 without a kill to his name. And he won't get even one. Parker, a flawless round ends the first map. Liquid's pick, and it's a 7-0 for W7M. Yeah.
I have fewer words than Liquid got rounds. I don't even know what to say. You spend this whole time hyping up a best of 3 at this point, and Liquid puts in their worst performance of this entire stage, potentially even this season, Jesse, up against W7M. Any advantage that you would have on your map in a best of 3 series is gone. Completely gone. Respectfully, I think enough was said in that matchup. Let's go to commercials. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
With all those incredibly close maps we've had so far, W7M said, no thank you, we're having none of that, and 7-0'd this first map, and it wasn't even their map pick. What a crazy game to witness here, and Palu going, what was it eventually, 14-0 fresh against his former teammate? We've seen it all.
Yeah, you just couldn't write it, could you? He was absolutely phenomenal. He was everywhere. He was getting involved in everything, and he was just getting a crazy amount of kills. You know, it was like it was covering of plants going down. He was playing the Ying. We saw him on the Ying on the master window. He was playing absolutely all sorts. Big killers we're seeing in the highlight here. Literally winning his team the round. Obviously, he got 14 kills. Like I don't know. Like when you need a player to turn up, when you need your new star player to turn up, this is the game to do it, and by God, did Palu do it.
Oh, and I think I have one round that summarizes everything for me. It's the round where they attack on garage. Palu is single-handedly holding blue stairs with Nomad, and they send for, I don't know which reason, they think that retaking blue stairs is the right idea. And just before they execute, they make the call, okay, let's all commit to killing the blue stairs player. It's not worth it. They go all of them, one by one, get stuck in the air jab. Palu gets a 4K, and by then, he already had multiple multi-kills. He had a 1v2 clutch, a 3K, a 4K, and another 3K. 14-0, 100% cost, obviously. EPS of 210 here, which is basically worth 2 players. So it's like if they played 6v5, and most importantly, if you look on the left side of your screen, one player is in 0 and 7 with a 23 EPS, which means that technically, if you add all the EPS, it was a 7 versus 3.
So Palu is like 10 Lindas.
Oh dear. Yeah. I mean, yeah, EPS, expensive player score, 100 is your average player. So Palu is 2.1 times the average player inside the lobby. I mean, I don't think I've seen an MVP graphic better than this in a long time. Like, you know, positive on the entry, 100% cost, 100% survival rate in a, you know, 2KD in a 7-0 get, like, wow, what a performance.
I think what's even crazier is that we just went from the closest game we've seen in a long time, 3 maps overtime, almost overtime, max overtime every single time, all the way to hyping Team Liquid and W7M to be one banger of a match with 2 teams that are looking really good. And here comes Liquid there with their classic inconsistency. It's crazy. You can go from a Liquid that is a couple of rounds away from beating FaZe and that is upsetting everyone, to a Team Liquid that just shows up on the day and cannot adapt for nothing. That's my main worry. I did not see a single adaptation on their side. Nest played the same operator 5 rounds out of 6. Lenda played Solis 3 rounds in a row with 0 impact. You know, I just played Wall Denial 4 rounds out of 6 as well. Where is the adaptation on the setup? Where is the trap operator? Where is something that will control a little bit more of the aggression of W7M?
Yeah.
Nothing to slow them down. Just 2 poor Fenrir. That's it. That's all I saw. I needed to see more of that adaptation.
Yeah, I think that's the main worrying thing. It's all fun and giggles and stuff like, oh, 7-0. But this was Liquid's map pick, and like you said, there was no adaptation that we're seeing from this roster so far at all. And that is a really worrying prospect for when we're going to the second map. Now, I would love to hear some numbers on Nighthaven Labs in specific for both W7M, but also for Liquid, because if they do really want to make it back into the series, they gotta give us something on this upcoming map.
Yeah, I guess, you know, mental reset, right? Whether you lose 7-0, whether you lose 8-7, it's the same thing. You lost the first map, that's fine. You can completely reset. The most important thing is a change of pace. If you could not bring it in the game of Chalet, now you do it on the game of Nighthaven Labs. You're in control. You have a different starting side. They're going to go and start defense here. Maybe there's something that they can do. Surely they knew that if they left labs open, W7M would pick it. W7M already said it in interview blatantly. It's their #1 map preference. So surely Liquid is coming in here with a full week of preparation and with counter strats. And so I'm hoping that at least here they have some kind of control on the pacing and on the tactics of the game.
I think maybe they should. You know, you said about the keyword that you said, Leo, there was adaptation for Liquid, and there was a serious lack of adaptation in Chalet. Now, Chalet is a very fluid map. It's quite an explosive map. You can be very creative, whereas when you get onto Nighthaven, it's a little bit more rigid. It still relies on you breaching, and then it's kind of full clear, set up the perfect conditions for a plant. So Liquid, at least, even if it's not their map pick, even if W7M do love it, take all that aside, they should be able to get a better read on what W7M are doing and therefore adapt accordingly.
We hope so. I mean, with this 7-0, we can really hope that Liquid shows anything on the second map to keep their hopes and dreams of making it to the major alive, because it's kind of crazy that we're speaking of these two. I mean, some people call them some of the greatest players that have ever touched this game. Nesk and Palu, one of them won't make it to a major, and regardless of how crazy that first map was, Jesse, the fact that either Nesk or Palu is not going to make it in the end is just a crazy, like a weird thought to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's been ridiculous, the careers that the two of them have had, the vast majority of which have been together. I mean, Nesk in particular, not winning anything since Pro League Season 7, all the way back in the day. I mean, you gotta wonder with Team Liquid on this seemingly slide, what's in the future for him? We can only speculate. I'm certain this is gonna be a game where he has to dig deep and bring his team back into it. There was no real bright spot for Liquid in map 1, so you kind of need the veteran to step up and provide that for the team.
Yeah, you're hoping to see that. I saw in Terra you put your glasses on. Things are getting serious. You know, a lot of emotions from you tonight, but I hope we get to see some more on this one, though. Can Liquid bounce back? Can they keep themselves alive for the major spot, or will W7M close it into? We're going back to Nighthaven Labs.
Well, it's game time, Anne. That's why the glasses are on. It's time to dial in just as Liquid so desperately needs to. They were not able to do that in the previous map, and we get to Nighthaven Labs in a hurry. A 7-0 victory in Brazil is almost unheard of with how competitive this region is, and yet here we are. And not only does it happen in a playoff match, but it happens on the Zeros side map of that 7-0. I mean, maybe W7M 7-0ing on their own map, I could understand that, but Jesse, there is really no excuse for what we saw from Liquid in map number 1. There's a lot we can talk about involving that map, but let's immediately move on to Nighthaven Labs, because as I'm sure Team Liquid is soon to forget map number 1, we should be as well. What are your expectations now here on Labs after you've seen the operator bands dialed in?
Well, Parker, my expectations are that it might be kind of tough to get the walls open. Ace and Habana both being banned out means that mirror tricking is going to be exceptionally powerful. Some bandit tricks could come out later as well. Could also try to jump on the Maverick to minimize those threats, but it's always scary when you combine a mirror window with some C4s. It's also just not a great map, I think, matching up for Team Liquid. Now, it should be stated, Leo mentioned it before the game started, but I'll repeat him. These two teams played a game on Nighthaven Labs just 2 weeks ago. That was in Copa Sul Americana, and that was an 8-7 victory for Liquid. So they have a history of beating W7M on this map, even if it was in a Tier 2 tournament context. The problem is W7M have played this map 7 times this season, and that 8-7 was the only time that they lost it. They are an extremely good team on Nighthaven Labs. They were on a 6-0 win streak before they lost that one game to Team Liquid. So you're going to have to really dig deep if you're TL. I would also guess, I didn't see that game in Copa Sul Americana, so I can't know for sure. But I would guess W7M probably weren't showing absolutely everything, knowing that there was a good chance they'd play Team Liquid in the playoffs.
There's a lot of Siege to watch. We've got T2 Siege as well going on right now. That's, I think it's Element 6 is the number it's up to, is going on. Nice to see new casters casting. Nice to see new teams playing. Some familiar faces as well. I know people will be recognizing players like Spiff, Skies, Geo. I believe Wimpy is playing in it as well. These are all former pros. You've also got the regional finals coming up. The Spoitvitational was announced as well for Tier 2 teams. It'll be a great event for people to actually get LAN experience, not competing at a Tier 1 level. You've got obviously the thing here in Brazil that you just mentioned that I would never want to pronounce lest I screw it up. Lots of Siege happening, and then of course we've got the Munich Major in just a couple weeks' time, for which one of these two teams will be the final one qualified. W7M obviously off to a great start, but Team Liquid could close this gap if they perform well here on Labs.
This first round will be very telling. This top floor on Nighthaven is very strong. Most teams would tell you it's the best bomb site on the map. So if Team Liquid can't win this one, we may be looking at another 7-0. Won't say it before it happens, though. This is still a good round, I think, for Liquid. They've been able to slow things down. The IT wall was a really tough thing to open up for W7M. It took them a long time even to get angles into it. And now getting into electrical is no fun either. Hopping in that window is absolutely miserable. Dodez is in, but it's even still tough to progress past there. It's even still tough to progress past there.
Liquid starting off strong. Lenda does something he was unable to do in the very first series, and that's get an opening pick. Daffo and Diaz also on the board, and W7M might now be on the wrong side of a flawless start. Palu went the entire first map without dying. Not a single soul on W7M will be able to say that now through this series, as Liquid wins a flawless first round on W7M's map. And here's something that's not going to show up inside of the server, but we see it on the player cams, Jesse. There were good looks on all of those Team Liquid players' faces. They were laughing. They were in good spirits. That is excellent, because the last thing you want is to see a defeated and upset Team Liquid on your screens.
Yeah, if there's going to be anything that kills Liquid in this game, at least at the start when they're on defense, it's going to be the vibes. And so the fact that those are good is a huge green flag for Team Liquid. I honestly really like the way they played these operator bans. It's nothing revolutionary. Ace and Hibana are the most commonly banned pair of operators on Nighthaven, but even still, it makes that IT wall such a nightmare to try to open up. IT important for, frankly, all three bomb sites. Maybe less so for the basements, but they clearly think it's important enough to reinforce as they are roaming up here. So expect to see that wall really be a focal point for both teams as this game goes on. W7M, again, I just think struggling with how long it took to get inside the map, get that control that they had in the previous round. And it was nice to see some big pop-off frags from Diaz as well. For what little silver lining there was on Chalet, Diaz was the highest rated player on Team Liquid. He got 3 kills across 7 rounds in the first map, which was enough to top frag his team. He gets a triple kill in the first round on Nighthaven Labs. So I think a much brighter sign for the guy who's been the best player tonight on Liquid.
It's not exactly been a competition for that role, so. W7M suffered flawlessly in that first round, and now Loban is on the board, so they've already gotten to a good spot, and Dots is inside the bomb site in 37 seconds. I don't know if that's a record, because we saw a quick pace set on many of those Chalet takes, but boy, oh boy, are they doing a good job here now. Diaz under fire as he collects 3 kills from the first round, looking to pad to that. He tossed out his Nitro Cell. It does not find a target. Maya eliminates Volps, but is traded right back by Dodez. W7M have their claws in this bomb site, and Liquid will have to pry them off of them. Really not certain why we're not seeing a defuse plant go down. It took about 30 seconds. I think they're just waiting out the explosives, and they will do just that. Down goes Diaz. Diffuser now starting the plant process as Lenda's in a 1v4, and he dies in the hands of Dodez. What on earth is this match? W7M answer back, tie things up. That's more like it. W7M.
Very good things to start off now with the second round. That looks like what we saw a lot of on Chalet. And listen, good things tend to happen when Dots picks Blackbeard. It's his most played operator this stage. And before Chalet, he had a 79% win rate on the Blackbeard, or at least W7M did when he was on the Blackbeard. That'll be even higher because he got a couple of round wins on Chalet with that operator as well. So north of 80%, I'd have to say. Another one will be added to the tally with a great little basement rush that comes through. And a round like that, I mean, there's so much pressure that gets put on the opening pick, you know, and we saw that coming through. I believe it was Daffodil that was playing top of Cargo and just didn't quite have the shots to hit the player jumping in behind the Blackbeard. He did his best, but just couldn't quite land it. So with Daffodil going down, the space was taken. Team Liquid, by now, they must be used to the rushes. They've got to be learning to expect those because we've seen so many from W7M, but expecting a rush and countering a rush are two very different things.
As we see from time to time, just because you know it's going to happen doesn't mean you are prepared for it. It also doesn't mean you know how to handle it, right? Mm-hmm. Success is when opportunity and preparation meet, and you need both of them. Team Liquid have not exactly had anything close to that through this series. It is a best of 3, though, so there is plenty of time for Liquid to get back in this. They had a triumphant start on W7M's map. Liquid will presumably ride the better side because it's not their map. They get to choose where they go. That means if they can run up the score here, they'll be in good shape for the second half. W7M, though, their goal is to just keep this close. They struggled on entry on round number 1. They will struggle on entry on round number 3 as Paul, who finished map 1 14-0, will now start without a kill through 3 rounds.
A little surprising. He had, of course, been opening up the connector wall from outside the building, and he didn't enter the building when he died. So Maya, just a little swing in around that meeting hall was good enough to get that frag. A little bit of a run out even, it might have been, through that top lobby door. So good aggressive play to come through from Maya. He's been the best player on Liquid this stage by a mile. He's been exceptional for this team. Didn't really see him in map 1, but expect him to pop off and have some big moments through the rest of this map. Floor clear getting underway now, but as they drone it out, it seems like everybody has gone home on the side of Team Liquid, so they will simply take it for free.
Loban creeping up now, and he finds them looking in the wrong direction. Almost a spray transfer over to Maya. He needed the premonition of Maya's position, but wasn't able to do much given his situation. Liquid with a numbers advantage still, but an opening pick was needed. They will find it with a minute to go. Team Liquid can sit quite pretty. W7M has waded their way through the top floor, opened most things up, but have they accounted for Diaz here, Jesse? He's still alive and might actually be able to do some serious damage, taking Volps down and turning around, getting Dotas as well. Dots on an island. Shipwrecked, surrounded by troubled waters. Down goes Daffo, forcing a fight with the Blackbeard. Liquid, though, in a great spot with 30 seconds left. All they need to do is find this final player, Jesse.
Surely this plant will not be successful. It'd be a massive toss. He is forced off of it and loses his head to a big shot from Nesk. Easy little closeout after the hard work was done by Diaz on that huge flank, swapping around to that secondary or that primary shotgun as well in the midst of that. Diaz, maybe one of the best SAS players in the entire world, was exceptional with those roles back when he was in North America on M80 and, of course, on XSET as well. Diaz's best performance ever in an official tournament actually came the last time we went to Germany at the Berlin Major, where he got top 4 playing on XSET alongside Kino, Gomez, Spirits, and Yaga. Going back to that country, trying to make another run with his new team, playing in a new region would be a big moment for him in his career, as I don't think his swap down to South America has been as successful as he might have hoped.
No, and now a timeout being taken early on by W7M. I'm not sure why W7M are taking this, right? They're on the wrong side of Nighthaven Labs. It's their map, and yet they're burning a timeout after round number 3. I'm a bit curious. This is where things we don't hear play a very big role, right? I'm imagining that the coaching staff on the side of W7M are hearing things that are causing concern that they feel won't be figured out without stepping in. So they intervene, they involve themselves. Maybe they settle these players down and screw their heads on straight. After winning a 7-0 in map 1, there might be a lack of discipline and a bit of looseness to W7M that needs to be addressed, because Liquid are showing up much more and are having better looks against the W7M fraggers. That could be it, Jesse. I don't know if there's someone else you think might be a problem here.
I have a guess, and I'm just a dumb stats guy, so this could be wrong, but here's my thinking on it. Team Liquid ban out the Ace and the Habana, and it ends up being a huge problem in round number 1 for W7M, right? They really cannot get the IT wall open. So long just trying to get into IT, trying to get into electrical, and round 1 really was a disaster of a push. Possible that coming into this game, W7M weren't expecting those operator bans, or maybe expecting a different set of bans, perhaps based on the last time they played Liquid here on Nighthaven, and then didn't really have a good answer, even after a couple rounds of thinking about it, on how to deal with that problem. You can see it still being played with Liquid. They've got the mirror window on the IT wall. They're going to be playing it with impacts or a C4 to try to cause chaos and cause some problems. It might have just been an opportunity for W7M to say, okay, we didn't have a great game plan on how to attack this top floor last time. This is our time to sit and think about it. This is going to be the best use of our attack timeout, because maybe they just felt if they went into it raw without taking a moment to talk about it, they just wouldn't have a good game plan and would have to struggle through it once again.
Anything to kickstart an offense now? As you see, this Maverick as a necessity due to the double hard breach ban. And you talked about early on. I mean, we've been focusing a bit more on bans in the cut and thrust of these rounds, Jesse, because there's a bit of a habit on my end to just reference the bans 1 or 2 times and then move on, but the bans don't change. Ace and Hibana will continue to have or the lack thereof, will continue to have a profound impact on all of the rounds on attack. W7M are definitely struggling with getting in. Now, good news is that Maverick is able to cut those sheets of metal down and provide you with some soft destruction that can open things up, but I mean, W7M are going to have to deal with only Thermite, Maverick, and the secondary hard breach gadgets available for this round and the 2 beyond. Things are not going to just magically get easier.
Yeah, and to be clear, like when you put the mirror window on the IT wall, it makes it so that Mavericking is really dangerous because at any point you could get shot from the window, you could get tossed out with a nitro cell. It's the same reason why the can openers or a thermite are so dangerous. That's the reason why you would ban the ranged hard breachers and then play the mirror window there. Common strategy that we see here in tier 1, but you don't really see it in ranked too often. So maybe something that not all viewers would be familiar with. W7M seemingly familiar enough that they've done a decent job from what I could tell of getting the IT wall open. The push does look very similar to the last time they were here though, Parker.
Nitro cell goes out by Diaz, and again, W7M bogged down on these entries. Team Liquid very smartly using these operator bans and now using a stifling forward defense to prevent W7M from really gaining any considerable control in this map. Down goes Palu at the hands of Lenda, and Liquid are just toying with their food at this point. Another flawless round for Liquid. They started off this map with a flawless. They will do it again in round 4. W7M's timeout doing almost nothing at this point.
Yeah, I was really hopeful that we would see them come in with like a new strategy, maybe a heavy focus over towards Aqua or Meeting Hall or maybe some play down below, but I didn't see a whole lot going differently in that round compared to what we saw back in round number 1. They did have the Monty, which was new, and Volps did try to go Aqua stairs with that Monty to try to make some space, but ended up just getting flattened by one of the players on Team Liquid. Might have been Daffodil. Once he goes down, the rest of your push is looking much the same. They had Yings, they had Glaz, but it just wasn't really finding the impact that they were hoping that it would. Look at the attack timeout not going the way that they wanted it to. The rest of this map, I think, should be a lot easier for W7M, is the one thing I'll say. Just given what the operator bans are, and given how Team Liquid are quite strong when it comes to Nighthaven defenses, I think that top floor is always going to be the most difficult part of the map to attack. You won't have to go there until, I would guess, round 14, assuming that W7M shows defensive start side in overtime. So you don't have to worry about it for a very long time. And if you get to round 14, well, more things have gone around or have gone wrong than just that.
Solus now appearing on, is this map number 3? Is this map number 4? So, I mean, I guess we have our answer here. The buffs have obviously worked, and an operator that was absent from a lot of teams' kits is now suddenly coming back into the fold. The devs had hoped that the changes to the Specchio sensor and the addition of impact grenades would put Solus in a healthier place. I think there was a general consensus as Solus was very strong when she was first released, and there was that holy triumvirate of defenders that were just so miserable to play against. Solus, Fenrir, and Azami just escaping nerfs for a long period of time. Azami got a nerf, but it didn't really affect her pick rate all that much. But Solus and Fenrir were basically put in the ground. Solus in particular was hit with not 1, not 2, not 3, but even 4 nerf sticks very quickly. Basically every part of her kit was worsened.
Yeah.
And maybe it was a bit too much. The devs acknowledge that, and Solus is now very much back in the fold. Whether you liked playing with her or against her, doesn't really matter. She is here, and we will watch this operator with great interest moving forward.
I just looked it up, by the way. In the South America League prior to today, Solus had the lowest win rate of any defender, 37% across 30 different rounds, which is kind of ridiculous to see from an op that used to dominate this game.
Yeah, I mean, she was very oppressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, shields are still oppressive in a certain way, but they definitely have weaknesses from where they were before. The problem was that Solus really didn't have a major weakness. They took away her biggest asset, which I think was getting rid of the drones in the prep phase. That was the real sticking point for a lot of people, as that she could use her gadget. And I mean, you'd spawn in at that point, you'd already lost half of your drones. It really did not feel very fun to play against. We are monologuing, if people are wondering, because almost nothing has happened at this point. 1 minute left to go, and W7M bashing their heads against the wall that is Team Liquid for yet another round. These hard breach bans really impacting the ability to take up map control for W7M.
Yeah, this is awkward though. Without control of storage, they're going to have to find some way to get this plant down. They want to do it under both smoke and the shield, but if Maya can hit the toes, this is going to be a successful denial of the plant. There's really no pressure on him at the moment.
Gunfire from above, trying to find this defuse kit. It is found by Dots. Dota's falling as well, and Team Liquid have themselves a great spot to go up 4-1. It seemed almost unheard of that Team Liquid would be this competitive after the mercy killing that was map number 1. Diaz is fantastic, Jesse. Completely blinded. He still finds the 10th kill. Doing his best Palu impression here on Nighthaven Labs, and off to a screaming start for the Horsemen as a 5-1 first half is still in the cards.
A little 4K coming out from the North American import. Very nice stuff coming out from Diaz. Top 10 player in the SAL before today's playday. And again, maybe didn't have the best first map. Nobody on Liquid did, but has been instrumental in mounting this 4-1 lead for Team Liquid on Nighthaven. Just an incredibly reliable anchor, an incredibly good late round player. I thought it was a really interesting swap when they first brought him onto the team, Team Liquid, right? They dropped Palu and picked up Diaz, and Diaz really moved into Palu's role. Both players famous for how good they are in the late round, famous for clutching things up, but Diaz maybe a little bit more passive with it, a little bit more support-oriented, whereas Palu was a little bit more frag-oriented. I liked the move when it first happened. Hasn't had the most amount of success for Liquid through the first stage, but I mean, if he can step up big for Team Liquid in this match right here, qualify for the major, make Team Liquid a top 4 team in Brazil once again, then I think it'll be more than worth it.
I think Palu used up all of his magic in that very first matchup because he's only found a single kill so far. But again, I know we say it round after round, but we do really need to highlight how much these Ace and Hibana bans are hindering W7M. The defender bans from W7M are relatively standard. I don't think Liquid are surprised by them. But having to go at this map with either a Maverick or a Thatcher or a Thermite, or necessarily bringing an attacker that has those side EMPs, it really does put the squeeze on your operator lineup. W7M is trying to avoid hard breach in general, right? They're trying to bring a frag lineup that does not live and die off of opening things up. You can bring a secondary can opener. Those are the secondary hard breach gadgets. Or you can bring a Maverick, but they're trying to avoid it. And playing into Team Liquid's hands by doing so, Jesse. Now a Thermite is being brought. The 2 former players of Team Liquid who had an incredible first map now find themselves combining for 2 and 9. Now it's Liquid getting the last laugh, or at least maybe an intermediary laugh, because Bank might still be needed if Liquid continue their winning ways here on W7M's pick.
Top floor roamers will fall off before any pressure really comes their way. It was Maya and Nesk playing up here, the entry duo, and they fall off with just over half the round still to go, conceding that space over W7M. Credit to W7M. I actually think in the second quarter, they've done a much better job of getting these walls open, but it just hasn't really changed the result too much, and it is still taking them time when they do get these walls opened up. IT was a relatively quick open this time around. That still doesn't seem to matter. Opening pick for Diaz, 11-1. The exact same flank he went on the last time they played this bomb site, by the way. It looks like he's going to get away with it once again, as W7M don't really have time to address him.
At this point of your W7M, you're just desperate for anything to go well. You called your timeout. You've really not been able to do too much beyond that. Both rounds won by Team Liquid, but maybe a good look for W7M as Dots gets the diffuser down and immediately gets out of there, as you saw some shotgun work from Liquid below to try and catch W7M in that vulnerable position. Nothing materializes, though. Doda's holding out this Liquid team from getting in ever closer, and they can easily swing. Liquid, though, will say swing. How about be swung? Do a 3v3. But Liquid don't really have much more beyond that. Now, these fruitless attempts to keep the numbers close, finding themselves with no success. I believe I said fruitless. I'll say it again. W7M manages to salvage the final round of the first half. It's about as good as they're going to get. A 4-2 scoreline for Liquid is where they need to be based on this map and based on it being W7M's pick. Now it's incumbent upon W7M to do the same or better. You do the same, you go to OT. You don't do better, Team Liquid could potentially win this in regulation.
That was a really cool round we just watched, Parker, because you could see the exact moment the call got made for W7M to not worry about the top floor and just go hit site. For a long time, Dodas was watching the flank. He was waiting for DS to come his way so he could take that gunfight. But on a dime, he turns tail. He starts sprinting towards the bomb site, and he ends up linking up with Dots, who, again, I think is maybe one of the best shield players in South America. His Blackbeard is absolutely incredible. He bounces the Toxic Babe off his shield, which means that there's no real way to deny that plant. Could have gone in with a second Toxic Babe if you're Daffodil, but not sure if he was aware the plant was actually going down. He had to play that so passive. He was so afraid of who might be coming his direction, and I think they just snuck that plant under the nose of Team Liquid before they really had a chance to react to it. Nice call at the final round to at least get them a second round on the board. They can move over to their own defensive side now, and they will also be targeting the Hard Breachers, but instead of both the Ace and Habano, they go for the Ace and Thermite instead. What they'll be trying to do on this bomb site now is, instead of tricking with the Mira, which isn't possible because Liquid banned the Mira anyways, is they're going to be opening up the very top and bottom of the wall before they reinforce it, which is going to make it really annoying to try to Habana trick, which is generally how you'll see that IT wall get opened up if Ace and Thermite aren't on the board. Looks like DS is just going to do it with the Mavericks, but that'll be a little bit easier, but even still, since they did use the shotgun on the top and bottom of those IT walls, it's still going to be a little bit annoying to get that wall open.
W7M said, you know how much you made it suck for us? We're gonna make it suck for you. I mean, the ability, though, for Hibana to work in that fashion, something that I don't know if the devs, Jesse, have ever weighed in on, but seems like an unintended aspect of her gadget. It at least allows Maverick and Hibana to function in the same way. They're not going to be dedicated hard breachers here. They're gonna function as like a pseudo hard breacher to open things up, but you're gonna require a soft breacher to get you the rest of the way. I think Dots is stuck. I couldn't tell. He said something in chat, but it seems to be all good. No admins have said anything. Nothing's been told in our ears. And everybody from W7M is still playing.
Okay. Keep an eye on him. If he does get stuck, it's a good place to be stuck. Top of CC stairs on the Clash. There's worse places you could be positioned. This push doesn't really look like it's coming that way, though, at least for now. A lot of pressure kind of over towards Garage. Dodes on this Azami, not banned out by Team Liquid. W7M chose to remove it on their end. And Lenda's making some pretty good space. He's got barbed wire to deal with, and there's a lot of Kibas to get through, but eventually Dodes is going to be forced to retreat from this position, or else he's going to have to die.
There goes the gunfire. Dodes winning the engagement against a white-hot Diaz is not what I had on my bingo card here at this current point in time. Sloppiness from the Monty of Lenda. Good news, though. Nesk still has some fight in him. He's only died twice. In fact, Liquid have been really efficient with Maya and Nesk staying alive the majority of these rounds. You shall not pass, says Dots. But, I mean, they just walked right past him. So I guess technically he was wrong. Down goes Maya. Volp's on the board this round. And now it's Nesk, the old dog, potentially being taught new tricks. But he's jumped out on by Loban with the Pulse shotgun. Not exactly something you see these days. But if you emerged from a coma over the last couple years, you might be saying, why is Pulse being played? The Reaper MK2, baby, that's why. The new sidearm being given to Pulse allows him to play that shotgun and buys you a bit of grace when it comes to stopping that diffuse plant from below. Good round from W7M. They're within 1 now of tying things up with Liquid.
May have Dodez to thank for it. Honestly, I didn't think he was going to get 1 kill playing on Rafters, let alone 2, including the Monty. Is kind of a ridiculous way to start that round. But Dodez does crazy things when he's allowed to play operators and positions where he is comfortable. Before he joined W7M, in the last BO3 before joining this team, he dropped 56 kills in a single 3-map series, which would be the record if it was in a tier 1 context. It was a tier 2 tournament where he dropped that. He leads the South America League this stage in kills overall, entering this series with 135 frags to his name. Always been a mechanically gifted player, and he's really, I think, come into his own on W7M, winning the major with this team last season and now looking to repeat 4 more rounds on Labs. Will get them there, and then it's just a matter of taking down the best teams in the world to do that once again.
Ready, set, Banshee deployed. Reloading! Wall fortified.
Things can turn very quickly in this series, especially with both of these teams being as good as they are. Barring that first map blowout, Liquid has been a top 5 team through much of this stage. They've only lost 3 times, all in regulation. 6 victories put them at 17 points. We mentioned it in the Los Nip game, how much of a drop-off there is from the top 5 to everybody down below. Los entered as the 6th seeded team with 10 points. Liquid in 5th with 17. For people who don't know how the scoring works, you get 3 points for a regulation victory. That means Los would need to win 2 games in regulation more than they did, and they'd still be a point behind Team Liquid in 5th. While W7M and Team Liquid were only 2 points apart, it was a overtime victory versus a regulation loss that separated them. So they are very evenly matched teams. Despite that, you wouldn't think it after the result on Chalet. Maybe just a slow start for Liquid, who have shown before, Jesse, that they do need some time to get going, and they've found their footing really early on a favorable side of Nighthaven Labs, but now they need to hang on as the job gets harder attacking for the rest of regulation.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. The second half should be the more difficult one for Team Liquid, and it's not made any easier by W7M's extended presence on this mid floor. It's not a top floor roam, it's nothing too crazy, but still extending up as far as they can onto the mid floor. They do find the opening pick. Loban goes down to Daffodil. It's a nice clear of the Azami, and a second one doesn't quite go their way. That's a trade from Dodez to eventually kill Daffodil. Revenge Loban to try to get those numbers back to even. You got to start wondering for Team Liquid, what is the game plan going to be? You'd like to push down through Animus and make that hatch drop work, but you have no control of cargo. Volps is still a huge problem in control. I'd like to think they know that Volps is here, but I'm not so sure that they do, Parker.
He might be playing the greatest game of hide and seek that we've seen on this map, and down goes Maya. Volps now turning his attention towards another player from Team Liquid. The numbers advantage from W7M is gone as Dodez dies in the hands of Diaz. Lots of D names here at play. Dots still upright, keeping that trend alive, as does Diaz, who's collected his 10th kill. He is the main offense of this Liquid team, and he just continues to improve. Dots now on the board as Diaz will tussle with Palu. Down he goes. Lenda finds himself with Diffuser in hand, but Dots will finish things off. Palu was on the board for good measure. We've got a tie game, Jesse.
Bit of a ridiculous round that we have there. So much fighting going down inside of a warehouse, which is not a common spot to see so many gunfights on this map. That combo of Palu and Volps honestly worked so well together, with Volps ratting inside of control. Palu initially plays top cargo, and I think the game plan for Palu is, okay, I'm going to stay cargo, and then eventually I'm going to fall off, and I'm going to go play down on the site with my team. But once Volps started to pop off, he said, why don't I just push forward, help my teammate get these kills, get these frags. Diaz hit some beautiful shots, which brought that, I think, a lot closer than it even should have been for Team Liquid, given the mistakes they made in the droning and their inability to deal with that clash. But in the end, it just wasn't enough. It was a nice shot from Palu to double his kill total in this second map, get himself up to 2 and 5. And then at the end of the day, that site execute just was not going to go their way without numbers. So good bounce back from W7M. They win their first 2 defensive rounds, just like Liquid did. This third round is going to be very telling as to how the second half and thus the game is going to go for us.
Bomb located by attackers. 5 seconds to go.
Always tends to be the storyline with these 4v2 sides or 4-2 sides where you have a very distinct and innate advantage that comes with the turf that you play on. It tends to be defenders that benefit most from this. W7M have gotten that memo and they pick up those first 2 rounds, and I mean it's desperately needed at this point. We knew it wouldn't be another 7-0, that's for sure. Team Liquid surprising us with that first half. I was a bit worried that they wouldn't have the fight in them after the drubbing they received on Chalet, but they were able to push that aside and immediately focus on this being a 2-mapper, and I think that's the right thing to do. The problem is that W7M picked this map, so you can't just pretend it's even footing. You've got a neutral map of Bank lined up for map number 3 because neither team chose it, but then you play on W7M's map of Labs, which means you are likely at the disadvantage. Team Liquid, though, still performing very well. W7M closing the gap, and now we find ourselves with a tie game.
I'll use the logic bomb to enter in top Aqua stairs. That's going to provide another dimension to try to get down here onto the player in the hallway. That'll be Volps, who will eventually be dealing with that, but as Lenda entered top Aqua, Dots rotated around and forced him back, so the entry to the building didn't go very well and didn't last very long for Team Liquid. They're now rotating around, trying to find some different way into this top floor. To their credit, that's something W7M actually did quite well in their attack, was taking control of the top floor on this mid-floor bomb site. Liquid have struggled a lot more with it, and they've still got to deal with Lobin on this Azami, who's an absolute menace to try to root out.
A slow push from Liquid is not necessarily a bad thing, as they've got tools to pull off a brawl inside of this site, but W7M will try to slow them down and then do some serious damage in the closing moments of the round. A nitro cell, 3 gas canisters. Liquid will have to deal with those. I mean, the Monty will likely be that lightning rod, taking all of the utility from W7M. Has Liquid droned out these roamers? Are they in for a big surprise here? It looks like they've got a read on the castle. What of Lobin, though, Jesse?
I mean, they know he dropped, but they won't know his exact position. They hear him, and they go for a swing, but missing the shots on Daffo with a full white. Surely they can get this pick.
They'll trade. Daffo with 1. Volps immediately ends whatever Daffo could have accomplished. Now Nesk is down for the count as well. 2 players upright from Liquid watching as Lenda gets diffuser down, isolating Volps. Nitro Cell goes. Lenda needs some coverage. It's all up to Diaz as Lenda gets the job done and now tries to get out of there, finding Lobin. W7M still have the clash upright. Diaz now taking a position from above, but he has to wait for Lenda to get into his post plant. Lenda doing matters, though, all on his own. Pistol in hand, Diaz watching from above. He doesn't exactly have the best line of sight to the diffuser. Somebody on W7M can be compelled to take from above with 20 seconds left on the clock. There we go. Dots hopping on the diffuse kit. Palu needs to be quick. Diaz reading into him. And now we'll need to shut down Dots. He will do just that. Diaz, good God, putting in one of the best performances we've seen since joining this Liquid squad. Doing it all and denying W7M a 3rd round in a row. Liquid regaining the lead after W7M put on a clinic in both of their first defenses. Oh my.
Parker, I have not seen an individual put on the type of show and the type of game that Diaz is putting on right now in nearly 45 minutes. It is a really great game to come out from Diaz so far. Maybe not quite as ridiculous as Palu on map 1, but even still, he is putting the team on his back, dragging them through this game. And honestly, when that plant went down, I didn't really have a lot of faith in them. He's going top floors to Thatcher. He doesn't have breaching charges. He's got 2 claymores sitting in his pocket, doing him absolutely no good. So he did not have a great angle onto the diffuse kit down below him. You combine that with the fact that there is a Clash who can stick that disable with the shield on her back, and I thought there's no way he gets this done. Great play come out from Lenda as well, supporting Diaz in that round. Getting 2 picks on the Monty after getting the plant down is absolutely ridiculous. Getting away with robbery in a play like that, and W7M will regret letting him get away with it. It allows Team Liquid to get the lead in the round count once again.
10 seconds left before insertion.
They are very singular-minded when it comes to these operator bans, Parker. We get another electricity operator removed from the board to keep the walls closed, and another hard breacher to remove from the board to keep the walls open. So you're going to be left with some very limited utility dealing with these walls on both sides now in the final 3 rounds.
It might help you get over what happened.
The triple hard breach ban is always just so miserable. It's I'll kind of peel back the curtain for a second here. It's hard to play against, and it's also hard to cast because it means that the typical rhythm is not what we're expecting. Things are gonna be very different. And in order to deal with that, Liquid will take no prisoners. They walk in, down goes Dots. That's the clash off the board. Loban will soon die. And W7M have been thrown into a tailspin. They'll coalesce around these bomb chassis as no damage has been done to Team Liquid, yet W7M have lost 2 incredibly important players and very valuable operators to boot. They might lose Dodez now as well. He took a gamble on that Rafters door, but will find nothing. What a great start by Liquid, Jesse.
Yeah, that's the dream beginning after you go through that first 3 rounds on the attack and don't find a whole lot of success. Loban went down just inside of Electrical. I think he might have been swinging the window when he dies to Nesk. That's a tough one to lose. Just trying to get aggressive to even the man count out, but it just makes things even worse. Now you got to wonder, is somebody else going to try to make an aggressive swing, try to be a hero? With all the good information that Liquid have, Nesk on this Nomad as well, very aggressive to try to push into. It almost feels like it might be better for them to just sit still and try to play their anchor spots, but against a Ying, that's not advisable either.
And because this was done so early on, Team Liquid has tons of time to work with. So even if W7M can present a united front and use their utility effectively, Liquid can troubleshoot this. They've got time on their side. Diaz, the standout performer for Team Liquid, is sadly the first one to die. That is devastating for Liquid's chances, but it's not like Liquid doesn't have some offensive threats to make up for the lack of Diaz. Now it's Lenda in the ground, though, so maybe things have started to go bad. Jesse, those are the Candelas and the smokes off the board as well. Maya taking down Dodez. Shotgun in the hands of Palu as he was searching for a kill. He'll need to find 3 of them as he's the last one on his team still upright. A Nitro Cell tossed out. Daffo from the back. He started things off, and he will end things as Liquid is 1 round away from stealing W7M's map to tie up the series.
And no doubt about it, that's going to be the best Nighthaven top floor attack that we have seen all day. Just so well put together from start to finish. They get that really aggressive swing to take down Dots. You kill the Clash within the first 30 seconds thanks to some great Ying play from Lenda. That opens the door massively. It's a big swing and a miss from Loban inside of Electrical for a 2-man lead. I got a little nervous when Dodez pushes into IT and downs Diaz outside the breach with the defuse kit. If there was any win con for W7M in the round, that was going to be it. But it just didn't seem to matter. The push came in all the same from Team Liquid. Sure, it gets down to a 3v3, but Maya is shooting strong. They finally clean up Paulo for the last one as well, and it really does all come together in the execute. Team Liquid looking extremely composed from start to finish, and just when we thought we might get an early night after all, that 3rd map is looming very close. Bank seems extremely likely from this point.
10 seconds to go.
It's been an unpredictable day. It feels like we casted an SI Grand Final in that Los versus Nip, and now we might find ourselves doing the exact same thing. Jesse, I hope you are strapped in, because not only does it look like we're going to need a 3rd map, but we have a pretty quick turnaround time because you and I are going to be casting 2 more matches tomorrow. Though it will be the later matches. As I believe it's Fluke and Demo who are starting off the very first day. They might get a quick best of 3 under their belts, and then they're done. It'll be up to us to carry the torch the rest of the way. The grand finals will be brought to you on Sunday. I actually don't know who's going to be casting that, but as far as I can tell from the schedule, it'll just be a single best of 3.
Yeah.
In the upper bracket tomorrow, FaZe Clan versus Furia will engage as Nip is waiting for the winner of this match. The winner of this match also goes to Munich. So we've talked about so much. I feel like we really haven't stressed the importance of this series, as Liquid has now clawed it back and looks very likely to send us to a 3rd map.
It's been such a good game. It has been light maybe on the stakes, but yes, very important match for both these teams. Do or die for the second biggest event of the year. Only second to SI, and that's not how you want it to start for round 10. Daffodil goes down, round 11 even. The opening pick from Lobin, making up for the previous round where his swing didn't get a whole lot. This time he's able to find that value down below. That alleviates a lot of the pressure off of Dots, right? Usually you'd use that Deimos to move the Clash, try to get the vert pick onto the Clash and take her off the board, but with Lobin going down below and dealing with Daffodil himself, that makes Dots a lot safer to play wherever he wants inside the bomb site.
The only possibility of W7M taking this in a 2-0 will come through overtime, which means we will see more Nighthaven Labs. Given you lost your Deimos and how stifling it might be to attack, I think a third map is more likely than an OT comeback. Down goes Lobin, so Liquid finally getting on the board with 50 seconds left. I mean, any time is a good time to get the opening pick for your team. You just now need to deal with a Nitro Cell. You need to deal with a Clash. There's no more Kiba barriers to go out, and all of the F-Naught mines thrown out by Volps' Fenrir are also there too. So W7M are going to have to play an active defense, not a passive one. Down goes the Shield of Dots. You will watch that one opening inside the bomb site as now Liquid pushes their way up through rafters. They've also... Well, no. They're getting out of the site. What is going on with Liquid there? It looks like they're calling an audible with 15 seconds left, Jesse. They do not like this attack, and that does not bode well for them. W7M now can just sit and wait, but Maya's on the board yet again. Diaz and Nesker there. My God, suddenly the audible has worked. Volps against his former team. He takes out Nesk. What about Maya? He's dead as well. What about Diaz? He dies too. W7M lives for yet another round. Volps, the monster that Liquid shipped off ages ago, will come back to haunt them in this round, and we need yet another one with W7M surviving for at least 3 more minutes.
Oh, the clock comes back to bite Team Liquid. Volps makes the play to keep his team alive. What a huge couple of swings to come through. That's not an easy 1v3 to win. They didn't know where he was, which was critical to his success, but he had to think so fast on his feet to correctly choose the right targets to start off those couple of kills, eventually stop the planter. Massive plays coming out from the captain of W7M. Volps making everything count when it matters the most. Volps has played in 2 different grand finals at majors. The first one that he played was in a Liquid jersey and he lost. The second major grand final he went to was in a W7M jersey. And that was the most recent one that we've played last year in Montreal, where W7M were the champions. So he's very used to playing on the biggest stage, and you can tell how hungry he is to get back there once again.
I think we said it in that 4-hour masterclass of Los versus Ninjas in Pyjamas that, yeah, I hope you guys don't have any plans tonight because you're not going to get to do them. And then W7M was like, well, you know what? Let's make up for lost time. And then they were like, well, what if we just go all 12 rounds of map number 2? What if we just do that? And what if maybe we win, but we do it through overtime? Or what if maybe we go to OT, but then Liquid wins all the same? And then we go to map number 3, and I just sit here and I say, I have a family, please, they need help. I need to see them. I have been trapped. I've been trapped here, watching some of the best and most riveting Siege we have seen in quite some time. I will go so far, Jesse, as to say that this is one of the most stressful and exhausting days that you and I have had as a duo because of how impactful these matches are, what is on the line with it being a major spot, and with how skilled this region is. It has been non-stop, pedal to the metal, foot to the floor, a real extravaganza. And I gotta say, I'm loving every minute of it. So here we are in what might be the final round of this map. If Liquid persevere, we go to Bank to settle the score. If W7M win, we are guaranteed at minimum 2 rounds in what could be a 2-0 for the Bulls, or could be just teasing us before map 3 is on the board.
Well, it's the basement defense where we saw that rat play from Volps come out last time we were here. Palu bringing back the clash once again. He's playing actually more aggressive on the top floor this time around. Can walk down those blue stairs if he needs to, but teammates are falling. Dots will be the first one to die to Nesk, who has got that pick onto the player inside of control. It's again for W7M. Now you've kind of got a decision to make. Are you going to play more aggressive? Are you going to try to get that kill back, or do you sit in the site? Without great site utility, it does feel like they're forced to fight more here on the top floor. Palu comes back down to play more with his team on the main floor. Just as he does that, Loban actually rotated up the CC stairs, so he will be going for a late round flank. Everybody else needs to play as passive as they can, distract for Loban if possible, but you cannot give up your life, because if you die and Loban's on the top floor, 2 anchors is not enough to stop Liquid from winning this game.
No, great point. For W7M fans, I mean, I feel for them. To be able to keep this as competitive a second map as it's been, despite the fact that the opposing teams have done very well on the wrong maps, so to speak. W7M have still put in a great effort here. Sometimes it feels like teams have plot armor. I don't know if I can say either of them do at this point, but I mean, you can't have Team Liquid go out like that right after map number 1. Surely not. Liquid managed to get it down onto Dodez, and Maya gets punished immediately in trade by Loban, but W7M are really suffering across the board, Jesse. It doesn't matter, though, what your HP is. As long as you've got a gun in your hands, you are still a threat, and W7M understand that very well. Volps, the superstar from the previous round, getting that 3K to push us to this 12th and final round of regulation, is the only player on W7M at full HP. The 3 remaining guys on the side of Liquid, they have yet to have any damage be done to them, but with 10 seconds left, things will get messy, undoubtedly. 3v3, Volps is gone. W7M's 3 remaining players, 1 foot in the grave, but they are hanging on for dear hope. Where is Nesk with 1 second left? Diffuser drop. Diaz will find himself with no time. W7M wins it. What in the sweet hell is happening in this series? I have no words for what we are witnessing. W7M scrape by for the 2nd round in a row, and we will go to overtime.
The W7M peanut gallery is looking stressed, Parker. I can't imagine what things are like for the players.
I'm stressed. I'm not even a fan of these teams, Jesse.
Oh, it just couldn't go in an easy little map 3, could it, Parker? We gotta go the whole way. Overtime on the board, and W7M, I mean, even in the man disadvantage, they always stay composed. Loban, consistently aggressive, moving around that top floor, always getting into annoying little spots where he's gonna get somebody caught off guard. He's going to rat in a corner. You're not going to drone him because you have 7 seconds left in the round. Back-to-back rounds, I should mention, since Liquid hit match point where the clock really gets away from them. That round, it was tough because there was a lot of roam game happening, right? W7M were pressuring them quite heavily, but 2 rounds in a row now where the time has been a huge factor, and I think Liquid probably would have won both rounds 11 and 12 had there not been 5 seconds left on the clock when they go for that execute. DS literally starts planting it less than a second in round 12. So that's something they need to fix. That's something they gotta think about going forward in this game. They do not have attack timeout, neither do W7M. So these last 2 or 3 rounds will be played just based on the players' adaptations without the input of their coaches. W7M starting on defense. That means they can go to the top floor again. They can go to the bottom floor again. You have to imagine they'll have the advantage.
And I mean, this is why you get your own map in a position where you are expected to win. Now you get the favorable side of overtime. You don't get to pick the side you start on, but the defenders have won both sides. Liquid did it 4-2. W7M able to muster the exact same scoreline, and now W7M should have the safer roles in overtime. But I will caution people, because we often see the less dominant side in regulation do better in OT. That's exactly what happened in the Los Nip series that just ended before we got in the Liquid versus W7M. And if that holds, Team Liquid might have bottled those 2 previous rounds, Jesse, but they will then be the favorites to win here in OT and send us to a 3rd map. It's been pretty incredible run for both of these teams. If Liquid does go out here, what an impressive comeback it will have been after that dreadful first map. But we won't catch our chickens before they hatch. Let's see what happens in the remaining 90 seconds of this first round of OT.
It's been slow so far. They used the Hibana tech to get the walls open. I believe they did that successfully. So they'll have quite a large breach entering through IT. I guess they got tired of the can openers, so finally resorting to the Hibana tech, and it does go their way. But this is a tough nut to crack. I mean, you still got Dot's top floor playing on the Clash. You didn't bring the Damos this time around to try to root him out. Didn't go so well for you last time, so I don't blame them, but they've got to find some other way to deal with this player. Aware of the air jabs inside of Electrical, Nesk will toss one in, but they are currently being shot by Lobin. He gets flashed, so he doesn't hear that second one getting tossed out. I think he still was able to shoot it, though. He didn't get hit by it at the very least. And if it is set up, he'll be wise enough not to walk back in and give Nesk a free kill, I'm sure.
A Nitro Cell from Palu lined up that could blow this round wide open. Palu finishing that very first map with one of the highest EPSs we have ever seen in an active competition, but he has performed well below that here. W7M has suffered for it. Down goes Lobin. Liquid will strike first. Diaz with 18 kills, by the way. That is an outrageous tally, especially on his role. You are not expecting Diaz to get kills like that this consistently against a team like W7M. Things will go from bad to worse. The defender curse is very real. Liquid looking good. They just need one more. They'll find it. Maya, a 4K? Individual performances coming in huge for these teams. Maya does not want to go quietly, and he'll send Liquid back to map point. Liquid were not able to do anything with it 2 times before, but Jesse, now they get the favored side. Do the attackers have the upper hand, or does Liquid send us to bank?
That's the question, Parker, and it comes after maybe the most important round win that Liquid have had since the stage began. And I mean, it all comes off the back of Maya. He's been the best player for Liquid all stage long. He's the second highest rated player in the SAL, only after JV92. He has posted an EPS of 100 or higher in every single game that he has played since the start of the stage, with the sole exceptions of the BO1 versus 9Z, which, all right, not that important of a game, and the last map of Chalet, where nobody on Liquid was able to post a positive EPS. That previous round, it's nothing complicated. He just enters the door top lobby, walks through the meeting hall, walks through connector, walks into server, and by the time he's finished his little walk around, he's secured 3 kills in the round for his team. Challenging Diaz just barely for that top frag position. You're right, Diaz is not often the top fragger of Team Liquid, but he did end up as the highest rated player on Chalet. Now the highest rated player, no doubt, on Nighthaven Labs, but is it going to be enough against W7M, who are known to lock in during tense moments like this?
It's been a stunning day of matches so far. It started with Los versus Nip bucking all trends and expectations. I've never really seen the desk so united in one result, and the thought was, yeah, Nip will win this 2-0. For those of you that didn't watch that matchup, Nip still did win, but my God, it took all but one possible round for it to happen. Los very clearly not as bad as we expected. An incredible best of 3, followed up by one of the most lopsided maps we've seen in Brazil so far this year. W7M playing a warm-up against Team Liquid on Chalet, with Palu against his former team going 14-0, posting one of the highest expected player stats that we've seen in quite some time. This here has been a scrappy game between the two. This map, picked by W7M, yet Liquid finds themselves in control, and we might still have one more map to go, Jesse.
Not looking like they're going to be able to reinforce that Rafters wall, so it will stay open for the rest of this round. Air jabs make it very tough now, as W7M do have good control. They've also opened up IT without too many problems, so they've gotten pretty good map control. I'd like to maybe see somebody pushing over towards CC, the blue stairs, or maybe over towards connector instead. A push that just comes from the north with Raptors and IT is often not going to be enough map control. loads of time, though. That's the biggest difference. Team Liquid, their last 3 attacks all came with like 10 seconds left on the clock. W7M are looking at 70, 60 seconds. And I mean, they could go for a push right now if they wanted to.
They're the team that has to bring the objective into this bomb site, and they're also the team that finds themselves in a hole at the moment. It is incumbent upon them, not just for this round, but for the sake of this map, as they look to keep themselves alive in a map that they had initially thought would go so well, but is going so poorly and will go even worse. It was almost done flawlessly in the previous round. Now it's Liquid yet again dominating W7M across the board. Dodez and Palu are the last two standing, leaving it to Dodez. They might not have gotten it done flawlessly the round before, but damn it, they'll do it this time. Liquid send us to map 3.
What other way would you want it, Parker? There's no early nights for us. Nazca, massive 3K coming through. They might have banned out his zombie, but on the Ella, he's able to be just as lethal, playing inside of Rafters. Perfectly played in the final round, shutting out Palu and the rest of W7M, forcing that third map. I really thought this game was over after we saw that 7-0. Once we were going to W7M's pick, I thought surely there's no way they battle back, but the mental looks really strong. We haven't talked about Liquid having a good mental in quite a few years, but this version of the team seems different, and they seem destined to push us all the way.
Yeah, I mean, I was typing up the obituary in between map number 1 and map number 2 here. I was trying to get it done as quickly as possible, but I think you nailed it, right? I think you nailed it. Old Team Liquids would have not shown up for map number 2. I mean, I remember the days where a Team Liquid would lose a 7-4 and then just implode on map number 2. But this time around, they don't even show up for map 1. And what do? They silence W7M by stealing their home soil away from them. It takes overtime, and there were some missteps, but I agree with you. This is a different look for Liquid. Now, it's a best of 1. What happens? What happens on Bank? We'll find out after these commercials.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now. Yes!
And that is yet another overtime to add to the tally of overtimes that we've had so far today. Almost every single map has gotten really close, but for the better for Team Liquid as well. They keep their hopes and dreams alive of making it to that major in Munich. And the most important thing that we talked about with this map is that inside of the SAL, W7M with this lineup with Paulo on the team haven't lost it yet. But Liquid, it comes with a downside because Liquid Jack knew exactly what needed to be done to beat W7M on it today.
Yeah, and I think that the casters, particularly in Terror, hit the nail on the head realistically. Like, Team Liquid of old, and we've seen Team Liquid have some serious crash outs, and their mentality look poor. We've seen them on stage at majors, you know, get knocked out and all that type of stuff. They can be quite a mentally and emotionally driven team. And after losing a 7-0 to go, you know, to the Munich major and playing out a best of 3. Honestly, I was fearing the worst, and I think everybody was fearing the worst. So I think it's worth saying that that's, you know, really big credit to this Team Liquid, that the fact that they had that mental fortitude and the resilience to actually, you know, come back on this map and make this map their own, despite the fact that it was their opponent's map pick, and despite the fact that W7M are fairly decent on this map, you know, in all honesty. I thought Liquid did really, really well.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of win conditions that were set up, I think, for Liquid, knowing that they basically replicated the same bans that they used in that 8-7 game that they had against W7M only 2 weeks ago on that map. They go for the high-bridge bans again. They try and make those attacks as hard as possible. A few things that I think really hindered W7M. The first one is that I think they really missed the Mira ban. I think that the Mira setups on every single bomb site, Mira was played for the side of Team Liquid. They abused it as much as possible, and they paired it with trap operators at the same time. There was no space for W7M to really play quickly. They had to format to the map and the way it's being played. They had to go step by step. They had to be forced into a slow-paced game. And we arrived once again in most of the opening kills happening in the last minute of the rounds. And I think it really is forcing W7M to play Liquid's game instead of playing really their game. There is no fast-paced, aggressive pushes like we're used to. And I think it really serves Team Liquid, and big props to Diaz here, because he's the one guy that brought the whole mental attitude from every other teammates on the side of Liquid all together. If he doesn't drop multiple multi-kills at the beginning of the match, I don't think they're back in it. I think he's really the one that was in, and you know what? He gets 3 opening kills in a row at the beginning of the defense side. I think he puts everyone back on track.
Huge clutch as well. You know, when he got that clutch, it was round 9 that he got the clutch. If he hadn't got that clutch, W7M would have strung 4 rounds together in a row. Obviously, the game ended up going to overtime, so that actually would have been a 7-5 to W7M. So it's not even just the fact that he got a lot of kills or he got the entries, which he absolutely did, but he also got a huge clutch at a pivotal moment in the game. So yeah, huge props to Diaz. And I think, you know, that entry column on the left-hand side of your screen really sets the scene for why Liquid were successful. You know, they were absolutely dominant in the entry today. Like, what's that, 11-3 that they ended up getting?
Wow.
Like, that's going to, and to be fair, kudos to W7M for bringing that back. So it's still an overtime game. But when you're 11-3 on the entry, you're going to set yourself up. And it was a big bounce back after the first map.
It really is, and I guess we can say that Diaz doesn't only just bring the mental attitude to this team, he also brings the numbers for sure. And it's great stuff for Liquid because they keep themselves alive. But I do agree with the two of you saying that this was a much slower game than the first map that we saw. A lot of those rounds being flawless as well on map 1 was completely different than the way it ended out being in the second one here. But I'm just really curious how these two different types of, I guess, maps that we've seen so far will translate into the final one, because we're going to bank as a decider. Liquid will be starting out on the defense. Leo, any thoughts on how we see this matchup evolve once we head to our final map?
I think it's the perfect mix of the two, right? Bank is more open than Labs, right? It forces you, yes, you can play step by step, but it gives you a little bit more space to abuse that aggression, and I feel like it fits W7M a bit better. Now, I will say this, every single step that I had are just lying to me right now. Liquid used to be unbeatable at Chalet, and they got 7-0 by W7M, and W7M's best map is Night Heaven Labs, and they lost it to Liquid, who have not looked the best on that map. So on paper, obviously, I'm looking at Bank, I'm looking at the performance of Liquid this year, and I'm looking at 2 victories for 7 defeats on that map. So obviously, I'm hoping that that on paper, you know that it means that Liquid are struggling on that map. The reality is, I don't know what to say anymore because everything is in the momentum. It is one map away from the Munich Major. The fact that Liquid is fighting that much, I think is already a win in itself.
For me, I see it. You got it right there, Leo. You got it right when you said it's the perfect blend. Because if you look where W7M found success, they found success on Chalet and in Nighthaven, where they could turn the game into chaos, where it's fast paced, where it was a little bit unpredictable and a bit explosive. Bank has those attributes because, like you said, you can go step by step, but you don't have to. You can do cheesy stuff, you can do rushes, you can do executes, all of those interesting operators and have a lot of fun with it. But also, Liquid found success when they were forcing W7M to play a bit more default, to get to the late round and to get into the execute side of things, and you can also do that on Bank. So I think whoever wins is whoever can drag their opponent into their own game plan a little bit more. And that I genuinely think that's why Bank is a perfect deciding map for these two.
Sounds like the perfect story between these two, then a perfect decider map for this series to decide who will make it to the Munich Major. For one more time today, we'll bring back our casters who really have gone through it today with all the motions and all of the insane stuff we have seen on these maps so far. But just for one more time, whilst you sip your coffee and Tara, I'd like to go from right to left because it is getting late. I want to shake things up a little bit. Who's winning this one? Who is actually making it to the Munich Major then? Jesse, go ahead.
I'll go W7M, man.
I mean, I have to choose Team Liquid at this point. I'm just showing you that I'm dialed in for this third map. I got my coffee ready. I'm drinking a coffee at 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, my beloved Toronto Blue Jays are currently playing the Seattle Mariners in the ALCS, okay? And I am here ready to watch these teams beat the ever-living hell out of each other, and I am most excited to see one of them win. I mean, I gotta say Liquid just because Jesse said W7M, but at the end of the day, I think the real winners are the viewers because we're getting yet another great best of three.
So basically what you're saying is if this game goes 7-0, you're going to be super caffeine overdosed and it's going to be a horrible evening for you.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly it, yeah.
Okay, well, for the sake of you, I hope it's not going to be that case. Leo, what do you think? Who's going to win?
Yeah, I'm just debating popping a coffee right now because it's 2 a.m.
It's 2 a.m. I wouldn't do it if I were you.
Leo, let's kick this up a notch, baby. Get a coffee. Let's do it.
I've been told that if you drink coffee every day, which I do multiple times a day, at some point caffeine doesn't affect your body past 8 p.m. and you can just drink coffee however you want at night.
Get a coffee then, buddy.
So get a coffee.
Leo, you know what? The game is almost ready. I'd love for you to be able to go get a coffee. I want to hear from you two real quick. Who's making it? Who's winning?
All right, Liquid is making it.
W7M is winning this. I'm with Jesse. Team Jesse.
As if it should be perfectly half and half between the casters and the analysts, but one map stands between them. Will Liquid or W7M make it to the major? We'll send it back to Intero and Jesse. Take it away.
Thank you so very much. We head to North America for Bank, for South America to send one of two teams to the major. Jesse, I know that you said W7M. I obviously said Liquid. I'm sure you probably believe that. Maybe not, but what are going to be the points to watch for here? What are the things that we need to see to know which of these teams will have a decided advantage and be the favorite to win this final Munich major spot? Is it the bans? Is it the starting side? What do you think?
I'm definitely looking at the starting side, Parker. Both of these teams have really struggled on Bank. Sometimes you get a decider map at a BO3 and it's like, well, both teams are equally good at this map. They're both great playing the map. Here, both teams are kind of equally bad. We've got some really rough stats going through this. On the defensive side, Team Liquid have just a 38% win rate on Bank this stage in the SAL, which is not great, but it's at least better than W7M, who have a 26% defensive win rate on this map. Both are a little bit better on attack. I'm lying to you. Liquid are actually a little bit worse on attack. W7M are a little bit better, but both teams have definitely been having problems on Bank. And so I don't think we're going to get the cleanest game. Might come kind of down to who makes the most mistakes. If you want to go at it from a historic angle, I definitely think W7M have to be the favorites. Team Liquid currently on a 6-game losing streak on Bank, and that's only a very technical 6-game losing streak because that 6-game losing streak is broken by a win in Copa Sudamericana versus La Chispa, who I have no clue what that team is, but apparently they lost 7-1 to Liquid on Bank. If you ignore that game against whatever tier 2 team that is, tier 3 team probably, That would be a 9-game losing streak for Team Liquid on Bank. So they are not a very experienced team here on this map. W7M 5 plays this stage. Their only victories were 8-7 versus Los and then 7-5 versus Liquid. So it's not been a very great map for either teams, but historically we would lean towards W7M.
One thing that we can agree upon is that, at least the same, if we're using the same data here, W7M are a better attacking team than Liquid is a defending team.
Yep.
Liquid are not a particularly good attacking team on this map. So, I mean, we will see what happens. W7M using those numbers should then, just based on the way that these two teams match up against each other, should be able to pull out an early lead. And Bank is a decidedly attacker-sided map, as we discussed when we saw it in the Los versus NiP matchup. Now, unfortunately for W7M, if they do want to persevere, which is a word that I've somehow used a dozen times in this series because I think my brain was broken in Los versus NiP, if I'm being frank. But if they do want to prevail, succeed, win, triumph, any of those words, they're going to have to do it down a player. Loban dies early. 2 shields being brought, the Fuse shield and an Osa on the board.
And Parker, I think our 2 least favorite shields. I know you're no fan of the Fuse shield. I'm personally no fan of the Osa shield.
You hate Osa, and I think you're just, I don't know, man.
Listen,
Osa's great.
Every time I watch someone plant behind this operator, they get blown to smithereens by a nitro cell or an impact. It just feels like one of the lowest success rate plays. He's not planting on it though. Actually gave the defuse kit over to Volp, so I like this 100 times more. Using Osa here in Garage to just hold the long angle, it can be a lot more effective than trying to plant behind her. And it might even get a free kill for Dodez if he can hit his shots, but so far hasn't done it.
And Liquid's going to continue that strong start. Dodez gone, hard breach off of the board, except for the can openers that have been brought. Now all 4 have been used, 2 by Volps, 2 by Palu. God's taking some damage to the feet and will now pull out that 5.56, looking for a kill as he pushes his way up Garage, as that shield's still situated by the main Garage door. Nesk very quickly discovering that the Osa has actually got into a different position. Dot's army crawling on the ground. He's a snake. He's a slithery little snake. And unfortunately, the Snake Charmer on the side of Liquid is able to simply deal with him. Now it's Volps and Palu as last player standing on W7M. Again, these former players from Team Liquid. Palu did not have the best game on Nighthaven Labs. He will have to muster a greater performance. It's now the Flames that were brought out originally by the Goyo canister, now in the hands of Tachanka, will keep him at bay. Volps attempting whatever he can, but he's just being held at bay by that same fire. Now it's Palu who picked up a kill onto Lenda, searching for even more, but Team Liquid don't want to give him anything. Once formerly a member of Team Liquid, just like Team Liquid, he will survive. And Liquid now 6 rounds away from the final spot of SA League for the Munich Major.
Not too bad for Team Liquid to start things off on Bank. Again, kind of a tough push from W7M. It certainly doesn't help that you lose Loban on the entry frag, trying to make an impact there on the top floor at the very start of that round before 60 seconds had even gone by. And then it just didn't feel like they had great tools to make that push work. Something we talk about a lot, Parker, when you get that double shield down with both the Monty and the Blackbeard being taken out, sometimes instead of trying to force your strategy with worse tools, instead of trying to force a Blitz shield or force an Osa shield, it can sometimes just be better to abandon the shields and maybe make a Ying push work, make a push with Grim work. They did have Paulo on the Grim, but maybe a Sens push, right? And there's a lot of other tools that teams like to bring on that bottom floor bomb site. W7M opted not to try it. I would expect that when we get to round 4 and we see the basement once again, W7M will try a different strategy. We know how flexible this team can be, but sometimes you got to try something once to realize if it's going to work or not. And this time against Liquid, that strategy just really fell flat.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
How unpracticed, I guess you could say. I was trying to think of a pleasant way of saying it. How unpracticed these teams are on this map. I suspect we are going to see some hiccups, especially on attack. Attacking is almost always harder for teams that don't know a map. And again, this is a relatively weak map for both of these teams, which means it should be an even game. W7M has the leg up starting on attack. It is an attacker-sided map, and W7M's attack stats on this map aren't really that terrible. So it will be a troubling sign if W7M struggle to put a couple rounds on the board early. They already showed some pretty pronounced struggles in round number 1. But again, when you're trying things, it can take you some time to find your footing. I would be shocked if Liquid run away with this first half of the map based on what we've seen so far between these teams and based on what we know on the numbers. But if W7M are unsuccessful in this second round, you might see an early timeout called to try and get their head in this and get some strategies working. W7M will bring a very punishing lineup. The Aurora, a Glaz, a Blitz being added. Liquid will have to watch and see where the entry comes from and how to deal with it because some of those lines of sights have been closed off, Jesse.
Yeah, this is not an execute with these smokes. They're simply trying to bait for this Glaz. I don't believe Volps has fired a shot yet, so this is probably not known to the defenders that there is going to be a Glaz on the board. Second mirror window from Daffodil will go down right next to the first, so you've got a little bit more ability to watch this double window plant coming in from W7M. Here comes the first swing from Dot, hoping to plant under the smoke.
Nitro Cell now primed and ready. Hawked out, but just a bit short. W7M sweeping through these Liquid defenders. Timer will be shortened as Diffuser goes down. Diaz managing to punish one more as W7M still holds an advantage, but now it's gone. The Blitz in pursuit. Where is Daffo to come to the aid of Diaz? The Aurora Palu is likely out on Repel. That leaves Dots in a position where he can see these two players, but will now need to play keep away. Feeding their way in, shield goes down, and he finds both for his trouble. Dots managing to blind both remaining Liquid players and then use the sidearm. An impressive post round that got a little bit hairy there for W7M, but they have equalized off of it.
Is it a cheesy round win? Perhaps, but it's a round win nonetheless, and W7M really did pull it off perfectly. They hid that Glaz until the final moment. It was a really critical kill that Volps got onto Maya in the midst of that plant. Maya walking up on the Clash, threatening to stop that plant going down from Dots, but the coverage was really good. At the same time, you had Loban over towards top square. He shut down the bottom floor flank. Lenda was trying to deny that plant from down below, but he was unsuccessful. I think both Nitro Cells from Daffodil and Lenda ended up missing in that round. They both picked different spots to try to toss that Nitro, and both were failing to really stop the plant with it. So it's a good little push to come through. You said it gets a little bit messy in the end, but there's a reason why Dots is regarded as one of the best shield players in the world. I will stand that I think he's at the very least the best shield player in South America. He is so good with these aggressive shields, in particular the Blitz, the Blackbeard, I should say. Can do so much deadly work, and just given what Liquid have banned so far, I would highly suspect that they do ban out that Blitz after this round.
Team Liquid will now patiently await an ever-changing lineup of the shifting sands of W7M, now bringing a Nook and a Ram to the party, and the Nook is going to go through main lobby, probably directly at elevators. That's how we tend to see a lot of teams play this operator if your main goal is to not sneak up through garage. But most teams these days have a player anchored somewhere by garage, and if not actively holding it, then they've got a cam up. Be it a black eye cam, an evil eye cam, a bulletproof cam, something along those lines. Volps will now give clear passage for Loban to get in, squaring himself up to the pillar, avoiding that bulletproof or that regular default cam that might still be up. Right up main stairs he will go, looking towards the Mira of Maya, who's now just fallen away. Maya has no idea what is coming. And look at how aggressive Loban has been. He's been so successful, Jesse, but not a soul in front of him. Where is Team Liquid?
They just dropped off, Parker. I mean, I don't think they saw the Nook at all, but decided early in this round to concede this space. Everybody falling off with about 2 minutes and 5 seconds left on the clock. So surprised to see them give up that space so early. It is the right call, as we know, with this Nook, but definitely a weird decision to be made. Now the question is, what do they do aggressive in the mid-round? How do they swing out and try to get that man count? And it's going to be Maya to strike first on the Volps.
There was a hope on the side of W7M that they'd be able to fly in and completely dominate Team Liquid without them seeing. That has not come to pass, but Liquid is losing out to W7M's guns all the same. Maya likely unrecoverable. He'll join Nesk and Diaz. Lenda will go down too. And there's Loban, who was hoping to be an early factor, but he'll be the last man to get a kill in the round. W7M putting two together. They take the lead. Blitz ban possibly incoming, but I can't honestly say the blitz was a huge issue in that round. There's a lot of things that went wrong for Liquid despite them falling off, which seemed to be the right call.
Yeah, it was a good push altogether from W7M. You know, they went really fast, and I think it caught Liquid off guard with how quickly they were in the bomb site. Dots dropped that stock hatch with like a minute 30 on the clock, which is crazy. See how fast he was in the bomb site. We saw Dodez getting kills from the janitor hatch where he ended up dropping and having some big frags. Palu was just sitting in the back alley, jumped into Printer eventually, got 2 kills in the round from him. Then Loban, you said it, gets that final kill, picks up the defuse kit, pulls off the plants. Not exactly what you'd expect from a Nook, but he gets the job done regardless. He does whatever is asked of him. The Blitz will get taken out, as will the Smoke, which is kind of a cool ban to see on Bank, not super common to come through. It seems like we're paused for a quick moment here. So I'll take the opportunity to hype up some of these W7M players. Loban playing the Nook last round and Dots playing the Blitz the last 2 rounds have been teammates essentially for their entire careers. They've both attended 2 majors together, and both times they went to a major, they made it to the grand finals. The first one in Atlanta, the second one in Montreal. If history does repeat itself and W7M do make it to their 3rd major by beating Liquid here tonight, then in theory, they should be set up for a really deep run once again, going far into the land in Munich.
Just to once again cement the importance of these games and talk a little bit about the matchups that are still to come, as we are in day 1 of what will be a 3-day finale of the South America League, the final league to finish things up. The winner of this game in here in this 3rd map will...
That's tragic.
I don't think that's good, Jesse.
10 seconds left.
No, that is good for anyone who wants to be up as late as possible watching the South America League at all costs.
We had a very, very long series to start off today's matches. Nip and Los going almost 4 hours for a best of 3 that went 44 of 45 rounds with some tech issues intermittent. Very few tech issues, to be fair. We've actually been very blessed in that regard. But here we go now. First map looked like W7M was going to walk away with this in a 2-0, but we expected this to be a very contested and hotly contested, some could even say, matchup, and it has lived up to that billing. So I'll go back to my original point. W7M and Team Liquid now in map 3, just the 2nd, 3rd map that has been required. Every series prior to the start of today has been done in 2 maps, albeit most of them going to OT or at least the very end of regulation. Nip and Los gave us our very first 3rd map, and now W7M and Team Liquid have not disappointed as they give us our 3rd map here as well. The winner of this series goes to Munich. They will get the final spot that is yet to be spoken for. NA, all 4 teams qualified. EU, all 4 teams qualified. APAC, they got it done first, baby. SAL, the last league to send their full squad of representatives. FaZe Clan, Furia, and NIP all have spots so far. One of the Titans of W7M Team Liquid will make it. In tomorrow's matchups, we will have FaZe Clan and Furia in the upper bracket final, where the winner goes to the grand finals, and the loser will go down to the lower bracket final. That team that loses the FaZe Furia match will play the winner of NIP versus the winner of this series. So if Team Liquid prevails, they will play Ninjas in Pyjamas, and then the winner of that will play the loser of FaZe Clan Furia. We'll have 3 matches tomorrow, and then on Sunday it'll be just the grand final to see which team is the champion of the SA League.
Plenty still to play for as well. That championship spot giving out 300 SI points. A lot of SI points will be given out at the major as well as during regional finals, but these stage 1 and stage 2 SI points can be absolutely critical, especially for a team like Liquid who didn't have the greatest stage 1. It's even more important for them that they make a deep run. It's not going to be enough just to finish 4th, squeak into the major. They take that, of course, but if they want to be making SI, they got to go for a deep run at some point here in the events that we have leading up to SI in February. It's kind of crazy to think that one of these two teams won't be at the second biggest event of the year in Munich. W7M, the reigning major champions, winning in Montreal last year. Team Liquid, some of the biggest names in all of Siege. Nesk is a name that needs no introduction. He's the oldest player in the South America League, and if he qualifies by beating W7M today, it'll be his 22nd ever Tier 1 event. A ridiculous streak of LAN tournaments coming in from him. Of course, hasn't actually won one of those tournaments since 2018, but you gotta think the time is coming.
To think that the only hardware that's in the cabinet of Nesk is a Pro League Finals from when you were still in diapers, and then a OGA Pit event. That's really all Liquid's been able to do. Outside, of course, of all the triumphs and success that they've had in Brazil, we're talking about international competition, because let's not kid ourselves. Brazil is a fiercely proud region that is ultra competitive. Dare I say it, the most competitive region in Siege consistently year over year. But while it's good to be the best in Brazil, you want to be the best in the world. That is something that a couple teams in Brazil have accomplished. FaZe Clan won the 6 Invitational in Boston this year. Last year, FaZe Clan fell just short to their fellow countrymen of W7M, now competing under the Furia banner, winning the 6 Invitational in Brazil on home soil. A couple years before that, during the lockdowns with no crowd in the building, but a beautiful set in France, in Paris in particular, it was Ninjas in Pyjamas to rise from the ashes like a phoenix, as our good friend Ace said. 3 teams from Brazil have been world champions. W7M are defending major champions from beating BDS at the Montreal Major November of last year. Team Liquid has never been quite so fortunate. They won the Pro League Finals in Atlantic City in 2018 and then won a minor in Split, Croatia for the OGA Pit event. And that's really all they've been able to do on international soil. And despite this, there is a long history with this organ, with one particular player of Nesk, where you just know that if he retires without a proper championship, it will be one of the biggest what ifs in Siege esports history.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
You sounded so Canadian there. No doubt about that.
No doubt about that, eh, bud?
Just gonna scooch past you as I go get a bag of malt.
Hey, we don't do that in Alberta, buddy, but yes. This is an important game, is the point here, and we're going to start to see W7M make their second attempt on the bottom floor bomb site as round 4 is well underway. The fuse being used to try to clear out these Goyo canisters did go off, but a lot of these Goyos do still exist. Not sure if those cluster charges got what they were hoping for. Some barbed wire may be destroyed, and perhaps a bulletproof as well that was likely there in the site. So not nothing, but more work to be done before they go for this execute, Parker. They have brought the sends, and that's something I was kind of asking for after round 1. Something I thought that definitely could have helped them out when they go for a round like this. Block off some of those sight lines. The Warden can't see through it. You force Team Liquid to guess as to where they toss out these Tachanka launchers, right? Where they toss the fire out. Gives you at least a chance of getting the plant down, because otherwise you're looking at a Nitro cell from Daffodil. You still got likely Evil Eyes in the site from Lenda, the fire from Diaz. It's going to be really tough to actually get a plant inside from server. You don't have some way to obscure the vision of the defenders.
Another attempt at a garage take. W7M bringing only one shield this time around. Jessie has hated Osa so much that she is gone. I mean, at this point, Osa and Fuse are really the only shields left, and Lenda will swat away a Dodez. Loban down for the count as well. Now Dot's taking some serious damage. Lenda with a big double play to almost assuredly secure the round. Nesk taking some damage. Down goes the Fenrir of Nesk as Palu greets him with waiting arms, trudging through the flames into the waiting hands of Diaz. And Daffo will seal the deal with a kill on Devolps. Quite a bit of time waiting between rounds, but Liquid finding that 5th gear on this bottom floor bomb site. They cannot play it any longer. Locked out for the remainder of the first half. But they've tied the game because of it.
Yeah, not the push that you were hoping to see if you're a W7M fan. I mean, they come down with the Sens walls, but it doesn't actually cover the drop into the site from Dodez. Loban then goes down right after, trying to play around those hatches. Once again, it just doesn't feel like they're really able to make that drop very safely because those Sens walls just weren't so successful. And then eventually, I think it was a Nitro Cell from Daffodil that did clear out the Sens walls and made it very obvious where that plant was going down. So as a Warden, you might not be able to see through Sens, but you certainly can destroy them. And so that's a perfectly valid way to clear out that utility, get yourself a round win on the board for Team Liquid. Daffodil was initially playing on the smoke on that bomb site. So if he had been on the smoke once again, probably wouldn't have been able to clear out those Sens walls. But banned out, he's forced to play Warden instead. And that Nitro Cell ends up being the most important piece of utility in the midst of that round. All the little one-offs coming through with these operator bans, W7M, and sometimes not actually favoring them.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
And so it goes with another attempt with the Fuse Shield. Expect to see quite a bit of it moving forward because, well, it's all you've got available, as we touched upon. A Nook yet again, this time in, I have to imagine, a different deployment, Jesse, than we saw previously. That was Loban rocking the Nook before. The goal was to tackle elevators or potentially go up main stairs and grab somebody inside of conference room. But Liquid had done their best disappearing act. Still, the rest of the team mobbed Team Liquid off site. Loban, as the Nook, puzzlingly made it into the bomb site before most did and got the final kill. Not exactly the deployment you want from that operator, but it still succeeded. So, hey, you can't really knock it. Now down goes Maya at the hands of Dodez, who has hatch control, but Diaz is there on the Black Mirror. Says goodbye to Dodez, and we will equalize. Palu making his way into the building on that bottom floor through the dirt tunnel. It doesn't look like there's anybody from Liquid within the vicinity.
Love that mirror window. You don't see it very often staring at the janitor hatch, but it's so effective when it does get used. Makes it really annoying to play around that position. There's a great interview last week between Loban and Alfama where they talked about why sometimes they switch operators around from players. And Loban talked about how he used Habana as the example, but he said, if we want an aggressive Habana, I'm going to play it. If we want a passive Habana, Palu takes it. Not exactly sure what a passive Nook looks like, but I think the logic is much the same here. The deployment of the operator is going to be very different based on who's playing it. We had a great example of that with Palu. I would say quite passively, sitting in the basement, waiting for a flank to come through and potentially stop somebody's server stairs.
I was just going to say, I mean, passively is when you have a numbers advantage and you've read the defense and know they have offsite players and you take a gamble or you have knowledge, either via drone or VOD review, of where they like to flank from. You can sit in a position where there is a cam, giving them the false confidence that there's nobody there. That allows Palu's gadget to be used to maximum effect, and it's a point of frustration for these defenders. I mean, Palu is within striking distance of Lenda, who might now find the Nook angrily taking up space closer and closer, and there it is. Palu is on the hunt. Cue the Jaws sound. Almost gets him, by the way. Lenda dies, but does quite a bit of damage in the process. Diaz is in the ground, too. W7M pushing Team Liquid to just 2 players. Daffo will immediately equalize, and he's got one more lined up. Triple duty, perhaps. Volps gets out of the bomb site. He will once again go toe-to-toe with his team, his former team, removing Daffo from the equation and finding Nesk for good measure. W7M takes the lead.
My God, Volps, for the second time, saving W7M in a round that they had no business winning. Not as crazy as the 1v3, I would argue, on Nighthaven Labs, but just as important to get them in the lead once again. Get your third attacking round win on the board for Bank. Big stuff coming out from the captain of W7M and former Team Liquid player Volps. Really nice stuff coming out from him. Always calm, always collected. Not everything went right in that round. And in fact, a lot of things ended up going wrong for W7M. Completely missed Lenda on blue stairs. He had been sitting on blue stairs essentially the entire round. He gets to that position at around 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So all but the first 15 seconds, he's in that spot. I don't think Palu was expecting it, because Palu enters in through Dirt Tunnel. He walks through servers right past Linda, who's sitting on the stairs, and then is just watching the bottom of main stairs the entire time. So they completely miss Linda playing that position. He's in the one spot that the Nook doesn't get a read on, and because of that, he gets an absolutely critical kill, taking down Loban at the bottom of square. Taking down Dots, I should say, at the bottom of square, having a massive impact. Quick thinking from W7M and a fast reaction time to trade him out, take the man advantage back in their control, head towards that site in the 3v2. Not an easy round to win, multiple points of failure, but in the end, one man popping off can be enough, and that round it was.
I know that we've made jokes about how long today has been, but I just want to say, today's matches have been really something special. These are two tremendous games between incredibly good teams, and it's been an incredibly enjoyable day. I don't really think there's much more to say about that. I will be honest and say that my brain is mostly mush at this point. It feels like we've casted almost 2 SI finals. You know, I think people often overlook the energy aspect of our job. I remember just how depleted I felt after that Coastline cast of G2 versus Team Empire. And I mean, I'm feeling similar things today, and I gotta say, I just passed 8 years of casting at this level, and to be able to feel that again at this stage in my career, I just want to say, it's an honor. And I hope that you've been enjoying the games as we ride along with yet another closely matched third map. Anybody's game at this point, Jesse.
Wall opens up. That's going to open the door for a plant with 90 seconds left in the round. Honestly, pretty passive hold from Team Liquid. All 5 players here on the top floor. You'd think with the Solus, maybe they'd be going down below, and there certainly will be the chance for Maya to do that a little bit later in the round, go for that flank. But at the moment, content just playing inside the hallway. He moves in and finds a big pick onto Dota as the ace falls just outside of stock. Dota, again, has been probably the best player on W7M since the stage began, so taking him out is absolutely massive. Stops that second dimension to the push, too. You really now can start moving a little bit more freely outside of Janitor, and hopefully you can get a flank in and stop that push coming in from top square.
If you want a quick series, I'm going to say something that might just come to fruition. I imagine that we're going to see 2 3-3 halves and then need overtime to settle this between the squads, because that's been the kind of day it's been, and these are the kind of teams that match up oh so well. W7M might have something to say about that, though, but Maya, whose spotlight's been stolen a bit today by Diaz's heroics in map number 2, finding his footing in this round now with 2 kills. Nesk joining in on the fun. It leaves Volps and Dots in a do-or-die situation. Down goes Dots at the hands of Nesk, and now it's all up to Volps. Volps has been in this last player standing spot so often, and he's had multiple opportunities to make his former team pay. He succeeded once, but beyond that, it's been Liquid all the way, and Nesk will have the last laugh of the final round of the first half. Neither team able to shake one another. 3-3 through 6 rounds.
I gotta say, Parker, your prediction is looking pretty accurate. I'd have to agree with it. The 3-3s have been coming out strong today, with one notable exception at the start of this series. But I mean, it just feels like everybody is so evenly matched with everything on the line. You got to give all the credit in the world to Maya in that round. It's kind of insane, right? Because I feel like a lot of worse players would have taken the Solus in a round like that, and they would have started the round maybe down inside of Archives, maybe a bottom lobby. They would start it on the bottom floor, and then eventually W7M would read into that. They'd go for the clear. They maybe would trade 1 for 1, but eventually they'd get the kill on the Solus. Maya starts and spends most of that round up on the top floor in the bomb site. He somehow gets a nasty kill onto Dodez, and then he goes down below where he's able to cause even more problems. After W7M have already droned out Archives, after they've already called that it's all 5 players on site, that's when he makes the play to go down below bottom square, get his second kill that round. Just such a nuisance, honestly. It creates so many problems for W7M that they just did not have the resources to deal with. That's the type of gameplay that Liquid need more of if they want to win this matchup. I would argue came into this game as the slight underdogs. W7M probably slight favorites, even though they are very close in skill. They need to be able to catch W7M off guard in a lot of these rounds. They need to be able to bring that aggression to them. If you just let them get set up in the way that they want to, then you're not going to find much success. But I think Liquid did a good job in that first half. And now it's just about translating that on attack as well.
Jesse, the only thing I love more than good Siege is being right. And there's a possibility that we accomplish both of those things at the same time if we go into overtime. And I am just delighted at that prospect. Let me tell you.
Was it not you at the start of the day who said, "Oh yeah, 2-0, start our first game"?
I have no memory of anything before this match.
I'm pretty sure that was you. So if this does go 3-3 half, 3-3 half into OT, we'll say you're like 50-50 on the day. You're neither right nor wrong. How about that?
Mine primed.
Jesse, I like to play both sides so that no matter what, I always come out on top.
All right.
It's a strategy that, I'll be honest with you, has not really worked for me so far, but I'm really hoping it catches on at some point.
Well, listen, Parker, both sides of this map will be important, just given that the first one ended a 3-3 split. And it starts with a bit of a roam game from W7M as well. Nothing too aggro, but just given that it's Paulo and Dodez here around open area, I kind of think they might stick around and take some gunfights. Lend on the fuse shield, won't be able to do a whole lot by himself, and maybe opens an opportunity to get a kill.
There's Diaz starting things off in this second half. Wow. W7M based just solely on the numbers. Should have been better than a 3-3 with them attacking. I think that is a bit of a worrying sign. Liquid sees an opportunity here now.
Not ready to go.
As these defenders with their DMRs positioned so closely, Loban now in the ground. Nesk falls too. Lenda taking some serious damage from Dodez. Early engagement. 90 seconds into the round. That's it. Quite a brisk pace being set by Liquid.
Yeah, Loban was just inside of Tellers, so this is going to be a big problem. The roamers are falling like flies. Dots is about to die next. He's hiding next to the printer here, doing his best to try to survive inside Tellers where his teammate just died. But Parker, they know the droning has been so good from that opening kill from Diaz. Now there should be another pick here onto Dots. Wolves will get a Toxic Babe pick, so that's 2 from him. But even still, is this doable?
Anything's possible if you believe. And right now, you've got 5 believers still in the lobby. 2 gas canisters in pocket for Volps as he will use a belated reinforcement, some left in pocket on the side of W7M. So giving himself a bit more security down in this bomb site because the action happened so early. Team Liquid has plenty of time to shift their forces. They will do just that. 2 players targeting blue. They'll walk through servers. The third has been positioned over in garage. That's Dafo, who will gamble his life on the fact that nobody from W7M would be watching that. And of course, at this point in time, it would be so absurd to do that. Trouble, though, as one hatch still closed. Now Dafo getting into position. Dodez not anywhere near the bomb site. He'll have to return, leaving Volps to hold it all down by himself, but they are running out of time. They've got to read inside a garage. Dafo and Dodez doing battle. Dodez gets dropped. Volps last man standing on the ground, and against the shield, he will endure. W7M win based on time. I think Nesk's reaction says it all for us. What am I doing? We have to use our heads. Volps doing the exact same thing in the exact same camera position. It's a bit funny when we see that. W7M takes the lead off of a desperate attempt by Team Liquid.
And honestly, what a ridiculous round that was from Volps. There's going to be a lot of players at the end of the day that get talked about from this series. Paulo's performance on map 1, Diaz's performance on map 2. But I think all day, Volps has really been the consistent star for W7M. Stepping up, first gets the opening pick, at least for his team, by just playing top blue stairs. Nesk enters electrical, Volps takes the gunfight. He says, my teammates are all dying open area, I got to do something. Wins that gunfight. Then he swings out even further. He looks into archives. He says, that's a Deimos not looking my direction. I'll shoot him in the back of the head, no problem. Gets the second kill for his team. Now he's in a 2v3. Okay, gets a little bit more awkward. Then he's got to go all the way, or his teammate ends up going all the way over to garage, finally gets one so that Volps doesn't have to get every kill on his own. But for the majority of that round, Dodez is running around the top floor, so Volps is holding down the site by himself. Kills Diaz as he drops in through the hatch. The time is just not there at all for Team Liquid. Volps does everything possible in that round to save it for W7M and get them their first defensive round. A ridiculous performance to come through again. The captain of W7M, 5-2 in this game, and just looking so strong.
Well, Jesse, we've these two teams are still very deep in their long day at the long day factory shift right now.
Uh-huh.
That's an uh-huh.
That's an uh-huh.
Okay, you're laughing. How are you laughing? You're giving such a muted expression when you very clearly are enjoying
Parker,
this.
Some of the things you say don't deserve more than an uh-huh, okay?
And
I'm
yet
sorry,
you
that's
laughed.
just
So
the way
obviously it
is.
deserved not just an uh-huh, but it also got you laughing. Yeah, see, exactly.
I can't, bro.
You are not capable of admonishing me for the silly things that I say. I have always inhabited the role of the wacky person in every single duo, and everybody I've casted with, be it Kix, be it Pengu, or you guys are always the straight man. You always treat me like none of my jokes are funny, and it just really hurts my feelings. So all I asked for is a little bit of humor and a little bit of laughter, and you gave it to me, so thank you, even if you tried not to.
Nask hoping to get a kill here at the top of square, but they know where he's at. They're not going to give him any inch. I think with how the first defense went for W7M, they're trying to rein things in, Parker. They got slammed on the entries, and now they want to play a little bit more passive on the top floor.
Here go the logic bombs. First one employed by Diaz. They catch Dodez waiting over inside of stock trading. That's Maya following up on the intel. They've still got 2 death marks from Nesk, 1 more logic bomb. All the Bs have been used by Maya. And will track down Dots, who now finds some security over towards Elevator. Loban in the ground at the hands of Diaz. Maya taking some damage as well. Fights breaking out all over this cavernous map. Liquid, though, with a bit of a nest egg at this point in time. But that's a great set of eyes by Paulu to spot Maya. I don't know if he's retrievable or not, Jesse.
Probably not, especially with only 30 seconds. They got to make choices on what they're going to do with the 1-for-1 trade outside of Janitor. So Paulo and Dots alone in the 2v3. They can't get into sight, though, Parker. They're still just stuck outside these windows. No more toxic babes as the smoke did die, but this is a dangerous situation. If you rappel in, you're in a dangerous spot because of exactly that.
Huge moment with the yokai still up. Dafo's been baited in. Maya bleeding out. Diaz nowhere near able to impact this. The jig will be up, though, as it's Dots left alive, all on his lonesome. He has to get off and take matters into his own hands, and he gets the job done. Pardon me. Right as it hits 0, right as he's about to run out of runway, he lands it, and W7M stretches their lead.
Parker, my jaw just dropped. Dude, Dots is such a smart player. He stops the plant the first time with the yokai, right? Classic play. Anybody could make a play like that. He's sitting front desk. He's sitting checkers. He's like, fine, I'm going to stop the plant. Then the plant rotates. Daffodil doesn't have time to find the yokai camera. There's like 3 seconds left on the clock. So he's like, I'm just going to change my plant position. And he, luckily, I would say, moves to a spot where that yokai can't see him. Now, I think a lot of a lot of Echo players at that point would have tried to move the drone over. The drone likely would have gotten shot by Diaz. It would have been a round loss. It would have been messy. But Dots recognizes, wait a minute, that plant just rotated to a spot I have an angle on. So he gets off the camera and just shoots towards the planter. It's perfectly played from Dots. Diaz lives through that whole round, but there's nothing that can happen because the plant is denied on 000. Excellent Echo play coming out from Dots in a round like that. It's been a while since we've seen him play the Echo on that bomb site, but he steps up so big and makes it happen. Really nice stuff coming through from him. Back-to-back defensive rounds now from W7M. They weren't clean rounds. They weren't decisive rounds by any means. It was a big moment from Volps and now a big moment from Dots, but a round win is a round win, and Liquid are looking at a 2-round deficit.
The presumption was that W7M would rack them up on attack, and then Liquid would catch them in this second half. The opposite has happened. Team Liquid kept it real close. The first half tied 3 rounds apiece. And W7M's defense has been the bigger story so far. Now, mind you, Team Liquid's attacking numbers on this map are very poor. but W7M's defending numbers on this map are equally poor. So it's a movable object versus a stoppable force at this point. W7M has been fighting these really scrappy engagements, and Liquid does not know what to deal with it. Both of these teams are full of superstars. Both of these teams are full of players who can pull a round out of, well, where the reinforcements come from, if I'm trying to be polite. And W7M has done that, not accounting for the yokai, not accounting for the echo being up. Just seems like a bit of sloppiness from Team Liquid, especially stacking up after you shoot the yokai and you get knocked off the plant with 3 seconds left. The plant started at 10 seconds. It's a 7 second action. You know that the yokai is going to have to knock you off and you'll have a moment to recenter yourself. W7M keeps winning those rounds and this thing is over.
A lot of it comes down to the time too, though. I mean, sometimes there's just not enough left on the clock to worry about all these little things, and the chaos, it ends up biting you. And this was a big problem that they had on Nighthaven Labs, remember? A lot of those late pushes where W7M were racking up the round wins came off of Liquid, frankly choking things out on low time. Now it's happening again on Bank. They need some early pressure so these rounds can go a bit faster. Sprinting through the top floor, but Volps, like a ship in the night, just walks right past in the smoke and gets the drop down through the vending hatch, or through the janitor hatch.
Ships don't walk, Jesse. That's not how they work. I know that you live in a landlocked state, but I would hope that you know what a ship is. You should Google it. I don't even get an okay this time. Okay, whatever. You know what?
No.
Loban is having a pretty rough game so far, especially after some of the things he was able to pull off in maps 1 and 2. He's never going to be the player that W7M relies the most upon to get kills, especially with the offensive threats they have, but he needs to be a little bit better than 1 and 6. That's some sloppiness by Dots. He had ample opportunity to evade the nade. He doesn't get the job done. And despite losing their grip on this second half, Team Liquid have suddenly found their footing, found their grip. Yodes and Paulu are the last two against a very angry full set of Liquid players. 5 on the board. Nesk with a triple. A flawless round for Team Liquid. Yes, it will be. Maya gets the final kill. Within 1, Team Liquid go. Looking like we'll need all 12 yet again.
It is looking that way, Parker. To be honest with you, despite the fact that W7M have the lead, I almost feel like Team Liquid have played a better game in the second half. They should have likely won round 1. They very well could have won round 2. Round 3, it's frankly a crushing victory. You got Loban going down 1 and 6, one of the best fraggers on this team, not able to find any life. You got Dots unable to walk away from a red indicator frag grenade that's doing so much damage and just gets the free down on him. You got Dodez losing a gunfight to a Twitch drone. I mean, it's falling apart all over the place for W7M. And while they had some big heroics, especially in that first defensive round from Volps, to clutch back up and to get the victory for them, eventually Liquid are going to break through. You can only throw so many rounds as a Rainbow Six team. And whilst Liquid throw more than most, this is a team that should be able to get the job done with W7M playing the way that they are. I really do feel like they've got to find some kind of solution to the early game. Every aggressive move that W7M have made in the last 3 rounds has not worked out for them. It's always been Team Liquid shutting them down, whether it's an entry pick from Nesk, whether it's Maya making his way in through the open area. They've got to find some way to win the early game to get themselves an advantage, or they just got to commit to playing passive. But frankly, that's not the W7M way, and I don't think relying like that, playing scared, is going to do well for them.
There is a tendency as we get closer to the end point of a series that teams play a bit more passively if they feel that it's a close match. Every now and then teams will break out of their shells and go for broke in the final round or two. It leads to varying rates of success. But here, these two teams, with the exception of map 1, have shown that they match up stylistically very well. And all it takes is one individual performance to shatter a round for their opponents. I suspect as we go deeper into this night, which there might only be 2 more rounds, that both of these teams will start to slow down. Team Liquid is on attack, so they have to bring that tempo to W7M. But this W7M team can roam on this big map. They can very easily catch the attackers off guard, and almost play offense on defense.
Well, Liquid have assessed the situation. They're aware of just how many players are here in open area. It's going to be Dodez and Palu with Logan supporting just inside of the elevators. The elevator clearer might go first. The Twitch drone spots it out. Kind of expensive to trade a Twitch drone just for that small bit of information that Logan is in the elevator. But they've got 3 players lined up beside him and a Candela. As long as this results in a kill, I suppose it's worth it for Liquid. Here it comes.
This is a very heavy investment, to your point. And Palu is waiting for their advances. He won't find it, though. He peels back. All of this focus being done, and Lenda will be the first to die. I don't think that's what Liquid was hoping for at this point, as they have barely been able to muster any type of attack on this upstairs portion of W7M's defense. The bomb site is down below. So all of this focus, all of this utility from both teams, and the time continues to work against Liquid.
They still don't have the top floor control. Like, less than 60 seconds, Dodez is still up here. I think he just saw one body. He'll see them now and hit a head. Perfectly played, and maybe he gets traded, but Parker, who cares? You wasted over 2 minutes on a roam on bank basement. There should be no way for Liquid to win this round at this point. They're going to have to drop, get crazy with the they're out of Candelas. I have no clue what the win con is here. They've got to just go for broke.
Grenades to isolate Red, try to drop and make somebody fight right away. You're going to be engaged in a 50-50 gunfight. You have no help whatsoever over in servers. Volps could be the difference maker here, and it'll actually be a backdrop. So Liquid once again will hit the site from the back. I think that smoke missed. If that's the case, that might be the ball game on this round. Maya on the board. The fuse of Lenda still living on borrowed time from before. Maya firing up. Palu's attention there. Volps now having to get into the A-bomb site. Here comes the cavalry, and Maya will gallop to the defense. Volps waiting out the time. Liquid unable to get the diffuser down, and W7M moved to series point.
I'm at a loss for words, man. How many times is Volps gonna do this? Every time. It's the same style of clutch, too. It's Team Liquid pushing in with like 30 seconds. This time, you know, it comes off the back of a really strong roam game from W7M, so I don't want to take anything away from how well those roamers did on the top floor. But I mean, it's a last second push. It's Team Liquid going for broke. It's a crazy play from Maya to somehow bring that into the realm of possibility. And then Volps clutches out the 1v2, 1v3. I don't even know at this point. So late into the night, but whatever it is, it's good enough for W7M to take it all the way now. Series point, major qualifying point. That is the 4th 1vx clutch that Volps has had in this series. A massive 1v3 back on Nighthaven Labs, and then 3 separate 1vx clutches here on Bank. It is going to be extremely well-deserved, whoever walks away from this, but specifically for Volps, he has been putting the team on his back, kicking and screaming their way to Munich.
10 seconds remaining.
Matching our Los versus Nip contest earlier today, I think you could make a very credible argument that all 4 of the teams we watched in action today and continue to watch as Liquid and W7M might be far from over, have made a statement and have all made a case for why they have been in competition for these final 2 spots. For Los, it was heartbreak. 8-7, 8-7, 8-6, as Ninjas in Pyjamas barely eked out a victory over a team that they were seemingly destined to slaughter in a 2-0. Here, we expected a deep fight between these teams. We expected them to go all 3 maps, and it didn't look so certain after that chalet stomping that W7M gave to Liquid on Liquid's own map. But you're spot on, Jesse. This is a different Liquid team with a different mental. They looked past map number 1. They turned their focus towards map 2. They stole W7M's map away from them. And now we are in round 11 of 12 rounds of regulation. Can W7M seal the deal here and shut out Team Liquid in this fateful final round? Or will Liquid find some energy and answer back? That's not the start Liquid wants. If it's the latter, Maya haphazardly walking to his demise, and an opening pick for W7M with over half the round to go.
That's the best player on Team Liquid. This is where you really get to see what a team is made of. Diaz takes half damage on the lobby repel as well, so it's just getting worse for them. They need a break, they need a pick, they need something for this executes. But at the moment, they are just coming up short. Sens wall about to run out. There it goes, being dropped now in the site. Still have 2 more of those in the pocket of Lenda that they can toss out when this execute eventually comes through. But, I mean, Parker, 4v5, this execute doesn't look promising. They need some way to get an advantage. They just don't have it at the moment. They can sit and fish on these windows all they want, but somebody eventually needs to get active. W7M are giving them nothing, and eventually they can go for a plant, but W7M will be ready with Yokais and Goyos and Maestros.
Well, some of those Evil Eye cams have already been taken out, and surely Team Liquid doesn't fall victim to an echo yet again. These are things that Liquid need to plan in advance. And again, success is where preparation and opportunity meet. Team Liquid has an opportunity here. Have they prepared for this moment? Are they ready for it? Palu slaughtering Nesk. W7M looking to repeat as back-to-back major champs, but they have to get there first. Palu finds a second. Liquid have clawed this one back, but it's W7M in the driver's seat. Daffo outside, and it's W7M in the Munich Major. The final SA League spot goes to the Bulls, where they will defend their crown. Huge game for W7M.
And it doesn't get better than that. A little 3K from Palu to end it out against Team Liquid and lock them out of the second biggest tournament this year. A massive victory to come through, and our stage is set, Parker. We now have every single team locked in for Munich. Falcon, Secret, Space Station, Shopify Rebellion, CAG, D+, Enterprise, Weibo, Wildcard, M80, Furia, FaZe, G2, BDS, NIP, and W7M. We're in for a good show next month.
Absolutely. I know that you're talking about this, and I know that we've had a long day. We've got some Europeans who are hoping to close up this shop so that they can go to bed, as it's like 3 a.m. over there. So with no further ado, we'll talk to the desk to see what they think about W7M versus Liquid.
Thank you so much, you two, for all the emotions you went through today and all the casting. Beautiful work as always. But yeah, we're going to wrap things up here after the second game. First, a massive congratulations to W7M as they make it to the major. As the caster said, they can now go defend their trophy of making it back to an international event. Absolutely huge for them. But what a barn burner of a game once again. And I think the most important about this one in general, Leo, is that time and time again, we're seeing it right on our screens there as well. Vulps, these individual moments, like 3 times in this game to pull rounds on the board for W7M.
Yeah, and he was already the main stakeholder that was really pulling them back into a game on Night Heaven Labs. You know, remember, he's the one that gets that crazy 1v3 at the moment where it brings them back last game, and I think he just kept the momentum he had, right? He just kept on going, and I think that's the kind of players that you need, right? You need one of them to go big in the most important moments, and he really made the difference. That round with Dots as well on Echo was just really important. Their way of closing rounds where they don't have the advantage is really what pulled W7M through. I think that maybe at some moments strategically they could have been losing, but clearly in the end I think it was a mix of defaults working well and big clutches. That one as well with Vulps that stays alive in the basement. In the 1v3, another one. It's just once again such a strong display from him.
Yeah, I would agree. I think I always look at playoff games or games where there's a lot on the line, and it comes down to managing those big moments. Like you said, Leo, like W7M, they got beaten up in the entry department across the entire game. Apart from Chalet, they got beaten up, pretty much map 2, map 3 in the entry. It relied on clutches, it relied on late round, just kind of not hero plays, but bringing the round back consistently. But they were so good at that, and I think ultimately that was the difference, especially when it comes down to map 3, which was reasonably close. Obviously map 2 was very close as well. So yeah, and I think overall, if just a bit of a wider view, I think W7M probably have a better chance of going further at an international event. So to represent Brazil, to represent South America, I think, it's very, very good that they've made it. Liquid is still a team that are developing. They've made a couple of changes, and they will be international events, I'm sure.
Oh, they will be. I mean, it was bound to be W7M. I think we expected that at the beginning of this day. We expected NIP and W7M to make it. However, I guess in the way that it eventually came out or happened, that wasn't really according to what we had thought was going to happen. But when we look at the stats here, and when we look at Diaz really putting in a performance, we mentioned him so much about map 2, but then the MVP being Volps, I feel like is totally deserved, especially when we talk about these huge individual moments. You can see how much it meant as well to him afterwards on the player cameras. The entry game was a big part of this one as well. I heard you talking about this during the game, Jack, about Liquid, I guess, winning the entry engagements, but not necessarily winning out the rounds with that.
Yeah, they did. They ended up being +6 on the entry with Liquid across the whole best of 3, which is very, very impressive considering they got 7-0 in map 1. So, yeah. But just coming back to Volps, I thought Volps was really exceptional. You know, you think back to Nighthaven, he gets a 1 versus 3 that allows W7M to get to overtime. Yes, it didn't go too well in overtime, but he was the key driver in that. And it was the same up on Bank. He got, what, 3 1vx's there? Oh, 2 1v2s and a 1 versus 3. And you think about that fact, and Volps against Liquid's always an interesting one because it's him against his old team, and you know there's a lot going on there. But he really can be a match winner when his team need him to be. And today, to be fair, his team needed him to be.
I mean, look at the last map. They literally had to clutch 4 rounds, and it was once again a great display of them being able to abuse the late round lack of discipline on the side of Liquid, but. You know, Volps 1v2, Volps another 1v2, Dots 1v3, and Volps with another 1v3. 3 clutches in the last map only. I mean, the man of the moment, and clearly I think W7M can be really proud of that teammate because he really carried them all the way to Munich.
Well, we can hear if they are proud of their teammate because we have the winners on the line. We get to talk to Palu, which is always very fun and very nice to get to hear from him about this game in particular. You're joined by Palu. I see the smile on your face. Congratulations on making it to the major in Munich. You have a chance to defend the back-to-back major champions, but it must be a great feeling winning this game out here today.
In the beginning of the game, like we 7-0 then, but at the lab I think we kind of relaxed too much because the game was kind of, let's say, easy. So yeah, it was a little tough to get back to it, and they were playing so slow that's so annoying that sometimes we were like just losing ourselves. It's bizarre to play sometimes, isn't it?
Speaking of that, Paolo, I need to go back to the first map. I mean, I need, because you especially, you drop 14-0 and you guys win 7-0. I need you to tell me how you felt during that game. What was going on for you?
No, that was just like hitting my shots and everything was working the way we had our game plan, because we knew that they are gonna pick Chalet probably, or Club, but we knew that Chalet is more, let's say, they are more comfortable playing there. So yeah, we had a great game plan and the shots were connecting, so yeah, it was way easier.
I felt like you were able to bring the fast-paced playstyle that you guys have, the really aggressive one, against them on Chalet, but then on the other maps, like you said, everything was slowed down. Do you think it was part of the game plan, or do you think it was more part of just the way the map is being played?
I think Chalet, it's easier to play that way, because the thing is, when we were playing the lab, they were like just giving space when we were like trying to force, let's say. So yeah, sometimes we were, as I said, losing ourselves on the time, or like we weren't playing too fast. But I think on the bank we said, like, you saw like they lost rounds to the time, a lot of, like they were getting the kills, but they were like wasting so much effort doing it. So yeah, the clutches wasn't like that hard. Sometimes there was a clutch that Hopes didn't even shoot because they were playing so slow, you know.
They just, yeah. The basement round where he doesn't shoot anyone, he just clutches 1v3. And that's like 4 clutches in the last map, by the way.
Volps was insane in the bay.
Yeah, well, I was just going to ask you about Volps, because obviously, Paolo, you had a great map 1. Volps had an amazing map 3. Is there a little bit of extra motivation when you're going up against your old team?
Of course, there is a little bit. Like, I played with Nesk for 6 years, kind of, or 7. Not sure. But yeah, of course, I wanted that win so much. Like, starting the first map, winning that way, I think it was amazing, the feeling. But as I said, it was also a bad thing because we kind of let the I forgot. I can't express myself in English exactly, but like we lost our momentum, you know, because we were relaxing too much. We were,
I mean, it turned out all okay in the end because you got the win, you make it to the major. Now, looking forward to the future, you know, you've been to many international events. I'm just curious for this one. Is there any team, maybe a player in particular that you're looking forward to facing?
It's hard to say, maybe Secret. Like, we played them on a best of one in EWC, but I think it was a really tough match because the jet lag got us really hard because we were playing so late. So yeah, I think they are playing really well right now. They won the AWC and we want to face them.
All right, sounds like a good rivalry coming up there then. Hopefully this time around a little bit less jet-lagged as well. But I'm sure it's getting late over on the other side of the sea as well. So best of luck for your game tomorrow, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. See you guys.
Thank you,
All right, see you later, Paulie. Whilst we go and continue here, and we wrap up the day by having one more look at this bracket, because that is where we find ourselves so far. We have now qualified all the teams to the major in Munich, and as Jesse was saying, as we are actually the last region to do it and to send teams to the Munich major, we now have all of the teams that will be participating at that event, and then that leaves a lot for us to unfold for tomorrow as well. When we're looking at all these teams from all these regions, so many different storylines, so much for us to unfold once we do get to the Munich major, but that doesn't mean it's over yet for the SAL. When we look at the remainder of what is left ahead of us, basically, for these last 2 days in the final weekend, we are the very final region to close things out, and there's still 3 best of 3s that we have for tomorrow. When we look at the schedule for that day, it's going to be an earlier start than today as well. The first game will start, what is it, 5 p.m. CEST. That'll be the upper bracket final. FaZe versus Furia. You can triple your SI points by winning that game. We then have NIP versus W7M in the lower bracket. The winner plays against the loser of the first match, and that is our 3rd game tomorrow. So, hey, we're wrapping this one up quickly, but if you are a Drops farmer, we got you tomorrow. It'll be an early start. We'll be here even longer tomorrow than we were today, and we're going to be here on a Sunday. So, thank you so much for your time. Thank you all for watching today. I want to thank you two for being on the desk with us and enduring all of the emotions that this game has brought us. We'll see you again tomorrow at 5 p.m. CEST for the first game. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now.
Yes!